Chapter 551 Heavenly Tribulation. Because Kien Renxiu was still going through the catastrophe, even though Wang Ran had some doubts in her heart, she didn't show it. And Kien Renxiu had already experienced 4 robberies at this time. The thunder was originally only slightly black, but now the black is already very rich. But correspondingly, Kien Renxiu also became embarrassed at this time. The golden armor on his body also became a little scorched at this time. Even faintly you can see that the crack is coming. More than that, Kien Renxiu's face began to see a lot of sweat. It can be seen that Kien Renxiu was already struggling to deal with it. But now I have only insisted on 4 thunder tribulations, and there will be 5 others next. Everyone watching, even Wang Ran couldn't help but tugged. But Kien Renxiu's heart was calm and abnormal. It should be said that Kien Renxiu is very confident in herself. The 5th thunder robbery came down, and Kien Renxiu at this moment did not shrink back, and did not even have a defense. Facing the 5th black robbery thunder, Kien Renxiu held the angel's holy sword, waved her wings behind her, and rushed towards the sky. The tip of the sword faced Jil, and the terrifying energy burst instantly. In a collision, Jil was smashed by Kien Renxiu, and she herself was severely smashed to the ground by Jil. The cracks on the battle armor were more obvious, and Kien Renxiu couldn't help but shed a touch of blood. After breaking into a prepared pill in his mouth, Kien Renxiu rushed into the air again. The 6th way, the 7th way, one after another, the thundering thunder was wiped out by Kien Renxiu abruptly before it landed. Correspondingly, Kien Renxiu was struck by thunder to the ground again and again. After the 8th thunder robbery, the armor on Kien Renxiu's body could no longer withstand the terrifying power of thunder, and it was completely shattered. The aura on Kien Renxiu's body also became extremely weak. The originally fair-skinned and beautiful person not only lost his original demeanor, but also had a tattered and embarrassed body. Kien Renxiu's injuries were serious, but no blood came out, because the blood around the wound had already dried up due to the attack of Jil. However, no one would make fun of Kien Renxiu for this. If they get along with each other, no one of them has the confidence to bear the terrifying thunder robbery. Unlike the embarrassment on the body, Kien Renxiu's eyes were unusually bright. Strong confidence radiated from that seemingly thin body. Even if the body had reached a limit, Kien Renxiu did not shrink from the most terrifying 9th thunder. The cloud of robbery in the sky has gathered to a terrifying point, and looking up, there is no trace of sunlight at all. This time, Jil did not fall as quickly as before. But it is precisely because of this that makes people even more worried. Because everyone can perceive that Jil is brewing in the air, as if it is accumulating a catastrophe that will destroy the world. Everyone held their breath, for fear that the sound of their own breathing would affect Kien Renxiu's performance. What should come will come after all. Jil did not make everyone wait too long. With the power of the robbery brewing to an extreme, it finally fell from the robbery cloud. There is no sound, and the pure black color does not seem to be any threat. But as the robbery thunder fell on Kien Renxiu's body, everyone's heart raised their throats. Because just the aftermath falling on the ground instantly turned the soil into scorched earth. A dead silence, the kind of scorched earth without any vitality. Even Wang Ran, who had already experienced strong winds and waves, couldn't help but straighten his body. For a moment, Wang Ran almost couldn't help but want to break the robbery thunder. But after all, he resisted it, because Wang Ran could feel that the center of Jil still had an unquenchable vitality. Before figuring out the usefulness of the vitality deposited in Kien Renxiu's body, Wang Ran didn't dare to intervene in Kien Renxiu's catastrophe at will. However, Wang Ran was still ready at all times. As long as Kien Renxiu's vitality decayed to a point, Wang Ran would immediately take action. Then what is the state of Kien Renxiu that everyone is worried about at this time? It's hard, very difficult. Kien Renxiu felt that she was like a lone boat in the stormy sea at this moment, and she was in danger of being destroyed at any time. Gritting his teeth, Kien Renxiu put up a ball of defensive cover with both hands. It's not that she didn't want to be the same as before, violently obliterating the 9th thunder. In fact, she can't do it. Even if she just held up the defensive cover and resisted, Kien Renxiu had exhausted all her potential. The clenched silver teeth already made a prickly rubbing sound. This voice makes people wonder whether the teeth of this mouth will be crushed by her in the next moment. Not only that, Kien Renxiu's internal organs were also under terrifying pressure at this time. Blood kept flowing from Kien Renxiu's mouth, as if it would fall into this robbery in the next moment. But even so, the protective cover Kien Renxiu was propping up was constantly shrinking. From the beginning, it was able to cover the size of 1 meter around Kien Renxiu, and now it almost fits Kien Renxiu's body. As the defensive shield shrinks, the tiny thundering thunder keeps splashing on Kien Renxiu's body. Even after taking sufficient protective measures, Qian Renxiu's body was still covered with flesh and skin from the explosion. With the passage of time, Qian Renxiu's consciousness has become a little fuzzy. The originally bright eyes gradually dimmed at this time. Qian Renxiu has reached the limit. I'm afraid that it will not be long before the protective shield she is holding up will be shattered in the thunder. At that time, it is no longer necessary to describe how Qian Renxiu's body will face the thunder robbery. Wang Ran was ready to take action, but at this last moment, the power of Jill began to weaken. After such a long time, Jill couldn't help but dissipate. Wang Ran, who was outside of Jill, felt that a smile finally appeared on his face during this scene. He understood that Qian Renxiu's test was over. Finally, Jill disappeared completely. Qian Renxiu, who was exhausted at this time, fell directly on the ground with a soft body. Gasping heavily, Qian Renxiu's consciousness also slowly returned. Pain, severe pain. But under the stimulation of this pain, Qian Renxiu still didn't want to move. She is so tired that she has no strength at all in her body. When Wang Ran saw this scene, he couldn't help but reveal a touch of distress. How can I not feel sorry for the child who I regard as my own, and is suffering from such a hardship? However, now is not the time to distress, because there is still one thing that has not been resolved. Chapter 552 Shock. What impact will the deposited strange energy with vitality have? With this thought, Wang Ran immediately wanted to rush to Qian Renxiu's side. However, before he could act, his face suddenly changed, because the Jian in the sky that should have dispersed, at this time suddenly floated towards the ground. To be precise, it should be drifting towards Qian Renxiu, who collapsed on the ground. I dare not care. Qian Renxiu can't bear any attack at this time. Without hesitation, Wang Ran directly stretched out his hand to hit the Jian in the air, preparing to disperse it. However, the will of the world seemed to perceive Wang Ran's intentions, and the power of the law directly embodied in the air, directly blocking Wang Ran's attack. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran couldn't estimate too much, and instantly increased his attack intensity. However, what makes people desperate is that the power of the attack that the law embodies has also increased, maintaining the level of stalemate with Wang Ran. Wang Ran deliberately bypassed the barrier of the will of the world and attacked Jian. However, it is impossible to go around in the Duoluo plane. Anxiously, Wang Ran even opened the eyes of God in an attempt to forcefully break through the obstacles of the will of the world. Now Wang Ran's regular cultivation base is close to the extreme point of the Duoluo plane. After opening the eyes of God, he can even steal a part of the world will's control over the Duoluo plane. However, Wang Ran did not have the strength to detach after all. Even if he opened the eye of God, there was no way to break the barriers of Duoluo's plane. But the will of the world seemed to be like a king who had eaten the weight of the weight, and would not let Wang Ran disperse the robbery cloud at all. But the others didn't have the strength to disperse Jian, and for a while, the situation was directly deadlocked. Wang Ran's face was ugly at this time, and he wanted to protect Qian Renxiu. But Qian Renxiu's surroundings seemed to have become a forbidden area. As long as he stepped into it, there would be laws and regulations to block it. It won't kill you, but it just entangles you and makes you hard to move. Wang Ran was angry, leaving no affection at all in his hands. One blow hit the incarnation of the law, and the space was shattered, revealing a deep and mysterious void. No one doubts that if such an attack is not in the air, but in front of the ground, the entire ground will be penetrated. All the people on the periphery looked at the angry Wang Ran in shock. It was the first time that they saw Wang Ran making a full shot. That terrifying posture was directly engraved in the hearts of everyone. At the same time, they were also worried in their hearts, not knowing what would happen to Qian Renxiu. But what's the use of being anxious, let alone whether they can help? It is impossible to get them closer now. Wang Ran was still showing off there. Even if they were just getting closer, they risked being beaten into nothingness. Clenched fists tightly, everyone's bodies were shaking. They realized for the first time that they were so weak. Uncontrollably, everyone's eyes became red. But at this moment, a purple streamer flashed across the sky and headed towards Qian Renxiu, who collapsed to the ground. Faced with this streamer, no one had reacted, except Wang Ran. Although angry, Wang Ran has not lost his reason. However, the attack in his hand has condensed and there is no way to disperse it. In desperation, Wang Ran could only do his best to weaken the power of the attack. With this kind of arrow on the strings but having to control it, even Wang Ran would have to endure tremendous pressure. After all, it is a full shot. How can it be so easy to retract? In a rush, a swath of blood ran directly from the corner of Wang Ran's mouth. Wang Ran, who was not injured in the horrible collision just now, was actually injured by himself. Fortunately, Wang Ran's attack was also under control. Although it was still part of the shot, the power was weakened compared to Wang Ran's full shot. I don't know how much. But even so, The aftermath of the collision between Wang Ran's attack and the attack formed by the law was not something that the invading person who turned into a purple streamer could bear. Before reaching Qian Renxiu's side, the purple light and shadow were directly swept away by Wang Ran's attack. In an instant, the speeding purple streamer stopped in place, revealing a woman in a purple armor. In the next second, the person flew out in the same direction as when he came. At the same time, a big mouthful of blood spurted from the woman's mouth. At this time, everyone could clearly see the face of the woman in the purple armor. The woman is not bystander, she is the Pope of the Wuhan Temple, and the Emperor Bibi Dong of the Wuhan Empire. It turned out that Qian Renxiu had already told Bibi Dong the news of her sprint to the 100th level today. Although Qian Renxiu hopes Bibi Dong will come, because this at least proves that Bibi Dong cares about her. But reason told Qian Renxiu that the chance of Bibi Dong coming was very small. Although Qian Renxiu proved herself through the incident of jointly plotting the mainland, the relationship between her and Bibi Dong has not been eased in any way. The two stubborn people always look cold when they get along. Therefore, after notifying Bibi Dong, Qian Renxiu took this matter to the bottom of her heart. She subconsciously thought that Bibi Dong would not come back, so naturally she wouldn't have any expectations. To be honest, when he received the news from Qian Renxiu, Bibi Dong was also struggling. She thinks she should hate Qian Renxiu, even if she is innocent. Therefore, she shouldn't care about Qian Renxiu's life and death. But, does she really hate Qian Renxiu? The answer is naturally no. So after receiving the news, Bibi Dong wavered. Although she didn't deal with Qian Daliu, she still knew everything about Qian Daliu. She understands that the danger of sprinting to the 100th level is no less than that of her divine residence assessment, and even more than an unknown amount. She just passed on the position of God. She has experienced thousands of lives and deaths. Where is Qian Renxiu? The great risk and catastrophe came at once. Can she really bear it? It's really not true. If it fails, it is really lost. But can she really accept Qian Renxiu's enemy and die under the catastrophe? I can't even see the last time. Even if the chaos in his heart became a mess, Bibi Dong had to admit that he couldn't accept this kind of thing at all. Maybe, she never hated Qian Renxiu. Everything is nothing but anger. Yes, there is another mother in the world who hates her child born in October, and this child still loves himself in his heart. So, Bibi Dong is here. It's just that Bibi Dong has been hiding in the dark without showing up. Chapter 553 Dependence on Good and Bad. If Bibi Dong, who inherited the Raksha's throne, had deliberately concealed and did not enter the Zangman residence, it would not have been discovered by the Zangman guards. Those people present, Wang Ran also discovered Bibi Dong's arrival. But Wang Ran didn't mean to expose Bibi Dong, so she let her do it. Therefore, Bibi Dong was watching the whole process of Qian Renxiu's tribulation just now. Several times, when Qian Renxiu was in danger, Bibi Dong couldn't help but wanted to rescue Qian Renxiu. But after all, she resisted it. This was the trust in Qian Renxiu and also the trust in Wang Ran. But now, seeing this situation, she couldn't suppress the feelings in her heart. After all, Bibi Dong knew that Qian Renxiu's side was very dangerous, and also knew that the aftermath of Wang Ran's attack was far beyond what he could bear, even if he was about to touch the strength threshold of the first-level divine residence. However, Bibi Dong, who had always been sensible, couldn't help but rushed out. Even if it was meaningless, even if the gods were broken or even died, Bibi Dong couldn't help watching Qian Renxiu Xianjie damage in front of her. The result was not surprising. Even if Wang Ran had stopped, Bibi Dong still suffered serious injuries after the attack. Flying upside down in the air, Bibi Dong's eyes were already filled with crystal tears. There is no radiance of hatred in the eyes long ago, and only fear and sadness are left. Weakness, this is what everyone feels. Even Qian Renxiu, who collapsed to the ground, was no exception. Qian Renxiu was just unable to move with exhaustion, and did not lose consciousness. From the moment Ji-Yun changed, she had already noticed it. Including Wang Ran shot out in anger, Bibi Dong gave birth to her. Qian Renxiu took all of this into his mind. But these did not bring substantial help to Qian Renxiu at this moment. They couldn't bring any improvement to Qian Renxiu's injury, nor let Qian Renxiu give birth to some strength out of thin air. For Qian Renxiu, who was seriously injured and exhausted, even moving his eyes was an extremely laborious task. However, Qian Renxiu didn't have any fear in her eyes, instead she was full of satisfaction. It may not end well, but knowing that so many people care about her and love her, even Bibi Dong is the same. It seems that it is still good. At this point, Qian Renxiu didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. With her eyes closed, Qian Renxiu quietly waited for death to come. Suddenly, the sad atmosphere spread directly on the scene. No one had the heart to see this happening, and many people couldn't help closing their eyes. Similarly, there are many people looking at Qian Renxu's figure with some ugly faces. At this moment, Wang Ran was not able to avoid vulgarity either. Even if his heart is strong enough, Wang Ran's eyes are still slightly red at this time. But soon, Wang Ran's expression changed from sadness to surprise. Because with the whereabouts of Ji Yun, no Jil fell. On the contrary, as Ji Yun got closer to Qian Renxu's position, the color of Ji Yun, which was originally dark, began to slowly change. The color changed from black to light, and then refined into a bright golden red. At the end of the day, the clouds are no longer even visible. When those pieces of robbery thunder fell on Qian Renxu's body, they turned into gold-neared flames. Although the flame seemed very powerful, Wang Ran could feel a strong vitality from it. Wang Ran can be sure that what will happen next is definitely a good thing for you, Qian Renxu. Therefore, Wang Ran was no longer sad or angry at this time. What only puzzled Wang Ran was that since the will of the world spent such a large price to block his chance of destroying Qian Renxu, why was it such a gesture of wishing Qian Renxu to die sooner in the first place? This is what Wang Ran can't figure out anyway. It can only be said that Wang Ran is still too young and has too little experience. If he was experiencing more things, Wang Ran would be able to understand. Unless the world itself has undergone tremendous changes, the will of the world cannot be stingy with support for those who cross the robbery. For a world, the robbers are not only the cancer of the world, but also the hope of the world. If the robber has spent his entire life in his own world, then he will naturally do more harm than good to the world. But if the robber can truly transcend, it can drive the sublimation of a world. That's why, crossing the catastrophe is always dangerous and opportunity coexist. And the more genius, the higher the danger and the greater the natural benefits. After all, the more genius, the greater the harm to the world if it has been mixed in the world. If there are more people like this, the world is probably not far from collapse. This is the world's screening of hope for the future. After passing through, then it proves that the world has recognized you. At the very least, it can be said that you have the hope to fight for the opportunity to break free and drive the world to sublime. Of course, if you don't have the qualifications, don't blame the world's will to act so hard. For this kind of guy who has been determined to be a malignant tumor to himself, no matter how people look at it, it is impossible to stay. Of course, these are all superfluous now, and the protagonist at this time is still Qian Renxu, who collapsed on the ground. Qian Renxu, with her eyes closed, thought it was her last time. Although it is not regrettable, there are many regrets after all. I thought that after a short memory of the past, I would disappear on the spot. However, as time went by, the pain in the imagination did not come. Not even a trace of tingling pain came. On the contrary, a tingling sensation came from somewhere in his body. Is this the true feeling of death? An unbelievable thought flashed through Qian Renxu's mind. Of course, this is also normal. After all, how can normal people experience death? Under such circumstances, it is normal for some inexplicable thoughts to appear in the mind. But soon, Qian Renxu realized that things seemed to deviate from her own expectations. Because, with the tingling feeling, the pain in her body slowly subsided. Not only that, the stamina that should have been exhausted long ago is also slowly recovering at this time. Even the energy in the body began to slowly recover. In this case, how could the subject be a dying person? With the help of recovering a lot of strength, Qian Renxu, who collapsed on the ground, slowly opened her eyes. And as Qian Renxu's eyes opened, it seemed that two stars flickered. Chapter 554 Rebirth from the Ashes, Metamorphosis. It is no longer the dimness of the time of serious injury. At this time, Qian Renxu's eyes are like shimmering gems. And as Qian Renxu opened her eyes, the first thing that came into view was the endless golden and red fire before. Even though she had already experienced a big storm, Qian Renxu's heart still couldn't help but chuckle. Subconsciously, Qian Renxu, who bounced from the ground, wanted to revolve the few energy recovered in his body to resist this sea of flames. But before she could act, a voice rang in Qian Renxu's ear. Don't resist. This is the world's reward for you. This voice was naturally made by Wang Ran. Qian Renxu, who was in the flames, didn't know what was going on now, but Wang Ran could see clearly. As the golden-eared flame covered Qian Renxu's body, the special vitality deposited in Qian Renxu's body, like boiling oil splashed by drops of water, instantly boiled. With the golden-eared flame, the two were inside and the other outside, slowly improving every part of Qian Renxu's body. Like a phoenix reborn from the fire, when the flames dissipated, Qian Renxu at that time was a Qian Renxu far surpassing the original. Qian Renxu naturally followed Wang Ran's words unconditionally. Wang Ran's training is indispensable for her to get to this step. It is impossible for Wang Ran to joke with her at this time, So Kien Renxiu subconsciously calmed down the energy that had already been mobilized. With the observation, Kien Renxiu's heart also became excited. Can live with a better posture. Who would want to die? What's more, Kien Renxiu still has so many nostalgias in this world. She could feel that the boundless flame around her body was sublimating herself. How does this make her unhappy and not excited? However, no matter how excited, Kien Renxiu was able to calm down and maintain sufficient reason. Without daring to hesitate, Kien Renxiu immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, adjusting her state. With Kien Renxiu's conscious cooperation and conditioning, the two energies, one inside and one outside, strengthen Kien Renxiu's body faster and faster. The stars in the sky appeared and disappeared. After 3 days, the golden-eared flames on the ground finally dissipated inside the Tibetan gate. After spending 3 days in Kien Renxiu on the original site, his expression finally changed. In these 3 days, no one left the Tibetan gate. All of them were quietly waiting for Kien Renxiu's awakening. Therefore, as Kien Renxiu's expression changed, everyone present turned to him expectant glances. Frowning slightly, Kien Renxiu slowly opened her eyes. There was a breeze slowly blowing around, and a warm and soft breath instantly enveloped everyone present. People who are not strong enough can't see how powerful Kien Renxiu is at this time. They just could feel that Kien Renxiu's breath of spring breeze was very comfortable. Only Wang Ran's several levels before the 100 can feel that Kien Renxiu, who has just broken through the 100, is not weaker than Kien Dailiu, who has broken through for many years, and even exceeds it. Feeling this, the faces of Wang Ran, Kien Dailiu, Bibi Dong and others all showed relief smiles. As for the juniors and sisters of Kien Renxiu, they all clapped in excitement. Looking at the familiar faces, Kien Renxiu couldn't control a smile on her face. In just a few days, Kien Renxiu undoubtedly experienced life and death. Therefore, her heart is now full of aftermath. Taking a step forward, Kien Renxiu quickly walked towards Wang Ran and the others. As she approached Wang Ran, Kien Renxiu's tattered clothes were replaced by a set of pale gold long skirts. The distance of hundreds of meters is just a moment for Kien Renxiu now. But looking at Wang Ran and others, Kien Renxiu didn't know what to say. After holding back for a long time, but holding a sentence, I succeeded. Wang Ran suddenly laughed when he saw Kien Renxiu's appearance. Wang Ran's smile suddenly made everyone smile. Because it has been so many years, it was the first time they saw Wang Ran smiling so loudly. In the past, even if Wang Ran was happy, it was nothing more than a chuckle. The whole person is like an immortal who does not eat the fireworks in the world, and is always gentle. Even the most favored Ning Rong Rong had never made Wang Ran laugh so loudly. From this we can see how happy Wang Ran is at this time. However, Ning Rong Rong, who has always been the favorite of Wang Ran, did not have any envy, because she was equally happy at this time. As the person involved, Kien Renxiu's eyes suddenly became moist after hearing Wang Ran's laughter. As one of Wang Ran's only 3 personal disciples, Kien Renxiu always thought that she was the one who received the least attention from Wang Ran. After all, whether it is Ning Rong Rong, who is known as Wang Ran's heart, and Li Ying, who regards Wang Ran as his father, Wang Ran has cultivated it from scratch, bit by bit. What about her? It can be said that the monk on the halfway, from the root cause, it seems to be weaker. Moreover, the first contact story does not seem to be so song and tearful, not even warm. Although Wang Ran never had this idea, he never treated the 3 of them differently. However, Kien Renxiu, who had lived in a ruthless environment since childhood, could not help but have such persistent thoughts. But now, she won't have this idea anymore. Whether it was Wang Ran's anger against the will of the world before, or the laughter now, both expressed that Wang Ran's feelings towards her were equally irreplaceable. Master, Kien Renxiu choked up and wanted to say something, but before she could say anything, she was interrupted by Wang Ran. After so many years, how could Kien Renxiu's thoughts be hidden from Wang Ran? It's just that there is no way to explain this kind of thing. She can only let her change slowly. Don't talk nonsense. Now when you are happy after this battle, there will be no hardships to stop you in the future. Just like when he first received Kien Renxiu as a disciple, Wang Ran gently rubbed the top of Kien Renxiu's head and said softly. Listening to Wang Ran's words and feeling the familiar temperature above her head, Kien Renxiu also burst into tears and nodded heavily. Okay. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran didn't say much, and left with a smile on his face. At this time, Wang Ran's heart was also full of emotion. After so much, Kien Renxiu's heart was finally completely opened. Seeing Wang Ran's disappearing back, a drop of tears called happiness also quietly slipped from Kien Renxiu's cheek. Looking at everyone again, Qian Renxu's eyes finally fell on Bibi Dong. Mom. Chapter 555. The creator of a new history. The Yuan Empire has a history of 10 years. After 10 years of development, the impact of the original War of Annihilation has completely subsided. Under the leadership of Hulina, the second-generation emperor of the Yuan Empire, the living standards of the people in Duluo continent have reached an unprecedented peak. And in these 10 years, in the Yuan Empire, in addition to a large number of top masters, of course, for the mainland Soul Master group, the most important thing is the appearance of artificial soul rings. Of course, it is not very accurate to say that it is an artificial spirit ring. It should be said that it is a bestowed spirit ring, because the artificial spirit ring was transformed from the foundation of the bestowed spirit ring. This artificial spirit ring naturally spread from the Daozang Academy and Zangman, the forces behind the emergence of top masters. 7 years ago, Bibi Dong, the founding emperor of the Yuan Empire, began to vigorously support the Taoist Academy. This made the well-known Taoist Academy completely become the #1 academy in the mainland, and even fell far behind other academies. Both the number of trainees and the quality of trainees are far beyond what other colleges can compare. Even the state-run academy of Yuan Empire, is far inferior to Taoism Academy. 5 years ago, many teachers at the Taoist Academy further transformed ordinary artificial spirit rings based on Wang Ran's research materials on spirit rings. You don't need the strength of the divine resonance level, as long as the strength reaches the Soul Emperor. You can try to make an artificial soul ring. Of course, the Spirit Emperor can only make 10-year level spirit rings. Even if it was a title duo, he could only make a spirit ring of about 30,000 or 40,000 years. As for spirit rings with a higher age, even those over 100,000 years old, only those above the Divine Mansion level can be created. At this point, another emerging profession, ring maker, has also appeared on the mainland. This is also the 4th profession after the Taoist Academy, after being the alchemist, the refining device, and the formation master. Even the degree of popularity, the ring maker is far above the other 3 professions. After all, equipment or something can be dispensed with, but no spirit ring? Do you still want to improve? Of course, the level of popularity is completely indifferent to people such as the refiner, the alchemist, the formation master, and the ring maker, because can become this kind of profession, who is not an outstanding person. Even with the exception of a small group of people, most of them have not studied at the Taoist Institute for more than 5 years. Even that small group of people are disciples cultivated by these people. The talents and vision of these people have completely surpassed ordinary soul masters. Even if they just practice honestly, their achievements will not be low. Therefore, this has also caused a frantic pursuit across the continent, from the nobles of the empire to the common people, that different one can produce such a talent. As long as one came out, whether it was an alchemist or a ring maker, or something else, then his family could instantly become a guest of countless soul masters around him, and his social status was greatly improved. Therefore, the Taoist and Tibetan Academy, which can cultivate these talents, has undoubtedly become the holy place in the minds of all soul masters. As long as you can enter the Taoist Academy, even if you can't graduate successfully, that's a matter of Guingzong Yozu. It can be said that if an opportunity to enter the Daozang Academy and an opportunity to become the city lord of a small city is in front of us, then most spirit masters will choose to enter the Daozang Academy to study. After all, as long as you study at the Daozang Academy for a few years, let alone the city lord of the small city, you may not be able to enter the imperial palace. However, the purpose of the Daozang Academy is ultimately to cultivate talents for Tibetans, so now it is not only difficult to enroll, but also to graduate. As a result, countless soul masters who claim to be geniuses can only fall on the road to the assessment of Taoist Academy. For this situation, Wang Ran is naturally happy to see it happen. However, Wang Ran also helped that the overall strength of Duluo continent would become stronger and stronger. Therefore, whether it is medicine pills, magical implements, formation talisman, artificial spirit ring, Taoism Academy is provided by all continents. However, there are still too few talents in this area. Even after so many years of training, it is still a drop in the bucket for the entire Duluo continent. But even so, it greatly improved the overall strength of Duluo continent and eased the relationship between humans and spirit beasts. Whether it is a spirit ring or a spirit bone, there are items that can be replaced. Especially the spirit ring. The students who graduated from the Taoist Academy have all dabbled in the making of the spirit ring. These have greatly improved the living environment of the spirit beasts. Compared to hunting down soul beasts, trading with Taoist Academy is too safe. Whether it's money or treasures of heaven and earth, the Taoist Academy is always open to those who come. After all, no matter how you say it, the The Taoist Academy exists in the world and money is also indispensable. And Duluo continent's cultivation mode also entered a new era. Daozang Academy is not only sought after by many soul masters, but also become the creator of new history by historians. However, these external praises did not have any impact on Wang Ran, because at this moment, Wang Ran is sitting comfortably in the depths of Zangmen, which is called the Holy Land by the world. In the 7 years since Qian Renxu sprinted to the 100th level, not only a large number of Tibetan disciples successfully sprinted to the 100th level, and Wang Ran himself had already touched the tipping point of breaking through the barriers of the world. Not only Wang Ran, but also the goodness and evil that have faded from the gods, has also reached this critical point. By the way, evil everywhere joined Zangmen soon after goodness joined in. Not only the two of them, but also a large number of god-level gods who are unwilling to the status quo have joined the Tibetan gate. It's just that the only ones who have succeeded in passing on the position of the divine residents are the evil and the good. And after good and evil had passed on their gods, they also returned to the Zangmen headquarters on the Duluo plain for the first time, and followed Wang Ran to pursue the broken realm. Therefore, at this moment, the two are practicing together with Wang Ran, on the big lake inside Zangmen. Wang Ran and the three sat on the lake quietly. Profound auras spread from the three of them, and the dense, foggy, original spiritual aura around them constantly rose from the lake below them, and entered their bodies through their pores. Who could have imagined that in such a large lake below them, the water of the lake was completely condensed by the spiritual energy of the world's origin? Because of the influence of these original spiritual energy, and the mysterious aura exuded when the three of Wang Ran were practicing. Not far away, there are many fairy grasses within the eyes of Bingyo Liangyi, the year that is soaring crazy. Even at the beginning, a large number of Ganoderma lucidum gave birth to the mind, and even more so that it became a 100,000 level soul beast. Chapter 556 Shock as a last resort, Wang Ran had to let someone replant another batch, and then remove the immortal grasslings that had given birth to spiritual wisdom and had become soul beasts. After all, you can't mutilate these newborn little guys. Of course, this time Wang Ran also has a long memory, and at the beginning of planting the spiritual plants, he raised the possibility of them giving birth to spiritual wisdom. If under these conditions, these spiritual plants can still give birth to spiritual wisdom, then Wang Ran must consider whether to accept a new disciple. After all, this kind of luck can't be justified if it's not a big deal. In the past few years, this incident has caused Wang Ran to withdraw from his cultivation state. Wang Ran originally thought that after he re-entered the cultivation state, he would continue until he broke through. In the end, he was wrong, because just now, he suddenly felt that the space had suddenly become unstable. He opened his eyes violently, and a mysterious and profound flash disappeared. Not only Wang Ran, but also the evil and the good in the cultivation state, also suddenly opened his eyes. There was a solemn flash in the eyes of the three of them. This situation is not a good phenomenon. However, the three of them just felt that the space had suddenly become unstable because they were immersed in the cultivation, but they did not carefully investigate what the situation was. Looking at each other, the three of them understood their thoughts. Without hesitation, the three of them immediately closed their eyes and jointly explored what was going on. In the entire Duluo plain, the three of them deserved to be called the strongest. The three of them joined forces, and the three of them found out the cause almost instantly. There was a problem in the small symbiosis world between Duluo continent and other worlds on the Duluo plain, the so-called God Realm. The God Realm space at this time was extremely unstable, and there was a risk of collapse at any time. And with the collapse of the God Realm space, the God Realm will collapse. In that situation, for the various worlds that maintain the existence of the God Realm, it can be said that it is a natural disaster that covers the entire world. If you don't stop it, how many creatures will be left on Duluo's plane by then? It would really be a matter of uncertainty. Although I don't know exactly what happened in the God Realm, Wang Ran, the good and the evil all know that it is definitely not the time to talk about it. The most urgent thing is to go to the God Realm to see if there is any possibility of salvation. Even an outsider like Wang Ran doesn't want the Duluo plane to be destroyed, let alone the two native Duluo people, the good and the evil. Not daring to stay, the figures of the three of them instantly disappeared in place. With the disappearance of the three of them, strange spatial fluctuations also spread from inside the Tibetan gate. By the time the three figures reappeared from the chaotic space, the three of them had already come to the edge of the God Realm. Perceiving again, being familiar with the evil and goodness of the God Realm finally set the goal to maintain the stability of the God Realm's control center. Without hesitation, Wang Ran followed the good and evil, and quickly moved towards the control center. With the strength of the three people, even if it almost spans the entire god realm, it still only took a moment. And with the arrival of the three of them, it became clear what exactly happened, which destroyed the control center of the god realm and put the god realm at risk of destruction. A 100-foot golden dragon, with the assistance of a black-robed man, is madly destroying the control center of the gods and the surrounding god realm divine residences. Even if there are a group of top-notch existences such as the Shura god, while maintaining the stability of the god realm, there is no way to strangle the two who are wreaking havoc. Even if he could spare his hand to attack the golden dragon that day, those attacks would not be too powerful, and he was easily resisted by the black-robed man. After the three of Wang Ran arrived, the faces of the gods all showed surprises. On the contrary, although the golden dragon and the black-robed man could not see the expression, they could also feel uneasy from them. The sect master, two kings, please hurry up and kill Rakshasa and the golden dragon king. God Shura, in a blood-red battle armor, said with a surprised expression on his face. Hearing the words of God Shura, Wang Ran also speculated that apart from the identity of the golden dragon and the black-robed man, golden dragon king and Rakshasa god, of course, this Rakshasa is naturally not Bibi Dong, who has a position. Not to mention anything else, Bibi Dong didn't have the power to stir the god realm at all. Moreover, it is impossible for Bibi Dong to give birth to the idea of destroying the world. Then this Rakshasa is naturally the last Rakshasa god, that is, the one who passed the divine status to Bibi Dong. Not surprisingly, the golden dragon king who was sealed by the god realm should have been released by this Rakshasa. As one of the incarnations of the dragon god, the golden dragon king perfectly inherits the body of the dragon god. His strength naturally does not need to be questioned. In their heyday, the golden dragon king and silver dragon king were both top-tier gods. Only one step away, the two can touch the realm of the king. And now the golden dragon king is clearly at its peak, and the Rakshasa god is an old first-class god's residence. When he was reigning, he even fought with the Shura for a while, and at the peak stage he also stepped into the existence of the king with 1 foot. Although Rakshasa has passed the position of god out, it is still a powerful first-level divine residence. The two preemptively destroyed the control center of the gods. The gods of the god realm who are bound by their hands and feet naturally cannot deal with the two of them. Even if the Shura has already entered the realm of the king, there is no way to change this result. So just now the two sides were directly in a stalemate. And this kind of stalemate will become more and more unfavorable to the gods over time. After all, destruction is much easier than maintenance. But the situation is different now, and the two sides are at the same stage at the same time. But now, the god realm suddenly has 3 existences of good, evil, and Wang Ran that are about to surpass the god king. What golden dragon king? What Rakshasa? Isn't that enough? Rakshasa naturally understood this, so after the Shura god exited, Rakshasa directly gave up the protection of the golden dragon king, even gave up his own protection, and desperately initiated destruction towards the control center. As long as the center of the gods is destroyed, even if only a part of it is destroyed, it will be enough to drag on for a while. Maybe, Wang Ran, the evil and the good will all be in the quagmire. At that time, who is the winner? Maybe. Raksha's thoughts are very good, but how can Wang Ran make Raksha's wishes come true? Whether it was Wang Ran, good or evil, they were really just grabbing hands to deal with Golden Dragon King and Rakshasa. They didn't use Wang Ran to make a move. The good and evil both stretched out their arms directly at the Golden Dragon King and Rakshasa. Chapter 557 Raksha's wrong view with the actions of good and evil. The Golden Dragon King and Rakshasa, who were still making waves just now, were directly pressed onto the ground, unable to move. Looking at the subdued Rakshasa and Golden Dragon King, an expression of anger flashed in the eyes of evil and kindness. The practice of the two of them today has challenged their bottom line. But compared to evil and kindness, Wang Ran's expression was much calmer. However, if you have to observe carefully, you can find that Wang Ran's attention is completely off Rakshasa and the Golden Dragon King at this time. Even Wang Ran's slightly squinted eyes were hollow, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes from time to time. It's just that now everyone's attention is not on Wang Ran, no one notices it. After the good and evil took the initiative to subdue Rakshasa and the Golden Dragon King, the faces of the gods all relaxed. In the next second, huge divine power gushed out from their bodies. Through the ground beneath his feet, he kept mending the control center of the god realm. During this process, evil and kindness also removed the Golden Dragon King and Rakshasa from the control center, and moved them in front of them. However, after the Golden Dragon King and Rakshasa came under the eyelids of the good and evil, they also discovered the strangeness. That is, the eyes of the Golden Dragon King, although it is still the same as usual, full of tyrannical expressions. But the difference is that the current Golden Dragon King does not have the original spirituality in the eyes. In this regard, the good and the evil looked at each other, and the two also figured out the strangeness. At the beginning, the Dragon God was in chaos, and after his death he became the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King, who inherited the elements and spiritual power of the Dragon God, undoubtedly inherited the principles of the Dragon God. The Golden Dragon King carries the tyranny and madness of the Dragon God. Even in the recognition of the Golden Dragon King, only destruction is the most important. For this reason, in the original battle, after the Golden Dragon King was defeated by the God Realm, he could not escape from the God Realm like the Silver Dragon King. However, after the God Realm had subdued the Golden Dragon King, he could not kill him, but could only seal it and slowly obliterate him. In this process, the gods of the gods will naturally use some small methods. For example, killing the soul of the Golden Dragon King slowly turns him into an unconscious walking dead. It now appears that the gods of the God Realm at the time were undoubtedly successful. Then the current situation has become very clear. The root cause of cholera today is still the Rakshor who inherited the godhood. As for the Golden Dragon King, who has lost his self-consciousness, it is nothing more than a chess piece in Raksha's hand. Thinking of this, good and evil immediately sealed the struggling Golden Dragon King. Looking at Rakshor, the evil face was dark and sternly said, "Rakshor, thinking about the affection of my former colleagues, I can give you a decent ending. However, you have to tell me honestly, what is the purpose of your move, and is there anyone behind you who supports you?" The evil voice is very cold, and anyone can hear that the evil mood at this time is very unpleasant. As a subordinate of the once evil god, Rakshasa can naturally also see that his former fixed head boss is trying his best to suppress his anger. However, Rakshor at this time did not mean to be afraid, and regret was even more impossible to talk about. As early as when she made this decision, she had already figured out all the possible consequences. Even the countermeasures to face such consequences have already been thought of. Rakshor did not think that what she had done was wrong, and she even thought she was pursuing the truth. At this time, Rakshor was a fanatic, and she even had the confidence to persuade the evil and good to join herself, destroy the gods and pursue the truth for herself. After all, the two have also inherited their own identity. Isn't it just that they don't want to be bound by this false world? Without responding to the evil question positively, Rakshor frantically persuaded the evil and the good, "Two kings, since you have also passed on the gods, have you also discovered the secrets of this world?" Ha 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 ha, I know that there are still some sober people in this world. Listening to Rakshasa's crazy words, both evil and kind frowned. They didn't understand what Rakshor was talking about, but they didn't interrupt either. Because the next moment, Rakshasa's voice rang in their ears again. "Tens of thousands of years ago, I went to hunt down a second-level divine residence that defected." From his mouth, I heard for the first time that the world itself is a scam. At the beginning, I also thought this was just nonsense. But in the years that followed, more and more things verified the original statement of the second-level divine residence. For countless days and nights, I have been troubled by this matter. Finally, I made a decision to open the door to truth. I decided to explore the truth of this matter myself, to verify whether this matter is true or not. I spent tens of thousands of years and finally convinced that the existence of this world itself is a huge scam. The so-called world is actually a huge cage that keeps us in it. There are those second-level divine residences everywhere. It is not a defect. He just understood the nature of this world, and wanted to pursue the method of breaking the game. He is respectable, but I personally ended such a great pioneer. But it doesn't matter. I have inherited his will and found a way to break this huge prison. After listening to Rakshasa's words, the brows of evil and kind only frowned. The two of them couldn't help but slap their tongues. This Rakshasa is too extreme, even extreme to crazy. There is no doubt that such people are extremely terrifying. As long as they have the opportunity, no one knows what they will do. Seeing that the good and the evil frowned and did not speak, Rakshor thought that their hearts were shaken, but they still had some doubts. "Hurry up and continue to speak," and said, "While the iron is hot, the two kings are also people who came here after so many years. Even if you are the king, but before the gods are passed on, are you really free?" Shindi has an endless lifespan, but it is controlled by the world everywhere. There is no way to break through the upper limit of his own position, and he will always be controlled by the world. Even if he inherited the position of God, his own strength will receive a step backward that cannot be rejected. Of course, This is just a little bit of evidence, and there are various things that can prove that the world is just a large cage. Everyone in the world is just a lamb to be slaughtered, and the so-called divine mansion is nothing more than a high-level domestic animal. Chapter 558. Death is the best destination. The more I spoke, the more angry Rakshasa's expression became, and even his breath became distorted. When the evil and the good heard this, their eyes flashed again. They didn't believe Rakshasa's words. After all, they knew the secrets. But they did much more than Rakshasa. They are just amazed by the actions of the Rakshasa, tens of thousands of years to pursue the so-called truth. No matter what the outcome is, it is worthy of admiration. And the most important thing is that the results that Rakshasa came up with sounded quite reasonable. If you think about it carefully, what Rakshasa has said seems to be true. If it hadn't known the many secrets a long time ago, maybe both evil and Rakshasa would hesitate. No, after hearing Rakshasa's words, the faces of many gods not far away became weird. In this regard, evil and good looked at each other, and decided to wait until this time to solve them, and open up some secret information, so as to prevent Rakshasa from happening again. But for now, we still have to solve the Rakshasa matter first. So, what does this matter have to do with your destruction of the control center? After calming down, the evil asked indifferently. Rakshasa did not conceal it. If the evil cannot be persuaded, then she will have no future. Two gods. Please believe me, it took me nearly 10,000 years to find such a way to detach from the world. As long as the center of the God realm is destroyed, the God realm will collapse and all the world will collapse. At that time, the world itself was the weakest, and it was also the best time for us to escape from this world. At that time, even if it is the will of the world, because the world is about to collapse, there will be no way to stop us. As long as we can break through this world, then we can really live as ourselves. It took me several years to pass on my godhood for this moment. I can't wait any longer. The more I know the truth, the more I fear this beautiful appearance. The truth is too dark. Even if we stay here for an extra second, we are all at risk of being harvested. The more Rakshasa said, the more obvious the craziness in his eyes. Evil and kind gave Rakshasa a pitiful look. Sometimes, it is really necessary to know some truth. Otherwise, no one knows which step one will take on a wrong path. And the stronger the strength, the more biased it may go. It's like the current Rakshasa, and it has even reached the point of being confused. The profound cultivation base and the paranoid thoughts made Rakshasa too invisible to the truth of the world. Even if the evil told her what the truth was, she would not believe it. Because once you believe it, it will prove that the Tao heart of this Rakshasa is broken. Instead of that, it's better to die in paranoia. Moreover, Rakshasa's mentality is terrible after all. Sacrificing countless worlds and creatures is actually just for oneself to have a chance of detachment. Therefore, death is the home of Rakshasa. The only good news now is that it can be determined that there is no messenger behind the scenes in this incident. Rakshasa is already the biggest boss. He sighed deeply. The evil eyes looked at Rakshasa with complicated eyes, and said softly, "From a certain point of view, you are actually a very respectable person. However, your path is ultimately wrong. From the beginning, you fixed the result on the dark side. But have you ever thought that the truth of the matter actually runs counter to your guess?" Hearing the evil words, Rakshasa squinted his eyes in an instant, and asked vigilantly, "What do you mean? What are you going to do?" Unfortunately, Rakshasa's question is destined to be unanswered, because after the evil finished speaking, he directly placed his palm on top of Rakshasa's head. In the next second, amidst Rakshasa's horrified expression and unbelievable tone, the evil hands burst into progressive energy fluctuations in an instant. Rakshasa, facing the attack of evil, was directly turned into ashes under the attack of evil. That kind of real ashes, even if it was mental power, didn't leave a trace. Looking at the place where Luosha died, all the divine residences present sighed in their hearts. Regardless of the current position, the original relationship with Rakshasa. After all, they are colleagues who have been with each other for countless years, and the death of Rakshasa still makes these divine residences very emotional. However, they didn't mean to complain for Rakshasa. Regardless of other things, what Rakshasa did today will not be left to her life if anyone deals with it. It's just that the words of Rakshasa before his death caused some muttering in the hearts of some gods. Upon seeing this, Kindness said directly to the Shura, "Zura, let's open the temple information library from today. There is not much need to conceal some things. The God realm, after all, will embark on a new journey." Upon hearing Kindness say this, God Shura also flashed an expression of emotion on his face. "If you really do that, I'm afraid the entire God realm members will usher in a big change of blood. And now that good and evil have passed on the gods, The two newly appointed kings are still too immature. No matter whether it is strength or mind, there is no way to become a qualified leader. If the gods of the God realm change their blood, I am afraid that there will be many loopholes in the God realm. However, God Shura still bowed down and agreed, because he himself will eventually embark on a path of detachment, and there is no reason to stop others. Although the gods don't know the meaning of kind words, they can understand that it is a good thing for them. After repairing the control center, the gods retreated with anticipation. Only good, evil, and Wang Ran remain in place. Oh, and the Golden Dragon King who has passed out in a coma. It's not that good and evil don't want to go, but that Wang Ran has actually entered a state of enlightenment, and the two of them don't dare to disturb Wang Ran at all. Helplessly, the two of them could only accompany Wang Ran's side, waiting for him to wake up. But before Wang Ran was sober, evil and kindness ushered in the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King now is no longer the Silver Dragon King at the beginning, and the hatred between her and the God realm has long been put down. Even now, the relationship between the Silver Dragon King and the two great kings, good and evil, is pretty good. Why? Because after going round and round, the Silver Dragon King finally returned to the Stardew Forest and joined Zangman. The three of them are serious fellows. This is also the reason why the good and evil did not kill the Golden Dragon King just now. For the Silver Dragon King, the Golden Dragon King is a very precious resource for practice. After all, the Golden Dragon King has no sagacity anymore. It can be regarded as a high-level fairy grass. Chapter 559 Breakthrough. Both the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King had the same origin. Instead of obliterating the Golden Dragon King, it is better to use waste and supply it to the Silver Dragon King for cultivation. If the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King become one, even if they simply absorb the energy of the Golden Dragon King, it may not be impossible to reproduce the style of the Dragon God. Before the two had planned to return to Tibet, they would hand over the Golden Dragon King to the Silver Dragon King. As a result, because Wang Ran fell into enlightenment, the time was delayed, and the Silver Dragon King himself opened the door. But this is also understandable. The Silver Dragon King, whose strength has long been restored to its heyday state, can naturally discover the instability of the previous space. Coupled with the close connection between the two after the Golden Dragon King broke through the seal, it was entirely reasonable for the Silver Dragon King to find him so quickly. However, even if the Silver Dragon King rushed here for the first time, it was a step too late. The matter has long been resolved by good and evil. Of course, the evil and the good did not turn a corner, and briefly and concisely explained the course of the matter to the Silver Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King naturally came to the hands of the Silver Dragon King. For the Golden Dragon King, who can be called his other half, the Silver Dragon King is not at all polite. Just in time for Wang Ran's enlightenment, the good and evil were guarding the law, and the Silver Dragon King took advantage of the trend to absorb the power of the Golden Dragon King. Of course, because of these years of experience, the Silver Dragon King did not choose to merge with the Golden Dragon King and re-enter the path of the ancient Dragon God. Only with the help of the Golden Dragon King, he broadened his own path. As the so-called practice has no years, Wang Ran, who has been immersed in enlightenment, has no idea how long it has passed. Inspired by the instability of the God realm space before, Wang Ran faintly felt that he had seized the opportunity to sell the last step. In Wang Ran's current state, sometimes the only difference in breaking through is just a little bit of inspiration. Unwilling to give up this sudden inspiration, Wang Ran immediately chose to practice enlightenment. Time was consumed bit by bit, feeling the mysterious aura of Wang Ran's body, and even the good and evil felt enlightened. I don't know how long it took. Wang Ran's breath suddenly fluctuated. This made the three of kind, evil, and Silver Dragon King who had been guarding Wang Ran's side fiercely happy, because they could all feel that Wang Ran's aura began to increase. There is no doubt that Wang Ran is about to break through. You know, Wang Ran is already at the apex of this plane. If he makes another breakthrough, doesn't it mean that he is about to transcend this world? And once Wang Ran succeeds, will the day of their breakthrough be far away? His eyes didn't dare to blink, and the three of them stared at Wang Ran who was about to break through. Wang Ran did not disappoint the three of them either, and the aura on his body soared. He was already close to the next realm, and he had been enlightened for so long to find the feeling of breakthrough. Therefore, Wang Ran's momentum skyrocketed very quickly and very smoothly. At this moment, all the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the entire God realm became active. No, it should be that the original aura of the entire plane is active. They seem to be jumping for joy, as if celebrating. Affected by the aura of the world's origin, everyone on the entire plane couldn't help but feel a little better at this moment. And the root cause of all this, Wang Ran's source of spiritual energy in the world around him, is even more active to the extreme. The boundless world's original spiritual energy, like a river entering the sea, mudly poured into Wang Ran's body. Circulating circle after circle, Wang Ran also had a lot of energy gushing out of his body, turning it into the original spiritual energy, and reintegrating into the world. These gushing energy is not ordinary energy. In essence, the quality of this energy has exceeded the upper limit of this world. Although energy is not much for the world, it can provide a slight possibility for widening the upper limit of the world. This is also the reason why the world will hope that there will be detached persons in the world. In the final analysis, the two are mutually beneficial and a win-win situation. The world provides breakthroughs with massive amounts of the world's original aura needed for breakthroughs, and the breakthroughs provide the world with higher quality energy and help the world to promote. The huge spiritual energy storm attracted the attention of the entire God realm, and God's mansion kept coming over to see what happened. But as they arrived, watching the King of Good, Evil, and Silver Dragon guarding aside, and Wang Ran in the breakthrough, they quickly understood what this was all about. The existence of Zhangman and Wang Ran himself is not a secret to the God realm. Especially not long ago, the good and evil let the sure open up some information hidden in the gods, and they understood Wang Ran better. Looking at this situation, you don't have to ask. It must be Wang Ran's breakthrough. Fear of affecting Wang Ran, no one dared to approach him. After all, let's not say that in the future, I might also come to this point. Just watching the good, evil, and Silver Dragon Kings guarding the side, they dare not step forward. This kind of important matter, if both the evil and the good think that they have the idea of destruction in their hearts, it will be interesting to give them a brief look. They have not forgotten the tragic ending of the veteran first-level god's resident Rakshaw. Without the strength of the king, who would dare to take the blow of the good and the evil? The gods who arrived, surrounded the distance so quietly. As time goes by, more and more divine residences are enclosed in the distance. And Wang Ran's breath finally reached a peak at this time. At this time, Wang Ran didn't know how many heaven and earth auras he had absorbed. The already vast sea of spiritual energy in the Danshan had already expanded like a starry sky at this moment. Especially the one after another, the number of glittering golden cores floating in the pubic area, which is totally unclear, makes Wang Ran's pubic field space look like an endless starry sky. Of course, the golden core in Wang Ran's body is not the golden core of the world of cultivating immortals. Although it is also formed by solidification after the energy quality has changed, the level difference is far away. And as the starry sky in the Danshan space became stable, Wang Ran's realm was completely stabilized. His body shook, and the space around Wang Ran collapsed in an instant. Slowly opened his eyes. No momentum flashed. But everyone felt that when they saw Wang Ran's eyes again, they were plunged into another world. It was as if Wang Ran was standing there, he himself was a world. Incredible. It's incredible. One person is a world. Is this the realm that can be reached after breaking through the limit? Chapter 560 Breakthrough. This is a thought that flashed through everyone's mind, especially the three who are familiar with Wang Ran's kindness, evil, and the Silver Dragon King. They not only marveled, but also deeply admire Wang Ran. They hadn't forgotten that when they first met Wang Ran's realm was similar to them. Even in the original battle between Wang Ran and Evil, Wang Ran was still inferior to Evil. How long has it been since then? 10 years in the human world, 10 days in the gods. In their eyes, is this time still called time? But Wang Ran directly surpassed all of them with such a little time. How can this make them not admire? Of course. What they didn't know was that Wang Ran had a cheating device called Kangsu. Although there is no way to directly increase the cultivation level, with the remaining Taoist time of the escaped one, the speed of cultivation is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The shock and admiration of everyone did not affect Wang Ran at this moment. He knew very well that his current self was still far away, and it was impossible for him to float. Therefore, he is very calm. Even if he feels that he can break the world barriers of this world now, and even destroy the world. After moving his body lightly, Wang Ran looked at the good and evil who were also at their limits, tapping his finger lightly. Good and evil instantly felt as if the laws of the world around them were imprisoned, and at the same time a peculiar Taoist chime rose. It was like a divine enlightenment. A touch of enlightenment appeared directly in the hearts of the two of them. They knew that Wang Ran was helping them and pushing them to take the last step. Without hesitation, the two immediately sat down cross-legged, controlling the energy in their bodies to break through their invisible barriers. The two were already stuck on the edge of the breakthrough, and now with the assistance of Wang Ran, who came over, the breakthrough was a certainty. Although it took a long time, the two of them finally came to a new realm safely and steadily. Feeling the surging power in the body that has never been felt before, even the kind and evil that has been in the position of the King of Gods for countless years, The energetic look can't help appearing on the two people's faces. Unfortunately, Wang Ran did not give them a chance to be energetic. After the two broke through, Wang Ran directly asked, I am going to leave this world directly. Will you two stay with me or stay in this world for a while and explain? Hearing Wang Ran's words, Good and Evil just looked at each other and said directly, let's leave with you, but before we leave, we have to reinforce the control center of the God Realm to prevent the previous situation. Hearing this, Wang Ran nodded gently, motioning them to do it. Good and Evil didn't waste time either, and they directly prepared to reinforce the control center of the gods. Taking advantage of this time, Wang Ran also extended his spiritual thoughts to the human world. Countless worlds, after these years of development, each one has the figure of Zangman and the Taoist Academy, with the expansion of Tibetan gates in various places, slowly began to blossom and bear fruit. Wang Ran carefully observed every world and every Tibetan man. Of course, it was Duluo continent that Wang Ran's attention stayed the most. Having lived here for decades, he has personally trained countless disciples. If there is no emotion, how can it be possible? However, Wang Ran finally controlled his inner emotions, and did not choose to go back to say goodbye or anything. The position of Duluo Tibetan sect's sect master, he passed to her after Kien Renxu broke through the 100th level. There is nothing to explain, and leaving quietly is actually a good choice. However, the reluctance in his heart caused Wang Ran to watch the people in Zangman quietly for a long time. Whether it is Li Ying who is working hard gradually, Kien Renxu who patiently cultivates his disciples, or Ning Rong who travels the mainland with strange spirits, and so on. When they didn't feel it, Wang Ran had already bid them farewell silently. Finally, after Wang Ran silently engraved the methods and key points for breaking through the limits in various Tibetan gates, he withdrew his spiritual thoughts. At this time, the work of the good and the evil is about to be completed. When Wang Ran thought, a huge formation pattern emerged directly beside Wang Ran. At the same time, the same formation pattern appeared beside the Tan who was practicing in the Tibetan gate of Duluo continent. Feeling that he was summoned by Wang Ran, the Tan opened his eyes for the first time. Without hesitation, the Tan stepped into the huge formation pattern beside him for the first time. In an instant, the Tan appeared directly beside Wang Ran. Seeing so many powerful divine residences around, Dishan obviously did not react to what happened in the first time. But soon, he noticed the change in Wang Ran's body. His complexion instantly became pleasantly surprised, and Ditan hurriedly said, Sect Master, have you taken the last step? Hearing this, Wang Ran nodded lightly, and then spoke to Ditan Dao, yes, so I am going to leave this world. You and I signed a blood contract, so I am going to take you away, so I ask about your decision. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Ditan hesitated a little. It's not that he didn't leave with Wang Ran for no reason, but he was worried that Wang Ran would be in trouble with him. Although his talent is good, after signing a contract with Wang Ran, his cultivation speed has been further strengthened. But in the final analysis, he is now only a second-level divine residence. If it weren't for signing a snow contract with Wang Ran, he didn't even have the qualifications to perceive the changes in Wang Ran's breath. But at the same time, he also wanted to become stronger, and following Wang Ran's side was undoubtedly the best way. That's why Dishan hesitated, somewhat entangled in what choice he should make. As if seeing Ditan's entanglement, Wang Ran said directly, you don't have to worry about dragging me down. If there is a real danger, it won't be a good thing without you. And if you are there, you might be able to help. And when I went to other worlds, I also needed a mount partner. Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ditan naturally stopped hesitating, and directly agreed. To be able to leave with the sect master, I am naturally willing. After speaking, Ditan walked directly behind Wang Ran and waited quietly. Wang Ran didn't say much to Ditan, but said to the Silver Dragon King who had been standing by, let's tell them about our departure when you go back. In addition, please explain to my disciples and don't let me wait for them for too long. Chapter 561 100 Years of Loneliness. Wang Ran left, taking Ditan, together with good and evil, leaving the Duluo plain in a low manner. Breaking through the barriers of the world, the three people floating in the emptiness all looked at the Duluo plain in the mist with emotion. This kind of illusory feeling, and the three people of Emperor Tan, good and evil who saw this scene for the first time, all brought a bit of novelty in their emotions. This scene is really spectacular. Good, evil, and Ditan all spoke in shocking voices. Upon hearing the words of the three of them, Wang Ran grinned lightly and spoke to the three of them, it's really shocking. But we will have to spend a long period of boring time. After all, I don't know, when will we meet a suitable world for us to enter? Hearing what Wang Ran said, it can be said that Dishan, the lowest in status, did not express his opinion. As for good and evil, they asked with some doubts. The right world? Are these few around you okay? It's no wonder that the good and the evil are strange. Wang Ran has not discussed this with them before. In their opinion, after leaving the Duluo plane, wouldn't it be enough to find a new world? And now, there are still many worlds around Duluo continent. Therefore, they will ask such questions. Originally, Wang Ran didn't intend to explain. After all, even he himself didn't know what would happen next. But now that both of them have asked questions, Wang Ran will naturally explain. Without thinking too much, Wang Ran spoke to the two of them. Although the surrounding worlds are also a brand new world, there may also be a brand new cultivation system. But the levels of these worlds are not too high. At most they are half a level higher than the Duluo plane. It can be said that we ourselves have surpassed the upper limit of this world. Even if we go to these worlds, we will not get much improvement. Instead of wasting this time, it is better to directly choose a suitable world. Hearing Wang Ran's explanation, Kindness and Evil nodded suddenly. However, the two still have some doubts. Then we don't care about these worlds. Don't we need a lot of help in the future? Good and Evil asked about their own thoughts. Wang Ran shook his head with a chuckle when he heard it, and asked the latter to speak. No matter how it is, I will break into some heritage in those worlds in a while. With my current strength, being able to get the recognition of these inheritances naturally meets the requirements of Tibetans. Hearing that Wang Ran had already arranged something, the good and evil did not say much. A few people didn't feel too much emotion. After a few brief discussions, Li-Tan directly turned into a prototype, and the three of Wang Ran hovered around the surrounding worlds. Wang Ran didn't stingy with the energy in his body and made a legacy, which was nothing but a drop in the bucket for him. Even if he can't recover for a while, it has no effect. Therefore, Wang Ran directly penetrated into a large number of Tibetan inheritances among the several plains surrounding the Duluo plain. These inheritances are the seeds planted for Zangman. Once they take root, germinate and grow up, they will be brand new branches of Zangman. Moreover, within each inheritance, there is a trace of Wang Ran's mental power. This spiritual power can not only screen the inheritors, but also provide them with some practice knowledge. It can be said that an inheritance is the grandfather and golden finger in a novel. As long as Wang Ran's inheritance can be achieved, he will almost predetermine the identity of the tide of the times for them. Starting a new era is not a problem at all. It is foreseeable that as these inheritances fall, one legend after another will emerge in one world after another. And these people all have a common identity, that is, the descendants of Tibet. In other words, it is Wang Ran's registered disciple. Of course, these are all things to do. After Wang Ran had penetrated all the inheritance into those new worlds, he turned and entered the void space. Wang Ran was right. This time they really experienced a long period of boring time. Although there is no time for this, Wang Ran can calculate that they have been exploring the void space for more than 100 years. This time, for them, this time does not seem to be particularly long. After all, for people in their realm, it is too normal to practice once for 100 years. But in the void space, they can't cultivate. In other words, they spent this time completely awake. Apart from simulating and analyzing various art classics in my mind, there is nothing at all. Even a few of them dare not even try. After all, no one is sure how long they will wander in this void. If they really consume too much here, they may not be able to cope with any emergencies when they enter the new world. After such a long period of time, the shock of entering the void space has long since disappeared, and sitting with it for a long time has made the mood of several people become irritable. Even, they have all raised the idea of just finding a world and staying for a period of time. After all, they have not encountered the new world in the past 100 years. But the level of these worlds is really too low, and the best one is just about the same as the Duluo plane. The poor ones. Wang Ran even suspected that they were just the daily world in which ordinary people lived. But in the end they controlled themselves and did not do so. The strong are able to withstand loneliness and hardship. A comfortable living environment is indeed good, but it can also kill people's fighting spirit. Wang Ran and the others are undoubtedly strong, and they also have lofty ideals. So Wang Ran didn't enter these worlds except for some inheritance. After decades of training, whether it was Wang Ran or the good and evil trio, or Li-Tan carrying the trio, the aura of the four of them became more peaceful. 100 years of loneliness has not only made them boring, but also some spiritual sublimation. The mood of the four people now has improved a lot from the beginning. Suddenly, the expressions of all four of them became pleasantly surprised. That's right, it's all their current state of mind, and their mood suddenly became excited at this moment. because in their sight, a vague outline of the world is shining with its own glory at an unknown distance. Even if they only saw a vague outline, a few people can be sure that this is definitely a powerful world they have never encountered before. Chapter 562 The New World of the First Echelon. Their more than 100 years of experience of wandering in the void tells them that they can't be wrong. Without Wang Ran's reminder, Li Tan directly increased the twisting range of his body. His speed instantly increased, and he moved towards that brand new world. In the void space, Li Tan's speed is still very fast. It didn't take long for the newly discovered world to float in front of the four people. As long as they raise their hands, the four of them will be able to touch the world barriers of this world. If it were before, the four of them would have entered this world without hesitation. But now they have not done so. On the contrary, their faces are still solemn, because the size and strength of this world has exceeded their expectations. With the inheritance of Zhangman, Wang Ran is sure that even if this world plane is placed among all world planes, it is at the top level. It's just the level of coercion from the world that has already made Wang Ran feel the pressure. There is no doubt that the upper limit of the strength of this world is extremely astonishing, and the masters are not something they can provoke now. Entering this unknown world, their chance of encountering danger naturally rises linearly. Therefore, at this moment they will hesitate. Of course, this is also due to the large number of people. Even Wang Ran, if he makes a decision at this time, he must follow the opinions of others. If it was Wang Ran himself, he would definitely have entered in the first time. After all, danger and opportunity coexist. This world is certainly dangerous, but if you can reach the top of this world and then detach yourself, you might be able to go to the last step. The meaning represented by this is much bigger. If you miss this world and want to find this world or someone of the same level later, it may not be when. After all, in the void space, there is no direction coordinate. Some have to rely on luck or the signposts they have left. And in this world, Wang Ran still has no confidence in leaving a legacy that cannot be deciphered. The risk of the inheritance being cracked was too great, and Wang Ran didn't dare to take any risks at all. But if you just leave a simple guide coordinate, it will be destroyed too easily. Therefore, Wang Ran must enter, but he must be prepared to deal with various risks before entering. Moreover, we must also ask the good, evil, and Dishan three people, and arrange them. Good, evil, Emperor, you can also feel the level of this new world. You are dissatisfied with saying that even if this world is placed among the heavens and the realms, it is at the top level. You can also imagine the degree of danger. So will the three of you enter this world? After clearing up his heavy heart, Wang Ran Quinine asked several people. Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, the three of them instantly understood Wang Ran's own thoughts. As Wang Ran's contract partner, Dishan took the lead in responding, Sect Master, I am naturally with you. Good and evil are not to be left behind. The two looked at each other, and the years of tacit understanding made them instantly understand each other's thoughts. There was a smile on their faces, and the two directly spoke through. It's more interesting because of danger, isn't it? Sect Master. Hearing this, Wang Ran's face also had a smile. Sure enough, these are the few people he knows. Now that it had been decided, Wang Ran and the others did not flinch. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Dishan recovered his body before entering the world barrier. The four of them rallied into 12 points, and the energy in their bodies was completely mobilized, maintaining the best state that can be achieved now, directly breaking through the barriers of the world. A wave that was too shallow was born above the barrier of the world. But when it went out without trouble, it disappeared. The entry of the four people did not cause any waves, and it can also be seen that the level of this world is high. And what happened to the Wang Ran four who passed through the barriers of the world at this time? At this time, the four of them only felt their brains dizzy. Also, how could it be possible to pass through the barriers of the world and enter such a powerful world without any sequelae? Even though Wang Ran had already experienced the situation of entering the new world, he still couldn't control the dizziness in his mind. After all, the dizziness of entering the Duo plane was nothing compared to this time. The appearance of this dizziness directly caused the four of them to lose their perception of the surrounding environment. Even they can't respond. In order to prevent accidents, the four originally wanted to use a protective technique to get through this dizzy moment. But before the dizziness of the four of them disappeared, a strong sealing force directly fell on the four of them. The original incomparable strength was directly suppressed to an unacceptable level. This result made the four people accustomed to their own strength instantly feel a sense of powerlessness. The hearts of the four of them were suddenly shocked, because this is not a good situation. Although the seal was not directly applied to the four people, it was just because there was a seal in the surrounding environment, and the four were only incidental. However, this at least proves that the environment they are in is not so friendly. Without daring to be careless, The four hurriedly adjusted their state, wanting to quickly relieve their dizziness. But things didn't go as smoothly as they thought. Before they could act, a fairly powerful impact directly hit their bodies. At this time, the four of them had no time to control their bodies, and they were directly knocked back a few steps by the impact. Of course, although this impact is not weak, it is not a big deal to Wang Ran, evil, good, and Ditan. Except for those steps backwards, there was no impact at all. Not to mention the powerful cultivation base of a few people. But the physical strength, this little impact force is unlikely to have any effect on them. Not to mention that the body is a golden-eyed black dragon, the body is naturally powerful. Even the bodies of the three of Wang Ran, good and evil, have all undergone qualitative breakthroughs. In addition, they are also practicing Zhangman's unique physical training exercises. Simply speaking of physical strength, they will not be weaker than the strong physical training of the same level. Based on the impact just now, if it weren't for the sequelae caused by the barriers that traveled through the world, they would not have time to react, and they would not even move. However, after so many things, the four of them also got rid of the sequelae of crossing the barriers of the world, and restored their normal perception and body control capabilities. After recovering, the first reaction of the four of them was to perceive the surrounding situation and to find out what exactly was the thing that attacked them just now. Chapter 563 China, Hometown? It doesn't matter if you look at it, all the faces of Wang Ran and his party showed weird looks. Most of the weird looks on the faces of the good, the evil, and the Ditan were all doubts. Because they saw what was attacking them, there was no energy fluctuation. Although it looks peculiar, it is fundamentally an object of the mundane world. Not only that, but there are many similar things around. But is the impact of ordinary people's gadgets so powerful? Moreover, the surrounding environment is also the first time they have seen it, which is very novel. Not only that, the aura in the surrounding sky and earth is simply astonishingly low. However, there is always such a powerful sealing power. How can aura be so low? Different from the good, evil, and Ditan. Although Wang Ran's expression was a little bit puzzled, he still couldn't believe it and was surprised. Why can't you believe it? Why surprise? Because Wang Ran knows these novelties. Although he hadn't seen it in hundreds of years, Wang Ran still knew very well that the thing that attacked them was called a truck. And what makes Ditan, Good and Evil 3 feel novel is the towering tall buildings and all kinds of modern products. Now Wang Ran once wondered if he had taken the wrong script. Because of the rolling subtitles and the logos on the passing vehicles, they all told Wang Ran that this is Huaxia, the place where he once lived. But how is this possible? If this is his former hometown, why did Yu Daoren bother to get him into other worlds? After all, the level of this world is so high, it should still be very suitable for his development. Although the Earth was sealed by a huge seal, there must still be other planets suitable for cultivation on this plane. Wang Ran was silent for a moment, but soon he wanted to understand. Regardless of whether this plane is his hometown or not, he is really not suitable for development in this world. Let alone whether he can grow up in a world of this level. Simply cultivating Tibetans is not a good choice. Because no matter how high the level of a plane is, no matter how many geniuses, it may not be able to cope with the future situation. If Wang Ran breaks through this plane, it doesn't necessarily take long. At that time, if Wang Ran went to lay out other planes, there would be too much time delay. It seems that the situation that Zhangman has to deal with in the future is indeed too bad, otherwise it would not be so arranged. After sighing silently, Wang Ran couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At this moment, he felt that his responsibilities were heavier. However, although Wang Ran felt a little emotional in his heart, Wang Ran was still very happy. After all, it may be back to the world where he might be born and raised. Although Wang Ran thought about it a lot, the time had only passed for a moment. Wang Ran's sigh was also caught in the ears of evil, kindness and Ditan. Involuntarily, the three of them raised their brows. Wang Ran sighed unexpectedly. Did he find out what was happening around him? What's wrong, the master? Is there something wrong? The three of them did not dare to hesitate, and immediately questioned them. After all, no matter how safe the surrounding environment is, they dare not care about it. After all, the level of this plane is too high. They dare not be too confident in their own strength. What's more, the environment here doesn't seem to be very safe either. At that time, their seal was always being suppressed, and they still had no way of solving it. Wang Ran was slightly taken aback when asked by the three of them, but he reacted in the next moment. Shaking his head lightly, Wang Ran said, "It's okay, just thinking of something." In addition, the three of you don't need to be too nervous. If there are no accidents, it is still very safe here. Let's not talk about this, let me go over and inquire about the situation. Wang Ran said briefly, without explaining too much. After speaking, Wang Ran didn't wait for the three to speak, and walked directly to the truck that hit them. Liu is a truck driver, and the pressure of life forces him to gallop on the road almost every day. To be honest, this kind of life is tiring. But Liu is very happy. But he has sensible parents, a gentle and considerate wife, and a lively and lovely daughter. Although he was tired from work, it brought him a good income and allowed his family to live a pretty good life. That's why Liu was very sorry, and every time he went on the road, he was 12 points. After all, so many car accidents and so many truck drivers who die in car accidents every year is no joke. But today he had an accident that made him stand up on the spot. Because this section of the road is a road he often walks, he knows that there are no pedestrians on this road. In addition, today is his daughter's birthday, so he speeds up a little bit. Liu swears that he just speeded up a little bit, far from speeding. And even so, he took a more careful attitude than before. Everything was normal, as long as half an hour later, he could stop work and go home. But he suddenly saw the middle of the road, and suddenly 4 figures appeared. Liu subconsciously stepped on the brakes. But the distance between the truck and the 4 people was too close. Before Liu had stepped on the brakes, he slammed into it. Even if he is not speeding, but the speed is very fast. What's more, this is a truck. Is this weight, this inertia, it's a joke to hit someone directly? At this moment, Liu felt that the flow of time in his eyes had slowed down. That's it. This is the only thought in Liu's mind at the moment. Let's not talk about the issue of human life, self-blame or self-blame. Even if he is compensated, he can't afford it. 4 lives are not enough even with insurance. What's more, these 4 people seem to be lovers of costumes. Although it was just a glimpse, Liu still vaguely saw the appearance of the 4 people. Although not real, Liu felt that the 4 of them were very handsome and beautiful. Moreover, he also felt that the clothes on the 4 of them were all high-end goods. As the husband of a costume lover, Liu still knows what level of high-end costumes are. Those who can buy such clothes are not only wealthy, but at least they are also wealthy and free. If such a person is killed, it is certainly not something that can be solved with a small amount of compensation. Maybe, I will go to court, and even be ruined by others. This is not alarmist. The phenomenon of social class still exists even in a society under the rule of law. Chapter 564. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, how could an ordinary citizen of Dali deal with such a thing? Even if the responsibility lies with the other party, the result is not something you can handle. The most terrible thing, such a character, Liu, hit 4 at once. Isn't this the rhythm that God wants to play with his big Liu? Not surprisingly, a loud noise came directly into Liu's ears. I don't know if it was because of the large number of people hitting him. Liu felt that what he had hit was not a physical body, but a wall. Because of this, even the airbag was knocked out. Liu's face was directly connected to the oncoming airbag, and he couldn't see the specific situation outside the car at all. But Liu could imagine the tragic situation outside the car at this time. Buried his face in the airbag, Liu felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. There was also a panic in my heart, and all the thoughts that came out of my brain were all messed up. Is my life ruined from today? Is my wife and children leaving me? Is my parents forced to commit suicide? The more he thought about it, the more flustered Liu's heart, and the more chaotic his mind. Liu did not dare to get out of the car. He was terrified. He neither had the courage to face the tragedy, nor the courage to face the unknown. For a moment, Liu even wanted to desperately restart the car to escape from the scene. It is also commonly known as hit and run. Don't say that Liu is cold-blooded. No matter which ordinary person this kind of thing is placed on, the first thought is to escape. It's just that some people can control it, and some people can't control it. Fortunately, Liu finally held back. This is not only the embodiment of the moral bottom line in Liu's heart, but also the rational control of Liu. Liu, who has been walking on this road all year round, knows that there are many surveillances on this road. Hit and run. Afraid that you are not thinking about that. You can't get away with such a big thing even without monitoring. After all, so many vehicles coming and going around are not furnishings, they are all living witnesses. Of course, what Liu didn't know was that although there were many vehicles passing by, they all drove past quickly as if they hadn't seen this scene. Naturally, this is not cold-blooded by others. After all, even if it is cold, they are not too much to watch the fun. The sunken mark on the head of Liu's truck clearly means that there is a lively look here. The reason why the pedestrians ignored this incident was naturally because Wang Ran took the shot. Although his strength was suppressed very much, Wang Ran could still do it easily with a little magic spell or something. After all, Wang Ran didn't want to make a big noise when he first arrived. Leaning on the airbag, Just when Liu made up his mind to get out of the car to have a look, the sound of dang-dang knocking on the glass suddenly rang from his ears. Liu subconsciously looked towards the car window, and in a short time, Liu's face showed a haggard look. Just from the face, it can be seen that Liu was very uneasy at this time. But in the next second, Liu's expression eased. Because following Liu's gaze, a young and handsome face appeared in Liu's line of sight. Just looking at his face, this person seems to be just a college student in his early 20s. It's just that this college student has long hair and is wearing a series of ancient costumes. At that time, these were not the places that attracted Liu's attention. It was the eyes of the young man that really attracted Liu's attention. Liu didn't know how to describe those eyes. They were so clear and bright, but Liu felt very deep. It seems to have experienced countless years of baptism, full of stories. The first moment he saw these eyes, Liu felt that his mood had been purified and his heart settled down. Naturally, what Liu looked at was not someone else, but Wang Ran, who came to ask questions. Wang Ran also came from an ordinary person, and naturally understood the psychological transformation of ordinary people. An ordinary person, encountering this kind of thing, must be extremely flustered. Therefore, Wang Ran deliberately released a peaceful message to let Liu relax and settle down. Wang Ran didn't even say that he didn't even have this confidence. Liu's reaction was already a foregone conclusion. Therefore, after knocking on the car window, he directly signaled Liu to get out of the car and have a chat. Liu, who settled down, did not refuse, and he opened the car door and went down. It's just that Liu was dumbfounded when he got off the bus, because the four Wang Ran stood in front of him straight and unscathed. Liu was sure that these four people were definitely the four he had just ran into. No wonder Wang Ran felt familiar at first sight just now. It turned out that he had just glanced at it in surprise. But how is this possible? To be loaded by a truck like this, not to mention being hit to death. At least it is a severely injured eye amputation. As a result, the four people who were seriously injured and unable to take care of themselves, who should have been hit, stood in front of their own eyes intact, without even scratching their skin. But his truck was hit and the airbags popped out. He glanced at the four people in disbelief, and Liu glanced at his truck again. Well, after the impact, the truck head dented in, which is normal. However, the truck head was only sunken in, but there was no blood stain. What did this prove? It proved that there was nothing wrong with hitting four people just now. No, it shouldn't be said that there are four people. It is not certain whether you hit a person or not. Normal people, how could it be okay to be hit? As an ordinary human being, even if he has read internet fantasy novels, Liu is still scared. Even the sense of fear is more than when I thought I had killed someone just now. Even if it was Wang Ran's guidance just now, it was invalid at this moment. However, it is understandable. After all, the unknown is the most frightening. Wang Ran just gave a psychological guidance just now, and did not use coercive means. Moreover, the current situation is undoubtedly the kind of unknown situation. What kind of existence are Wang Ran and the others? The legendary practitioner, still a legendary monster. But Liu looked at Wang Ran and the others, and felt that they were more likely to be practitioners. After all, the four of them were dressed in ancient costumes and looked like fairy spirits. And they didn't look like monsters. And there is a rule: after the founding of the People's Republic of China, it is not allowed to be refined. Of course, Liu couldn't guarantee. In Chinese mythology, not all monsters are hideous. There are also a large number of monsters, with a good skin and a good temperament. For example, Vixen. And it's all monsters. It's normal to have a transformation technique or something, isn't it? Chapter 565 Compensation from Wang Ran. However, to Liu, the identity of Wang Ran and the others is not the most important. The most important thing is, how would they treat themselves when they saw them? Is it killing people or kill them? I saw their secrets. Killing people and killing them was all too common. As soon as he thought of this, Liu's calf began to tremble, and his face was also an expression of wanting to cry but unable to cry. The fear was already beyond words. Wang Ran and the four looked at Liu, and they were a little silent for a while. They think they still have a little affinity. Why is Liu behaved like this? In order to ensure smooth communication, Wang Ran had no choice but to use a physical plug-in. As soon as he lifted his right hand, a clear light radiated directly from Wang Ran's hand. And the goal of this clear light was Liu, who was in fear. Subconsciously, Liu wanted to avoid it. But Liu was just an ordinary person. How could he escape Wang Ran's methods? Before he could react, the clear light enveloped Liu's body directly. In an instant, Liu's mood calmed down. What on earth are you guys doing? Liu, who was quite calm, asked with some doubts. Although he didn't know what Wang Ran did to him, after Wang Ran eliminated the fear in his heart, Liu understood it. Regardless of what Wang Ran and their identities are, at least they are safe now. When Wang Ran heard Liu's question, but did not sell it, DC said, "Don't worry, we will not harm you. We will even compensate for the loss caused to you. But before that, I want to ask you some questions." Hearing Wang Ran's explanation, Liu's mood instantly relaxed. Although reason told him, he should pay attention to it. But at this juncture, I don't have the right to refuse, and I dare not even discuss it. After swallowing his saliva, Liu hurriedly said, "You guys, just ask. As long as I know, I will try my best to cooperate. As for compensation, it is really unnecessary." Just kidding, how dare he ask for compensation? Of course, Wang Ran just smiled and did not respond to Liu's statement that he should not compensate. Since Wang Ran said that there was compensation, he would naturally take action. For ordinary people like Liu, it is enough for him to use it for a lifetime. Don't be nervous, my questions are simple common sense questions. First of all, can you tell me if this country is called China? Wang Ran asked softly. The expression on his face also became serious. I have to say that Wang Ran's question is indeed very simple and very common sense. How simple is it? It was so simple that even the truck driver Liu was stunned. There was only one thought flashing in Liu's mind at this moment, and that was whether these mysterious beings were teasing himself. However, Liu quickly realized that this guess was impossible. With such a mysterious existence, there is really no need to waste time and energy on small people like yourself. Not dare to hesitate, Liu quickly nodded and replied. Seeing Liu's affirmative answer, the look on Wang Ran's face couldn't help showing a trace of excitement. Without pause, Wang Ran immediately asked several questions. What kind of world situation? What kind of political system? Anyway, Wang Ran asked almost all common sense questions that could verify the information of this world. Of course, the result did not disappoint Wang Ran. Wang Ran knew every question that Liu answered, because this was the situation of his parent. At the end of the question, Wang Ran was almost 80% confident that this plane was his hometown. With a sigh of relief, Wang Ran calmed down his excitement. Looking at Liu, Wang Ran slowly said, "Last question. What year is it now?" "Year 2010. Following Wang Ran's question, Liu subconsciously answered. It's just that his answer was different from the previous ones, and it was not a surprise, but a disappointment that brought Wang Ran. In 2010, Wang Ran was still in college at this time, and the timeline was not right. However, Wang Ran still had a glimmer of help in his heart. After all, it was not difficult to see chaos in time during the process of crossing borders. What's more, the current laws of heaven and earth are inherently weak, and this situation is even more common. What if Wang Ran and the others touched the long river of time when they crossed the barriers of the world, and the time went wrong? Therefore, the disappointment in Wang Ran's eyes only disappeared in a flash. If the result is what he expected, it is naturally worthy of joy. If not, it doesn't really matter. Wang Ran hopes to return to his hometown, but if he can't go back for a while, there is actually no problem. When he got the answer he wanted to know, Wang Ran also gathered his mind. Putting other thoughts aside, Wang Ran directly took the shot to restore the truck that had been dented. Although modern industrial parts are indeed very delicate, relying on Wang Ran's mental power, it is simply not too easy to simply resume work. Wang Ran's hand directly made Liu's look happy. This time, at least, there is no need to repair the car. You know, just like that, it costs at least a few thousand yuan for one repair. And now, just check to see if there are any problems. Therefore, after Wang Ran restored the truck to its original condition, Liu directly opened his mouth and thanked Wang Ran. "Thank you so much." Facing Liu's gratitude, Wang Ran nodded gently. Because of this gratitude, he can still accept it. Although Wang Ran was the cause of the incident, his compensation has not yet ended. He was also the master of Zhangman sect at any rate, and now he can be regarded as a senior in the spiritual world. How could the compensation that I said personally just repair the truck for such a low-end operation? If this is the case, how should the good, evil, and Dishan look at him? Does Wang Ran's face any more? Even if it's stingy, it's not so stingy. Compensating the other party a little bit more will not cause any loss to Wang Ran at all. What's more, the other party is just an ordinary person, and it is even more impossible for Wang Ran to deal with it. After all, the psychological shadow that I have caused to others is quite big. Moreover, Liu has a good temperament, and he has provided Wang Ran with a lot of useful information. Naturally, Wang Ran will not be stingy with his compensation and rewards. Don't worry, thank you. Since I said to compensate you, naturally it's more than just talking. Chapter 566 Liu with a protagonist template. Since you saw us today, Your life will definitely change a lot in the future. So I now give you two choices. One is to erase your memory of us, let you know nothing and restore a peaceful life. Of course, I will give you a wealth, so that you don't have to run around for a living in the future. As for the second one, I will give you a copy of the inheritance, giving you the opportunity to contact a different world. However, with the current environment, you may not do much in your life. However, it is still possible to increase the lifespan by 100 years. So, which one do you choose? Wang Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, and directly handed over the choice to Liu himself. These two choices have their own pros and cons, but in the final analysis, the most entangled Wang Ran is whether to erase the memory. It may be the name of Huaxia, which made Wang Ran a lot closer to Liu, so he did not want to make a choice for Liu. Wang Ran is like this, and Liu is even more so. After all, these two choices, no matter which one you choose, can make a huge change in Liu's life. But no matter which one you choose, you can be sure, and the results are beneficial to Liu. Therefore, Liu was also very entangled at this moment. He could feel his heart beating continuously. Excited, this is undoubtedly a portrayal of Liu's heart. Is this a legendary adventure? Is he going to become the hero of an online novel? Maybe it was because I had read too many novels. Liu couldn't help but flash this idea in his mind. Which man has never dreamed? Flying with a sword is probably the childhood dream of most boys. Liu is naturally no exception. But Liu is no longer a kid after all. He has a family and concerns. Now he is no longer the boy who could abandon everything to chase his dreams. He knows that the unknown world is not necessarily beautiful. So Liu retreated. Maybe 10 years younger, without so much concern, Liu would choose that mysterious world. But it doesn't work now. Liu has something he can't give up, and he doesn't want to take that risk. So Liu gave up the seemingly wonderful world and chose Anshan. Regarding Liu's choice, Wang Ran was silent for a moment, then smiled and agreed. This person, Liu, really moved Wang Ran at this moment. It seems timid to choose stability, but is Liu's choice not a selfless manifestation? A kind of selflessness towards the family. Give up their own opportunities, so that those who are concerned about themselves can be stabilized. At the same time, Wang Ran also knows that Liu is not a person, but the epitome of a class of people under the influence of modern universal values. This kind of person may not be able to carry the pot, but they can definitely become the mainstay. Therefore, while satisfying Liu's choice, Wang Ran gave him an unknown future. Easily erased Liu's memory, and Wang Ran added a bit of memory that did not belong to him in Liu's memory. At the same time, he made a mark in his soul. Wang Ran moved Liu with his eyes closed to the driver's seat of the truck, and put top-quality jade in the driver's seat of the truck. In Liu's memory, this would have been opened by chance when he was in a sports car through a bought rough stone. After doing this, Wang Ran thought for a while and entered a spiritual protection technique on Liu's body. This is to prevent bad guys from taking risks. After all, wealth is touching. Of course, this technique was controlled by Wang Ran. The existence of that touch of spiritual power determines that if Liu is doing evil in the future, the body protection technique will be useless. At this point, Wang Ran has fulfilled his promise, bringing goodness, evil, and it back to the side. Wang Ran snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, Liu, who was in a coma, came to his senses. As if nothing had happened, Liu directly took a sip of water from the water glass. Then he glanced at the jade beside him. Joyful emotions gleamed from Liu's eyes. It's really good luck this time. When Liu will see it later, she must be very pleasantly surprised. Gyogo can live a carefree life in the future. Liu in the truck said cheerfully. After rubbing his face, Liu started the car again and drove away. He did not see the four of Wang Ran who were not far away at all. Seeing Liu's realistic figure, the evil couldn't help but speak. Sect Master, are you too kind to this ordinary person? Ditan may not know what Wang Ran did just now, but the goodness and evil in the same realm as Wang Ran are indeed clear. Although the strength of the two of them is not as good as that of Wang Ran, their vision is still there. Wang Ran not only fulfilled his promise just now, but also imprinted a legacy in Liu's soul. If Liu can stick to his heart, this heritage will be awakened at some point in the future. This kind of favor can no longer be described as compensation and rewards. When Wang Ran heard the evil words, he did not give an accurate explanation. With a slight smile, Wang Ran slowly said, "Great, isn't this his chance?" Hearing what Wang Ran said, the good, evil, and Dishan were also silent for a while. How do you say such things as chance? It can only be said that Liu has joined Wang Ran's eyes. If Liu's disposition were not so, Wang Ran would not take care of him in this way. Forget it, it's the little guy's fate, not to mention him. Sect Master, listening to the questions you asked just now, how do I feel that you are very familiar with this plane? With a helpless smile, the evil directly skipped Dialu's matter, and Zhao Wang Ran asked about another matter. After all, the three of kind, evil, and Ditan didn't pay too much attention to the matter of Dialu. To them, Liu, who has reached middle age, is really just a lucky little guy who has caught Wang Ran's eyes. Even when the evil asked just now, he was just surprised by Wang Ran's attitude. The three of them weren't interested, and Wang Ran naturally didn't intend to go on. After all, even for him, his attitude towards Liu was not without a whim. After gently exposing this topic, Wang Ran put the matter aside. This matter was just a small episode in his long life. Now, let's answer the evil question first. Familiarity is indeed quite familiar, but I am not familiar with this plane, but with this planet, because I suspect that this planet is most likely my hometown. Chapter 567 Sudden Peep Hometown. This time, it wasn't just evil, even kindness and Dishan both asked in surprise. No wonder they were surprised. It was the first time they heard about Wang Ran's hometown. Although the level of this plane is a bit scary, how can a character like Wang Ran appear on a planet that is close to the age of judgment? Even if the inheritance is profound, not being able to cultivate is a big problem. But Wang Ran wouldn't lie to them about this kind of thing. So the question is, how did Wang Ran break the shackles of cultivation and even break through this world? The three of them couldn't understand. They could only secretly guess in their hearts that Zhangman must have secrets that they didn't know. They didn't ask, and it might not be good to know some things. Naturally, Wang Ran would not take out his own bottom tray as the master, especially when his current strength is not strong enough. It is necessary to maintain a sense of mystery. Therefore, after hearing the shock of the evil people, Wang Ran didn't say much. He just shook his head slightly and explained the evil and their surprise. It may not be our hometown, it's just possible. After all, there are many planes, all of which have some similarities. And this plane, the time point is not in line with my hometown. If it wasn't for us to provoke time, then I think too much. After listening to Wang Ran's explanation, the evil, the good, and the Dishan nodded thoughtfully. It's no wonder that Wang Ran treated that big Liu a little too well. It turned out that it was for this reason. Although this is not necessarily Wang Ran's hometown, at least they have the same background. Under Iwu and Yuxia, Wang Ran is understandable to take care of Liu. The four did not stay here for too long, and after a brief discussion, they were ready to leave. However, at this moment, they suddenly felt a strong feeling of being spied on. The four of them are all powerful, so this is definitely not an illusion. The good, evil, and Ditan were shocked in an instant, and directly released their spiritual thoughts to find out who was spying on them in the dark. But unfortunately, they did not gain much. Unexpectedly, a chill arose in the hearts of the three of them. Could it be that on this planet in the age of dominance, there are still strong people that they can't reach? This is not impossible. After all, it is at least in a world with the same background as Wang Ran's hometown, and some horrors are understandable. Sect Master, is this evil, kindness, and Ditan all asks in a low voice with some uncertainty. Compared with the tension of the three, Wang Ran seemed calm and unusual, because he has found the source of that sense of peeping. It's not a so-called mysterious powerhouse or horror, but a simple surveillance camera. Oh, it can't be said to be simple, because this surveillance camera, at this point in time in 2010, is really a bit of a black technology. It not only depicts the formation pattern, but also special concealment. Wang Ran can be sure that when ordinary people pass by, even standing under the surveillance camera, they will not be able to detect the existence of this thing. And there are not a few such things. At the very least, there are quite a few within Wang Ran's range of perception. No need to ask, this is definitely something of a state agency, because ordinary individuals or forces have neither the opportunity nor the resources to rectify these things. It seems that even in the age of domination, this place that seems to be my hometown hides a world that ordinary people don't know. Gently waved his hand, Wang Ran spoke to the three of kind, evil, and Dishan. Don't be nervous, it's not a threat to us. Hearing what Wang Ran said, the hearts of good, evil, and Ditan calmed down. Wang Ran didn't say much, but smiled at the surveillance camera that spotted them. He did not intend to destroy the camera, because with the speed of network transmission, the scenes they appeared might have already been recorded in the database. And unless it is forcibly destroyed, it is difficult for magical powers to have any impact on human network data. This has nothing to do with strength. It is entirely a question of the development system. At the same time, a few young people sitting in the middle of the huge screen wall in a secret and heavily guarded base, the place where the highest authority of the Huaxia imperial capital gathers, suddenly shouted, "Under what circumstances, Did they find us? Following the screams of several people, everyone in the base looked up at the huge screen where, in the Dark Sky Eye plan, the surveillance display in Shandong province is like a display screen. The Dark Eye program is the same as the Sky Eye program, in that there are no surveillance cameras all over the country to ensure national security. However, the objects monitored by the Sky Eye project are mainly ordinary people, while the objects monitored by the Dark Sky Eye project are all kinds of extraordinary people. The so-called extraordinary people are practitioners, monsters, etc., who possess extraordinary powers. Not necessarily. The country can be said to have made great efforts, and it can even be said that the power of the whole country has been used. Not only the surveillance camera technology used is ahead of an era, but also practitioners are invited to portray the aura sensing array on each camera. As soon as there is an aura level that exceeds the average concentration, the monitoring system will automatically magnify the picture of the problem location on the display. In order to ensure that this plan is not leaked, all the installers of surveillance cameras are special forces directly under the highest leadership. Everyone in this force is a non-existent person, an elite cultivated by the country since childhood. At this moment, on the huge display, the 4 figures of Wang Ran were presented. And it was Wang Ran's mysterious smile that aroused everyone's surprise. In fact, since the appearance of the 4 Wang Ran, the surveillance cameras have locked their presence. It's just that everyone in the surveillance room didn't care too much about them. After all, although there are few practitioners, they are not without them. I can't say every day, but there are still a few that can be found every other day. Therefore, Wang Ran and the others were not special, and everyone didn't care too much at first. It wasn't until Wang Ran and the others communicated with Liu, when Wang Ran took action, that they paid attention to it. It's like meeting someone on the road without any special feeling. Only when that person is staring at you will you feel peeped. It is precisely because of this that Wang Ran and the others didn't feel much at first. And until just now, they didn't feel that they were being spied on. Chapter 568. What exactly is this plane? The surprise of everyone has not stopped, because in the next second, the figures of Wang Ran and the 4 suddenly disappeared from the monitor screen. Moreover, even though they searched the entire surveillance wall, even the colleagues in charge of other positions contacted them, and they did not find the 4 of them. At this moment they knew very well that the matter was serious this time. No one doubted the strength of Wang Ran and the others. After all, it was just this magical skill, which was beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. At the same time, no one can guarantee the attitude of Wang Ran and the others. If this kind of existence really has some gloomy thoughts about the country, then the country is bound to lose a lot, and even suffer a traumatic disaster. Not hesitating, they passed the news to the highest authority in the first place. After receiving this news, the highest authority also wrinkled in an instant. However, after all, they are highly powerful and well informed, and the mentality of the highest authority is very stable. In the first place, the highest authority issued an order to search the 4 Wang Ran across the country. Of course, the highest authority does not want to establish an enemy for himself for no reason. So although he ordered the search of Wang Ran's 4 people, he also emphasized that when he found Wang Ran and others, he must be polite. As long as Wang Ran is not malicious, treat him as a guest. Suddenly, all the secret departments in Huaxia started to act. As the target of this operation, Wang Ran and the others were wandering leisurely on the main road at this time. Although surveillance cameras are everywhere in modern society, for people like Wang Ran and others, if you don't want people to find them, it shouldn't be too simple. In the crowd, the 4 did not attract anyone's attention. It has been more than 10 days since Wang Ran and the others came to this plane. Naturally, they couldn't have been wandering during this time. As early as the first day, Wang Ran went to verify whether this plane was his world. But what is disappointing is that this plane is really not Wang Ran's hometown. Although there are many similarities between this planet and Wang Ran's hometown, it is indeed not Wang Ran's hometown, because on this planet, there is no trace of Wang Ran's existence at all. Whether it was a person who was familiar with Wang Ran at the beginning, or a familiar thing, I didn't find one. This proves that it is definitely not the chaos at the time. However, Wang Ran hasn't gained anything these days. He traveled all over the planet and discovered many secret cultivation forces. Although the practitioners of these forces are not considered strong, Wang Ran discovered that there are quite a few dense lands near the residences of these forces. The degree of danger of these secret areas, even Wang Ran could not easily get involved. Needless to say, there are absolutely earth-shattering secrets hidden in this dense land. This planet, which is extremely similar to Wang Ran's hometown, definitely has an extremely astonishing history. That's why, Wang Ran and the others did not leave this doomsday planet for the first time, but chose to stay. Wang Ran wanted to crack these secret lands. He had a hunch that if he could really get the things in the secret lands and unlock the secrets of the secret lands, it would definitely benefit him a lot. Of course, the good, evil, and Dishan who are attracted by the novelty and prosperity of modern society also occupy a reason. After all, no matter how many secrets there are in the secret, it would not have a decisive role for Wang Ran. Therefore, in a dozen days, half of the Wang Ran's 4 people spent immersing themselves in the world. Although Wang Ran had been thinking about ways to crack those secret areas, it was a pity that there was no gain. The dangers in the midi mainly come from the extremely high-level formations set up by the experts with extremely advanced cultivation bases. With the current Wang Ran, there is no way to resolve those dangers. Although you can choose to destroy the formation base, but with the current cultivation base, no one wants to succeed for decades. It's just that those things in the secret area are really worth Wang Ran's consumption for decades. It's not necessarily true. Instead of wasting these decades of time, it might as well be used to improve cultivation. Maybe, when the time comes, you can pass through forcibly. After all, the secret place is there, and there will be a lot of time to crack in the future. Therefore, Wang Ran and the others are already planning when they will leave this planet and look for a planet where they can cultivate. If nothing happens, Wang Ran and others estimate that they will leave this planet in a few days. However, the reason why the accident is called an accident is that his arrival was not expected by the parties at all. Just like now, Wang Ran and the 4 who were just hanging out in high spirits suddenly raised their heads and looked into the eastern sky. Is there something terrifying about to come? The evil spoke in disbelief, and a gleam of horror flashed in his eyes. Not only the evil, but also the good and the emperor, because they could feel that no, it should be 9 terrifying auras, approaching this planet quickly. The strength of these breaths, even Wang Ran, was much worse than Wang Ran. Of course, if only this is the case, a few people will not say that they are shocked. What really shocked them was that these 9 powerful auras contained a thick death spirit. Although everyone still has no way to control the laws of this plane, they can't even fully use them. However, as they once fully mastered the power of 1 or even a few complete plane laws, they could still feel those dead auras, and they were almost integrated into the laws of death. Moreover, although the 9 auras are powerful, they don't have a trace of vitality. This is not at all like a living body that can radiate, more like a body of a strong man without intelligence. So they were horrified, because no one knew what kind of horror existed behind these deadly corpses. Among the 4, only Wang Ran was a little calmer. Slightly squinting, Wang Ran stared at the direction from which the powerful aura came, frowning, not knowing what he was thinking. They can feel that the 9 auras are getting closer and closer to this planet. As the breath of unknown existence got closer and closer to Wang Ran and the others, Litan suddenly spoke in a little astonishment. I seem to be able to feel the call of blood from there. Litan's words caused Wang Ran's frowning brows to slowly unfold. There was a gleam in his eyes. Wang Ran had some faint guesses now, but he was not sure. Chapter 569. Kowloon pulled the coffin. Go. Let's see what it is. In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, Wang Ran directly addressed the 3 of good, evil, and Litan. The 3 of them are curious, although it may be dangerous, but which one of them is not a person who has experienced wind and waves? Now that Wang Ran said so, the 3 of them naturally responded out loud. With a flash of body shape, the 3 of them instantly disappeared in place. At the same time, a group of young people who were only 26 or 27 years old had just reached the top of Mount Tai. As the head of the 5 sacred mountains, Mount Tai naturally has its unique charm. However, the charm of Mount Tai doesn't seem to be that attractive to this group of young people with different minds and internal undercurrents. For them who had just experienced a class reunion not long ago, the beauty and everything are secondary. They only want to find face or continue to slap their faces. After all, the most common story of college student gatherings that have just entered society for a few years is not about pretending to be slapped in the face or being beaten back. Naturally, they are no exception. But after they climbed to the top of the Jade Emperor, such thoughts faded a lot. Because the scenery above the top of the Jade Emperor is indeed too spectacular. The moment they climbed to the top of the Jade Emperor, the 4 figures suddenly appeared on Mount Tai. These 4 figures are naturally not bystanders, but Wang Ran, good, evil, and Dishan. With the arrival of Wang Ran and the 4, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly came from the sky. The group of young people who had just reached the top of the Jade Emperor also raised their heads subconsciously, wanting to see what was going on. Is it true that the gods are not beautiful? Will it rain if they just go up the mountain? But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. With a shift of sight, A group of people's eyes widened in an instant because they saw 9 black dots in the sky, and the black dots are still growing rapidly. However, while breathing, 9 behemoths descended from the sky, coming towards the ground with extreme speed, as if 9 long black rivers were falling down. At this moment everyone on Mount Tai's expressions of shock were frozen, and they looked at each other in amazement. All the people held their breath in astonishment, and even forgot to yell for a while, because the 9 behemoths are the mythical creatures they know publicly, the dragon. No, it should be exactly 9 huge dragon corpses. Behind the 9 dragon corpses, there is also a huge bronze coffin. The next moment, Mount Tai was boiling. Everyone ran in a panic, rushing in all directions, avoiding the huge dragon corpse nearby. You must know that Mount Tai is the first of the 5 sacred mountains and a famous tourist destination. There is never a shortage of tourists. There was no problem when it was quiet, but now in such a panic, the entire Mount Tai seems to have exploded. Some people died under the same kind of trampling before the 9 dragon corpses came. With screams of fear and crying helplessly, Mount Tai at this moment is no longer the famous fairyland, but has turned into a purgatory on earth. The young people at the beginning were naturally among the fleeing crowd, but they were all highly educated talents after all. Under such circumstances, all are panic, but still remaining calm, knowing what kind of choice is best for him. They didn't run down the mountain headlessly, just because of the chaotic transition now. Running down might not be safe on the mountain. Wang Ran and the 4 came quietly to the top of the Jade Emperor when the crowd was chaotic on Mount Tai. As it got closer and closer to Mount Tai, the speed of the 9 coffin dragon corpses slowed down. But even so, as the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin landed, the entire Mount Tai still produced a huge shock. Numerous cracks extended from under the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin. Everyone except Wang Ran fell to the ground under the shock. The group of young people on the top of the Jade Emperor had the best luck, but some of them suffered minor injuries. Those chaotic crowds running down the mountain do not know how many people died at this moment. Standing on the top of the Jade Emperor, Wang Ran narrowed his eyes to look at the 9 huge dragon corpses and the bronze coffin tens of meters long, and muttered, "Sure enough, 9 dragons pulls the coffin." Hearing Wang Ran's voice, the good, evil, and Dishan who followed him couldn't help but ask, "9 dragons pull the coffin? Sect Master, do you know what this thing is?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ran nodded gently, and then replied, "This is made by a supremely strong man." Not only were these 9 dragon corpses a terrifying powerhouse before they were alive, but the material of the bronze coffin was also a top treasure. Of course, you can also regard him as the top transportation in the starry sky. However, I have only heard of this thing, but I have never seen it. Transportation? Exclamation mark. Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, evil, kindness, and Tan all spoke in disbelief, especially Emperor Tan. Both belong to the dragon clan, although he and these 9 dragon corpses are not in the same plane, but this does not affect the connection between them. He of the same race can feel the power of these 9 dragon corpses even more. It is no exaggeration to say that the most powerful existence among the dragons on the Duluo plane, the former dragon god, is no different from a newly born young dragon in front of these 9 dragon corpses. With 9 corpses like this and an impenetrable bronze coffin, Wang Ran even said it was a means of transportation. What a powerful existence is the creature that refines them into this. While Dishan was shocked, there was still this indelible sadness in his heart. Such a powerful clan has been refined into a means of transportation. It seems that the dragon clan in this world is the same as the dragon clan on the plane of Duluo. Wang Ran didn't explain too much. He didn't quite understand what the specific situation of this plane was and what unknown secrets there were. After speaking, he directly turned his gaze to the group of young people who had just got up from the ground embarrassedly. Because he didn't guess wrong this time, the famous scenes like 9 dragons pulling the coffin have come out, and this plane is definitely the plane that covers the sky. Parallel world? Wang Ran secretly guessed in his heart. No wonder this plane is so similar to his hometown. It turned out to be such a thing. It's just that Wang Ran didn't expect that the level of the sky shielding plane was so high that he fell to the Duluo plane far away. The heavenly servant of this plane, the future Emperor Yitan, is not among these young people. Chapter 570 Yifan. Leave Wang Ran simply determined which Yifan was. Of course, it wasn't that he knew Yifan. It is mainly Yifan's ridiculous ancient sacrament, which is really easy to distinguish. For Wang Ran's gaze, Yifan, who was in the crowd, naturally did not feel it. On the top of the Jade Emperor now, apart from Wang Ran, there were only Yifan. When they stumbled up from the ground and saw the sight in front of them, they all couldn't help but take a breath. For them, the impact of the scene in front of them is too great. The huge dragon corpse, the weird copper coffin, and the cracked top of Mount Tai all impacted the worldview they had formed over the years. They don't have any idea of staying here, they just want to leave Chan as soon as possible. Just a simple communication. They began to prepare to leave Chan. However, Yi Fan, who can be called the protagonist, had just begun the opportunity. How could he easily escape it? Before they could take a few steps, there was another violent vibration on Mount Tai. At this time, the crack on the top of the Jade Emperor directly expanded. Through the huge cracks, everyone can clearly see the 5 color altars wrapped in rocks. A sense of absurdity rose from the hearts of Yi Fan and others, and they suddenly felt that the world seemed to have another side that they didn't know. Are the legendary mythical characters really just mythological characters? Is it true that the ancient emperor chose to enshrine Zen in Mount Tai for the sake of a posterity? Not necessarily. 9 dragons pulling the coffin may not be able to explain these problems, but these 5 color altars hidden in Mount Tai have already explained all this to them. Even they all suspected that the 9 dragon pulling coffin before hitting Mount Tai was summoned by this 5 color altar. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and everyone hurriedly went down the mountain. However, Mount Tai, who has experienced the impact of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, is now very unstable outside. Just a small amount of weight may cause the entire mountain to collapse. As if it was now, waiting for them to take a few steps, a girl suddenly fell into the crack with her feet empty. As if there was a chain reaction, all the cracks on the top of the Jade Emperor were rapidly expanding. One of Yi Fan's group was counted as one, and they all fell into the altar beneath their feet. Only then did they notice that under their feet there was an altar much larger than the surrounding 5 color altars. At a time, even if their will is much stronger than ordinary people, they can't help but get into chaos. A soft choking sound came from the crowd intermittently, and a few girls couldn't bear the shock today. There is only one thought in their hearts now, and that is regret. Why did they come to Chan for the appointment? If they don't come, don't they have to suffer from this kind of thing? But things have reached this point, even if they regret it in their hearts that they are dying, there is no way to change anything. The 5 color altar on Mount Tai doesn't even care about their temperament. As Yi Fan said that people fell on the altar, the huge 5 color altar slowly bloomed with brilliant light. One huge rune after another floated from the altar, and then, a huge gossip array slowly rose from the altar under Yi Fan and the others. With the rise of this huge gossip map, a spectacular star map appeared in front of everyone. That star map, like a Milky Way, poured down from the sky. Even Yi Fan and the others couldn't help being shocked by this scene at this time. But before they came back to their senses, the closed bronze coffin suddenly opened a crack slowly. As the cracks grew larger and the bronze coffin slowly opened, a huge suction force came out of the bronze coffin. Yi Fan and the others only felt the darkness before their eyes, and in the next second, Yi Fan and the others were directly sucked into the bronze coffin. At this time, Yi Fan and the others had already reacted, and immediately wanted to run outside the bronze coffin. But time was too late, because the next second, with a muffled bang, the bronze coffin was directly closed. No matter how desperate Yi Fan and those people were, the bronze coffin did not open again. And as the bronze coffin completely sucked Yi Fan and the others into it, the star chart floating on the 5 color altar also disappeared. In the next second, the light of the 5 color altar was generous, and the 9 dragon corpses seemed to have come alive, directly pulling the bronze coffin and flying towards the sky. Seeing this scene, Wang Ran on the side directly said, "Keep up with them." After speaking, Wang Ran stood directly on the back of the bronze coffin, and good, evil, and Ditan also followed the trend. In the next second, 9 dragon corpses pulled the giant bronze coffin directly out of the earth. After the 9 dragon corpses pulled the bronze coffin and left, the entire Mount Tai suddenly became quiet. Shan is quiet here, but the extraordinary monitoring base of the imperial capital is not quiet anymore. They had already noticed the existence of this horror long before 9 dragons pulling the coffin had entered the earth. Although the people here are well-informed people, but who has seen something like 9 dragons pulling coffin? So all of them, at this moment, are constantly discussing this matter. However, no matter how intense their discussion is, there is no way to change the outcome of the matter. The report has been handed in. As to what choice will be made in the end, that is the business of those in power. Ah, it's them. But suddenly, an exclamation came from the crowd. It was the monitor who had discovered Wang Ran and the 4 who made the exclamation. His exclamation this time was not because of anything else, but because he had discovered the 4 of Wang Ran again. What's wrong with Moj? What are they? Hearing the exclamation of Moj who had spotted Wang Ran's figure, his colleague couldn't help but asked. Moj didn't explain anything, but directly moved the monitoring screen forward. It's them. This time, it was not that Moj alone exclaimed, but everyone shouted in unison, because in the picture just now, they actually saw Wang Ran's 4 figures on the top of the bronze coffin. Although the 4 of them only appeared for a moment, Wang Ran and the 4 of them disappeared without a trace along with the bronze coffin. But their appearance has long been kept in mind by these inspectors. Looking at each other, everyone was surprised. All the personnel of the entire State Secrets Department, after struggling to find a person who had no results for more than 10 days, appeared at the scene where the coffin was pulled in Kowloon. Chapter 571 Yinghuo Ancient Star. Who are they? What is the purpose of appearing in the world? This is like a natural disaster. Is it their handwriting? None of the people in charge of monitoring was sure. They looked at each other and said softly in unison, "Hurry up and report it. No matter what their purpose is, it's not something we little people can control. The above has been looking for them for many days, so let the people above give you a headache." The outcome of the discussion is unknown to everyone. But on the second day, such a piece of news appeared in a certain network news. A terrorist attack occurred in Mount Tai, Shandong province. The exact time is still under investigation. Everyone with a discerning eye knows that this is because the country is reducing the impact of the 9 dragons coffin pulling incident. But 9 dragons pulling the coffin is not one person who has seen this scene. Countless people have seen this scene. Even if the Mongolian Lianbo news is broadcast, everyone knows in their hearts that there must be a side of the world that they don't know. However, no matter what the people think, they can no longer affect the 4 Wang Ran and Yi Fan who have left the earth. Standing on a huge bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragon corpses, the good, evil, and Yi Tan asked softly, "Sect Master, where are these 9 dragon corpses going to pull this bronze coffin?" Wang Ran chuckled slightly, looked into the distance, and slowly said, "Big Dipper Star Territory, a prosperous world of practice." Surely, the 4 of them fell into silence for a while. 9 dragons pulled the coffin very fast, and it was only a moment before they left the earth. 9 dragons pulled the coffin and descended on a deserted planet. The place is the 5-color altar that everyone is also familiar with, and there is a huge stone tablet around the altar. 2 big characters are engraved on the stone tablet: Yingzuo, kindness, evil, and Dishan don't know what Yinghuo means. However, Wang Ran, who had the same background in his hometown and the Zishan plain, knew very well what Yinghuo represented. Yinghuo is the ancient name of Mars. In just a few moments, Jiulong pulled the coffin and traversed a distance of several light years to reach the ancient star Yinghuo. This speed is unattainable even by a major monk. At this time, the door of the bronze coffin opened slowly. The fearful people in the bronze coffin rushed out as soon as the door of the bronze coffin opened. But they were dumbfounded when it came out, because the outside scene was no longer the earth they were familiar with. The reddish-brown soil and the extremely desolate environment all tell everyone that this is a brand new planet. Oh my god, where is this place? I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. There are already girls whose psychology has begun to collapse. They are crying and yelling. I want to prove that this is actually a dream. As long as you wake up, everything is fine. But they were disappointed. Reality is reality, and it can never be changed because of the collapse of some people. Wang Ran didn't think they were pitiful. From another perspective, it was not an opportunity for them to set foot on the ancient starry sky. Even this opportunity can be said to be tainted by the identity of classmate Yi Fan. Others don't know, but Wang Ran understands. The so-called 9 dragons pulled the coffin, in fact, came specifically to pick Yi Fan. If it was not his classmates who climbed Mount Tai with Yi Fan that day, but others, then this opportunity would not belong to them. Although everyone has everyone's choice, everyone has everyone's way of living. But if he can seize this opportunity, his life will be more exciting. So Wang Ran just watched this scene quietly. He was also watching, wanting to know what kind of performance Yi Tandi will have in the future. After all, Yi Tandi was Yi Tandi, and he did not live up to the time that Wang Ran wasted for him. Even if he is still very weak, but facing the unknown, he can still maintain a calm mind. Okay, don't cry. I think I should know where this is. Now our top priority is to find a way to get out of here, rather than wasting time crying and crying. Yi Fan spoke, and it can be seen that he is still very prestigious among his classmates, because following Yi Fan's opening, the chaotic crowd slowly calmed down. Of course, among Yi Fan's classmates, naturally there were also those who couldn't understand Yi Fan. After Yi Fan spoke, a man scorned his neck and asked, "Cut, Yi Fan, since you have said that, then you are going to tell me where it is." This is the first time everyone has encountered this kind of thing. What big-tail wolf are you pretending to be here? Yu Yanzai, if you want to be beaten, just say straight, I can fulfill your wish. Before Yi Fan spoke, A burly man beside Yi Fan spoke. Liu Yunzai shrank his neck when he heard the brawny man's words. This is not the comfort zone they are familiar with. If Yi Fan and the others really want to beat themselves up, he really has no good way. After all, if you can't beat others, you don't have to be tough. Of course, although Liu Yunzai did not speak again, the expression on his face was still full of contempt. In response, Yi Fan showed a smile on his face. Although this Liu Yunzai was a bit responsive, it was still a bit useful under the accidental collision. Originally, this matter was only able to show his own knowledge, and Liu Yunzai's doing this could also consolidate his prestige. By the way, Wang Ran didn't want to be delayed here. He still wanted to go home. At this time, the most correct choice is only when everyone's hearts are united. If the team is full of intrigue, then there will be no chance to escape the danger. Pangbo, don't be so angry. There is no need to be angry with people like him. Yi Fan gently grabbed the eager Pangbo and said directly. When Liu Yunzai heard this, his face instantly turned black. He didn't deal with Yi Fan for a day or two. Now that Yi Fan ridiculed him, can he bear it? If this is the case, what do the students still think of him? Does his face need any more? If he is so confessing and throwing his own face out to be trampled on, he would rather fight Yi Fan and the others. Anyway, there are a lot of people on my side, and it's not always certain who loses and who wins. Yi Fan, what do you mean? What do you call a person like me? As expected, Liu Yunzai and Yi Fan choked. But facing Liu Yunzai, who was a little angry, Yi Fan didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he pointed his finger at the stone stele on the 5-color altar. No, to be precise, what Yi Fan pointed to should be the 2 characters carved on the stone tablet. Chapter 572 Light Source, Hope. Look at that. It doesn't matter if you don't have insight, but if you don't have insight, it's your fault. Although Yi Fan wanted to twist everyone into a single thread, he didn't give Liu Yunzai a good face either. Pointing to the stone tablet, Yi Fan sarcastically said towards Liu Yunzai. At this time, Liu Yunzai's face had become pig-liver-cold, and he opened his mouth to refute, but he didn't know what to say. After all, he really didn't know what was written on the stele. But they didn't care, because everyone's attention had now shifted to the stone tablets because of Yi Fan's words, and no one noticed the change in Liu Yunzai's face. What kind of text is this? I feel a little familiar. Yes, it seems to be in ancient Chinese, but I don't know what it is written. Looking at the stele, everyone talked in 2s and 3s. Suddenly, a female voice suddenly sounded, breaking everyone's argument. This seems to be the seal script. The meaning of Yingnuo. Yingnuo, isn't that Mars? Are we on Mars now? But how is this possible? How could there be oxygen on Mars to sustain our survival? Yes, isn't the only Earth in the solar system that has a suitable environment for human existence? Could it be that the knowledge we have learned before is all deceptive? There was a brief silence, and the word Yingnuo caused an uproar among the crowd again. Facts have proved that their cultural literacy is still very strong. Just now, because of the first arrival, and the fact that they had just experienced too many things, their minds were directly suppressed, so they ignored these details. Now, when everyone's attention is on these details, they still analyze a lot of things. But after all, they are still a group of ordinary people, and they are ordinary people who have grown up under atheism. They think more and have a harder time accepting extraordinary things. Therefore, even if the days they argued are about to be upset, there is still no result. At this time, everyone suddenly remembered that this matter seemed to have been brought up by Yi Fan, who had never spoken. Does that prove that Wang Ran already has a more mature idea? Yi Fan himself has a lot of prestige among his classmates, so listening to his opinions at this time is quite reasonable. Therefore, everyone directly asked Yi Fan, you found out about Yingnuo first, or you can talk about it. Everyone will believe you. Yeah, Yi Fan, can you also tell us your opinion? What should we do now? Hearing that everyone's attitudes had begun to move closer to Yi Fan, Liu Yunzai's face turned black. Who had not dealt with Yi Fan, but he couldn't speak. Who told him to leave a bad impression on everyone at the beginning? Liu Yunzai now only hopes that Yi Fan can't tell you how ugly you are, and make a good show of ugliness. Will Yi Fan make a fool of yourself? Nobody knows. But now, Yi Fan has become the backbone of everyone. Even Yi Fan's ex-girlfriend Li Xiamen recognized this. Yi Fan naturally did not conceal everyone's questions. He himself has this idea, so Yi Fan said directly, everyone knows that Yingnuo is Mars, and the font on the stele is even the seal type used by ancient ancestors. From this point, it can be inferred that what we have just discussed in the bronze coffin is very likely. The ancient ancestors are definitely not as simple as we thought. And this 9-dragon pull coffin is also very likely to be summoned by the ancient ancestors. As for science, Do you think what we are encountering today is scientific? Perhaps science is indeed credible under normal circumstances, but if the legendary gods and Buddhas are real, then everything may be changed. In contrast, our current situation is very dangerous. We don't know what the situation of Yingyu Xing is, and we don't know the origin of this 9 dragons coffin. So for us, danger is always there, even now. Yi Fan's firm voice rang in the ears of a group of classmates. Even Yu Yunzai, who didn't deal with Yi Fan, nodded in approval. Seeing that everyone recognized his idea, Yi Fan continued to speak. In this case, our main task at the moment is to figure out the surrounding situation. See if we can provide the conditions for us to survive here, and where is a safe place. Of course, the most important thing is that we have to try to see if we can find a way back. Hearing Yi Fan's thoughts, everyone felt that they had no opinion. After all, it is their common desire to find a way back. Compared with the uninhabited and dangerous ancient stars, the comfortable modern life is better. Yi Fan, we have no opinion what you said, but Mars is so big, we definitely can't fully explore it. We should always find a direction. Among the crowd, one of Yi Fan's classmates directly pointed out the source of the problem. In this regard, Yi Fan was also silent for a moment. Choosing the direction of exploration is absolutely very important. If you choose the wrong one, let alone the wasted time and energy, your own safety cannot be guaranteed. The unknown ancient star of Yingzhuo, God knows what dangers will be. If this is wrong, waiting for them is likely to be overwhelming. But they still have to go, because if they stay where they are and do nothing, their ultimate end will not escape a death, or they will be dragged by 9 dragons to a farther and more dangerous place. So, to make this choice, the pressure on everyone is really very great. Look, what is that? Suddenly, an exclamation broke everyone's silence. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction pointed by the speaker's finger, and a look of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes in the next second. Because, as everyone looked at, a light source was drifting in the distance. The brightness of the light source is so weak that everyone even needs to stare attentively to find out. It can be expected that the light source is still a long distance away from Yi Fan and the others. Moreover, the light source is still very unstable, flashing, seeming to be in danger of being extinguished at any time. But this can't stop the surprise in everyone's hearts, because the emergence of this light source, no matter whether it is dangerous or safe, they at least have a goal. In case they are lucky, they might find a way back. At this time, everyone in Yi Fan had the same idea in their hearts, that is, let's take a look. Chapter 573 Great Thunder Sound Temple. Unlike Yi Fan and others who couldn't see where the light source was flashing, Wang Ran, the good and the evil foresaw it really. A ruin of an ancient palace that has been passed down for countless years, where there are rare treasures. At the same time, there are also shocking dangers. Once this danger broke out, even Wang Ran and the 4 would not be able to protect themselves. Fortunately, even if the ancient palace has been turned into ruins, it still possesses the powerful sealing power to seal the terrifying existence. Even if it is now damaged, the existence of that horror can affect the outside world, but it cannot threaten the 4 of Wang Ran. Of course, for Yi Fan and the others, even a little power leaked out of that terrifying existence was enough to disperse their souls. Yi Fan and others, who are moving in that direction, will definitely encounter their unimaginable horror to this day. Standing behind Wang Ran, Li Tan frowned without doubt. As Wang Ran's contract beast, coupled with having been with Wang Ran for so many years, Li Tan was still able to perceive Wang Ran's concern for Yi Fan and others. But now, Wang Ran knows that the ruins are full of crises, and Yi Fan and the others have gone. It is very likely that they will die. But now, Wang Ran obviously paid close attention to Yi Fan and the others, but he didn't stop them from stepping into danger. Not sure what Wang Ran thought, Li Tan asked with some doubts, Sect Master, are you just watching these little guys go to death? Do you want me to take action and let them retreat? Hearing Dishan's inquiry, Wang Ran shook his head gently. Looking at the back of Yi Fan and others leaving, Wang Ran slowly said, no, they are all people with chance. After this 9-dragon coffin pulling incident, they are bound to enter the world of spiritual practice. You also understand the cruelty of the spiritual world. Compared with the conspiracy and tricks that kill people without seeing blood, this kind of intuitive danger, on the contrary, does not appear so terrifying. Instead of letting them slowly understand the cruelty of the spiritual world in the future, it is better to wake them up with a stick now. Let them understand that what they will face next is absolutely dangerous and hardship beyond their imagination. This is a cruel trial for them. Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, the good, evil, and Dishan nodded lightly. However, Kindness still had some doubts, and then asked, Sect Master, then we don't care about them from now on and let them fend for themselves? Upon hearing this, Wang Ran gently shook his head and explained, "Of course not." After they have experienced the great horror of life and death, and truly recognized their situation, it is when we take action. After all, not every time. There are people like us who help them when they are in danger. Moreover, only after experiencing hardships can we truly understand the kindness of giving charcoal in snow. Hearing Wang Ran's words, kindness burst his mouth slightly, and did not continue to ask. The evil, who had never spoken, raised his head slightly and glanced at the back of Yi Fan's group. He can understand what Wang Ran said. Although he has some pity for Yi Fan and others, if he is allowed to choose, he will also make a choice that is common to Wang Ran. After all, no one hopes that they will help the dog, feed the dog, or even get a bite. The topic returned to Yi Fan and the others. At this time they were getting closer and closer to the perilous ruins. At the same time, their hearts are getting more and more excited. Of course, the nervousness did not disappear in their hearts, and it even went one step further, because they not only found tiles on the journey just now, but also human skulls. The tiles represent hope in the distance, while the skull represents the hope, which is also perilous. But by now, they have no retreat. I can only suppress the fear in my heart forcibly, bite the bullet and pursue the light source. With the passage of time, the mysterious light source also appeared in front of Yi Fan and others. A piece of ruined walls, candles burning in the silent ruins. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan and the others were shocked. Even in ruins, they can imagine the glory and hugeness of this palace. They couldn't think of what kind of existence it was to build such a huge and vast palace on Mars. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yi Fan and the others accelerated their pace and moved towards the ruins. The closer they are, the more shocked they are. Through the ruined walls, they can also see that the raw materials used to build this palace are definitely not ordinary products. And this shock, as they came to the front of the ruins, reached a peak. For no other reason, a plaque is still hung on the main entrance of the ruins of the palace. The 4 characters of the alien temple before the plaque deeply attracted the attention of everyone. The alien temple, the name is too familiar to them. At this age, who has not read Journey to the West, and who does not know the Buddha? And with the appearance of the Great Lian Temple, they were getting closer to the legendary mythical characters. Everyone couldn't suppress their inner excitement and headed towards the inside of the Great Lian Temple. They can foresee that there are definitely some unimaginable opportunities inside the Great Lian Temple. Even if they don't find a way back, they can increase their self-protection ability. Moreover, as long as they can return to the earth and find a few things in the Great Lian Temple, they can live the life of a master. Only Yi Fan quietly looked at the linden tree in front of the ruins, his eyes shining brightly. Body tree, the alien temple. A bold guess quietly rose from Yi Fan's heart. After everyone except Pang Bo entered the Great Lian Temple, Yi Fan quietly picked off the body seeds from the body tree. Pang Bo didn't know why Yi Fan did this. The reason why he didn't follow everyone into the Great Lian Temple was just because Yi Fan didn't go in. As Yi Fan's best friend, Pang Bo knew Yi Fan too well. The reason why he didn't go in was definitely because there were more important things. The most important thing is that if Yi Fan needs help, he can still help. Yi Fan didn't treat Pang Bo badly either. Although he didn't know if the body tree was the same as he had guessed, Yi Fan still divided the body seed in his hand into Pang Bo. Chapter 574 Aftermath. Pang Bo naturally didn't know what this body was, but seeing Yi Fan's attention so much, Pang Bo also solemnly put it away. As for being polite, it is not necessary between Pang Bo and Yi Fan. After putting away the bodies, Yi Fan and Pang Bo also followed the large army and entered the Great Lian Temple. As everyone had guessed, they did find a lot of good things in the Great Lian Temple. Although most of them are somewhat damaged, they are still very satisfied. The only thing that disappoints them is that there are so few things they can carry. As a last resort, each of them could only take a few things they liked the most and left. The most funny thing was Pang Bo, who even took the plaque of the alien temple directly. Of course, they did not find a way to leave within the Great Lian Temple. In desperation, everyone could only leave the Great Lian Temple to find another way out. But in the hidden danger the alien temple, how can they leave easily? Sure enough, just after Yi Fan and the others left the alien temple, danger followed. It was the original road, which was different from the quiet when it came. At this time, the road was slowly blowing up dust. There was a faint anxiety in everyone's hearts, as if something was going to happen. What's the situation? Why did the sandstorm blow up? Someone in the crowd finally couldn't help but complain. Pang Bo, who was carrying the plaque, also poked Yi Fan quietly, and asked in a low voice, "Do you think this sandstorm is normal? Why do I feel a little flustered?" Hearing Pang Bo's inquiry, Yi Fan also frowned tightly. Faintly speeding up, Yi Fan returned to Tao in a low voice, "I don't know, but I also feel something is wrong." so please pay more attention. I hope we— What? Before Yi Fan finished speaking, a sharp scream came. Everyone stopped subconsciously, looking along the voice. Everyone's face turned pale, because, beside the girl who screamed, there was a corpse lying with a blood hole on the forehead. The owner of the corpse is not someone else, but a classmate who has been with them day and night for several years. It's just that, because she was at the end again, no one noticed anything abnormal except the girl next to her. Everyone understands that the unknown horror is coming. Don't hesitate, in the face of life and death. Everyone has forgotten the excitement just now, and ran forward in a big step. However, because of being too scared, many people's scared legs are weak. It's like the girl who screamed just now fell to the ground without running a few steps. The next second, an unconscious stunned sound came from the girl's mouth. Everyone looked back. The speed was a bit faster, and they wished that parents had lost their two legs. Because, there was an extra blood hole on the head of the girl who just screamed, and she fell to the ground and lost her life. However, in just a few breaths, they had already lost two of their companions. However, they don't even know what the enemy is. How can this keep them from being afraid, and how can they calm down? Running madly forward, everyone did not dare to stop their steps. But this was of no use, as the screams kept sounding, and their number gradually decreased. I don't know how far they ran. They changed from 30 people to 22 people now. A whole 8 people died on the road just now. Everyone's faces are full of fear, and no one knows whether he will die next. Fortunately, they also gained something. At least they could see clearly, and what attacked them was a small black shadow. Of course, this is of no use, because they can't even see what the shadow is. They are very tired at this time, and running for a long time makes them feel that their lungs are about to explode. But they didn't dare to give up, because compared with death, the pain was too much to mention. Suddenly, the black shadow struck again. This time its target was Yi Fan. The speed of the black shadow is very fast, although there is still a long distance from Yi Fan. But Yi Fan has no time to react. Only now Pangbo, who first discovered the shadow and standing next to Yi Fan, was able to react. Without hesitating, Pangbo directly swung out the plaque he was carrying. Fortunately, Pangbo wanted to leave himself a self-defense weapon, and he was strong. Even if he carried the plaque of the Great Lian Temple, he could keep up with the team. Otherwise, Yi Fan would really be in danger this time. Of course, if Wang Ran shot, the result would also change. But this time it was not Wang Ran's turn to take action, because the plaque Pangbo had drawn out happened to collide with Sombra. With a touch, the plaque and the shadow slammed together. At the same time, a faint light radiated from the plaque. At this time Pangbo only felt that his hands were numb, but fortunately, that shadow was also shot to death by Pangbo's blow. At this time, everyone could clearly see what the dark shadow looked like. It turned out to be a small crocodile. Everyone was stunned. When was the crocodile so terrible? And it's still a crocodile too small. As the main target of this attack, Yi Fan patted his chest fiercely and took a few rough breaths. Just now, he felt that death was so close to him for the first time. He patted Pangbo on the shoulder. Yi Fan said with lingering fear, "Thanks to you this time, I won't talk about the extra, you know everything." Hearing what Yi Fan said, Pangbo waved his hand indifferently and said, "To and who of us, there was a good thing just now, don't you remember me too?" The two said nothing more than this. Sometimes, just keeping your affection in your heart is enough. However, although the two did not speak, the others caught the conversation. "Pangbo, you have done a great job this time. Fortunately you killed this thing, otherwise we really don't know how many people are going to die. All of us here, thank you." Facing the compliments of the classmates, Pangbo just waved his hand with a chuckle, saying that it's okay, it should be. The relaxed atmosphere spread among the people all at once, and the joy of the rest of your life would never be known without experience. But at this time, Yi Fan, Li Xiamen, Zhu Yi and a few others frowned tightly. Chapter 575 Horror Strikes. No, the danger is not over yet. An abrupt voice suddenly broke the cheerful atmosphere of everyone, and the speaker was Yi Fan, who had just experienced life and death. Yi Fan's words directly condensed the cheerful atmosphere among the people. Liu Xian, who looked at Yi Fan's irritation himself, turned his lips disdainfully when he heard Yi Fan's alarmist remarks. "Yi Fan, don't scare everyone here to highlight your importance. Pangbo has just killed the culprit who attacked us. There is no danger." Liu Xian's words made a kind of students successfully put on a complicated look on their faces. Looking at Yi Fan, there was a complicated light in his eyes. I have to say that Liu Xian spoke very viciously, not only destroying Yi Fan's image in the hearts of everyone, but also provoking the relationship between Yi Fan and Pangbo. By the way, unfortunately, the relationship between Yi Fan and Pangbo is not something he can provoke. After hearing Liu Xian's words, Pang Bo did not feel dissatisfied with Yi Fan in his heart. The same goes for everyone. Although they have more or less other ideas, their attitude is still biased towards Yi Fan. If what Liu Xian said is true, everyone will indeed give Yi Fan a bad sign in their hearts. But it is a pity that Liu Xian only made Yi Fan nauseous. After he finished speaking, Zhu Yi on the side said directly, Yi Fan is right. I don't know if you have noticed it. The little crocodile that Pang Bo killed just now has a lot more blood holes on their heads than Liu An. Moreover, just looking at the blood holes on Liu An and the others before, everyone should also be able to find that the sizes are actually different. So we have reason to suspect that there is definitely more than one crocodiles like this. In the same way, there is definitely more than one potential enemy we face. Hearing Zhu Yi's explanation, Yi Fan, Li Xiamen and other people who noticed this also immediately responded. At this time, the smiles on everyone's faces disappeared, and Liu Xian also closed his mouth in a serene manner, not saying anything more. The feeling of slapped face, he really tried many times in the past few days, which made him almost psychologically overshadowed. Then what shall we do now? After knowing that they were still in danger, everyone couldn't help but asked, Run to the coffin in Kowloon, although I don't know what it is. But we can only believe that he can bring us safety. In addition, what? Yi Fan spoke firmly, but before he could finish speaking, the scream rang again. Another person was killed, and the same was a blood hole in the top of his head. This time, they even saw a small crocodile crawling out of the dead man's head. Everyone couldn't care about other things anymore, and ran in the direction of 9 dragons to pull the coffin. While running, Yi Fan shouted loudly, Everyone takes the things brought from the Great Lian Temple in their hands. Those things can protect us and cause harm to these little crocodiles. Yi Fan's words were not indiscriminate. When Pang Bo hit the little crocodile with the plaque from the Great Lian Temple, he clearly saw the faint light emerging from the plaque. Yi Fan was very sure that the little crocodile died because of the faint light damage. Otherwise, how could the little crocodile, which can easily break open the human skull, die because of hitting an ancient plaque? After speaking, Yi Fan also took the Buddhist items he had obtained in the alien temple in his hands. The same is true for everyone. After hearing Yi Fan's prompt, they also took Buddha's lamp, wooden fish and other items in their hands. Although it is not clear whether what Yi Fan said is true or false, what if it is true? Their chances of surviving are greatly increased. Facts have also proved that what Yi Fan said is indeed true. After they took out the Buddhist artifacts, their situation has indeed improved a lot. Facing the attacks of those little crocodiles, the Buddha artifacts seemed to have encountered provocations, actively emitting brilliance, and let the attacks of those little crocodiles return without success. They even killed a lot of small crocodiles. However, the number of baby crocodiles is not as they expected, only a few. As they got closer and closer to 9 dragons to pull the coffin, the little crocodiles seemed to be irritated, and they were no longer hiding themselves. In an instant, an overwhelming number of little crocodiles, like ocean waves, swept towards them frantically. If you have intensive phobia, as long as you see this scene from a distance, you will probably get a tingling scalp in fear. What's more, are people like Yi Fan who are facing the crocodile tide? There were several who were terrified and couldn't even control their legs and feet. Fortunately, the students who had experienced life and death together did not give up on them, but gave them a hand. Moreover, now they are not too far away from Long pulling the coffin. But even so, several people were still covered by dense crocodiles. It's like being surrounded by ferocious piranhas in the Amazon River. Even the few people who were overtaken by the crocodile group always have Buddha artifacts in their hands. But there are so many little crocodiles that can't stand it, and they can't take the initiative to urge the Buddha to kill the enemy. They can only respond with the instinct of Buddha. This made the damaged Buddhist artifacts unable to bear the heavy burden at all. Within a few breaths, the Buddhist artifacts in the hands of a few people were completely damaged, and those few people did not escape the fate of tragic death in the end. There is no blood and blood as imagined, and there is no bones. It was still just an extra blood hole before the Tanling eye, and it didn't look bloody. But those widely open eyes were enough to see their panic and unwillingness. This is more frightening than no bones. At this moment, a deep despair arose in everyone's hearts. 9 dragons pulled the coffin is right in front of them, but this little distance, in their opinion, is like a godsend. It is difficult for people to cross, because the speed of everyone is too slow compared to the terrifying crocodile tide. Even if the distance between the two is very long at first, but in a moment, the crocodiles can catch up with them. If there were no accidents, their fate would have been fixed since the crocodiles swallowed the first person. Now, the terrifying tide of crocodiles is behind everyone. In the next second, they can be swallowed. There is no hope in everyone's hearts, Even if the Nine Dragons' coffin is only a few dozen meters away from them, they are so tired that they can't run at all. This is not just physical pressure, but also mental pressure. Chapter 576. Save everyone from fire and water except for Yi Fan and a few others who are still insisting. Most people have actually given up in their hearts. Sitting on the ground, they are really tired. At this juncture, as long as they vent their energy, they really can't hold on anymore. Whether they continued to rush forward or collapsed on the ground weakly, everyone closed their eyes in despair. They knew better in their hearts that they were already in danger this time. However, after waiting for a long time, the pain in my imagination did not come. On the contrary, there was a dragon roar in their ears. Is this rescued? Everyone opened their eyes in confusion, and in the next second, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their entire lives. Countless crocodiles swept towards them frantically, but were intercepted by a black dragon. With a breath of dragon, a large number of small crocodiles fly into ashes and annihilate. No matter how impacted by those little crocodiles, they couldn't get past the Thunder Pond one step. Dragon. The living dragon. Everyone murmured unconsciously. They didn't know what the origin of this giant dragon came from, and what it had to do with the Nine Dragons pulling coffin not far away. But they knew that they were rescued. At least they were rescued now. Just when everyone was stunned, a gentle male voice rang from everyone's ears. Dishon, quickly solve these little ones. Don't worry about the big one. He won't be able to get out. As the voice fell, three silhouettes of two men and one woman in long robes quietly landed in front of the crowd. It was not someone else who was talking, but Wang Ran, who had been sitting on the wall all the time. Following Wang Ran's exit, Dishon no longer had any scruples and continued to keep his hands. In the next moment, the power of D10 surged, and an endless sea of fire spewed out of D10's mouth. The endless sea of fire directly covered the entire crocodile tide. However, after a few breaths, the crocodiles that had just performed evil have turned into flying ashes. As the crocodiles disappeared, Yi Fan and a few others who were still standing collapsed on the ground. At this time, the body of Ditan, who transformed into the body, also changed, and he transformed directly into a human form and fell behind Wang Ran. Looking at the collapsed crowd in front of him, Wang Ran smiled and said to everyone in Yi Fan, "How about it? Are you all right?" Everyone felt depressed after experiencing such a thing. Now that I heard Wang Ran's words, a few people with poor psychological quality immediately couldn't help but burst into tears. Fortunately, there are still a few who can resist such pressure in their hearts. People like Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Zhu Yi, and Li Xiaoman are still able to stay sensible now. After hearing Wang Ran's words, Yi Fan and the others panted heavily, thought for a moment, and replied, Several gods. Do you know what the situation is? We just want to go back now. We really don't want to stay longer in such days. Yeah, several sages. I wonder if you can help us go back. When the voice fell, everyone looked at Wang Ran, kindness, evil, and Dishon expectantly. Unfortunately, Wang Ran did not give them a definite answer. Shaking his head, Wang Ran said softly, "Although I am very sorry for you, but I can't intervene in this matter." Hearing Wang Ran's words, a look of despair appeared on everyone's face. "Why? You are so powerful, so the terrifying crocodiles can be wiped out at will. Why can't you send us back?" Desperate in his heart, Liu Zion asked unwillingly. Wang Ran sighed as he looked at everyone. Can he send Yi Fan and the others back? There is no doubt that he can. But he can't do this, because the man who manipulates all of this is far from what he can provoke now. Although it is still unclear what level of his current strength is on the sky-covering plane, Wang Ran knows very well that only the terrifying monster beast that is sealed can easily crush the four of them after breaking the seal. And how powerful should the Emperor with the top combat power on this plane be? Wang Ran is sure that as long as he destroys the other party's plan, the next moment is his own burial. Wang Ran didn't dare to use his own life to bet whether the other party had any idea of making a move. So even if he had this ability, Wang Ran wouldn't do it. Of course, Wang Ran can also choose to send some unimportant people back to Earth. But if you really want to do this, how should Wang Ran explain it? I can't say it directly. Isn't it the same to destroy the plan of the Great Emperor by then? And if it is stated clearly, how can his Wang Ran's mystery be maintained? How will the plan be implemented in the future? You know, in a world without a foundation, keeping a sense of mystery is the secret of rapid development. Of course, the most important thing is that Wang Ran knows that Nine Dragons' coffin is about to start. If they were to send everyone back, they would not be able to catch up with this ride. Although they can travel in space, if you really rely on them, how long will it take to find a planet where they can grow? Rather than wasting that time, there is no such thing as a hitchhiker. But even if this was the case, Wang Ran couldn't explain it to Yi Fan. So in the face of everyone's questioning, Wang Ran just smiled and said in a mysterious tone, "You have to know that everyone has their own turning point in their destiny. Now that you are at this turning point in your destiny, I don't want you to miss it because of it." But, hearing what Wang Ran said, a girl still wanted to say something. But before she could speak, Ziyi on the side directly grabbed her and said to Wang Ran, "Shanxian, we understand, thank you for your kindness, and thank you for your help this time. If the immortal is useful in the future, please speak up. We will surely go through fire and water, whatever it takes." Ziyi is very smart and knows reality clearly. He understood that they couldn't make Wang Ran change his mind. Rather than keep entanglement and cause dissatisfaction and even anger from Wang Ran and others, it is the best choice to go downhill. Maybe it would make Wang Ran and the others happy, and get some benefits for themselves. Even if there is no benefit, it is good to leave a good impression. Yi Fan also understood this, so after Ziyi finished speaking, he also opened his mouth and said, "That's right, thank you so much this time. The life-saving grace is not unforgettable. If there is a chance in the future, we will do our best to repay you." Sure enough, after hearing what Yi Fan and Ziyi said, Wang Ran, kind-hearted, evil, and Dishan were still happy in their hearts. Chapter 577 Fellow Taoists, don't come out to talk. After all, no one wants to waste time on such meaningless things. The actions of Yi Fan and Ziyi not only expressed their gratitude, but also saved Wang Ran and the others a lot of time. With a light wave of his hand, Wang Ran said in a relaxed tone, "It's not like this. If we can meet it, it can be considered destined. In addition, I would like to remind you that 9 Dragons coffin pulling is about to start. If you don't grasp it tightly, you may stay here forever." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the complexions of everyone in Yi Fan suddenly changed. Although the next journey is unknown, they still have to choose an unknown future compared to staying in such a dangerous place as the ancient star of Yingyu. After all, it is impossible for Wang Ran and the others to stay here to protect them, and it is also impossible for them to always meet strong people like Wang Ran and others to help. But despite making a choice, everyone still hopes to provide themselves with some security protection. Isn't Wang Ran and the others the best choice? After hesitating for a while, Yi Fan took the initiative to ask, "I don't know what arrangements the Celestials have next. If not, how about going with us? The unknown future should be more interesting, right?" Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Wang Ran glanced at him with a smile. Although Yi Fan played a little bit cleverly, it also hit his arms in this way. But there are also excuses to go on the road with them. Wang Ran thought like this, but Yi Fan didn't know. Seeing Wang Ran's smile, Yi Fan felt his heart lifted into his throat. That God, what do you think? But Yi Fan finally raised up the courage and bit the bullet and asked. When Yi Fan spoke again, Wang Ran chuckled and said, "An unknown journey? The next journey is unknown to you, but it's not like that to me." Hearing that Wang Ran said this, everyone's hearts in Yi Fan sank. Fortunately, Wang Ran's words did not end. Just as everyone's hearts sank, Wang Ran continued to speak. "But you little fellow, but you have my appetite. No matter, we have no destination anyway, let's be with you." Hearing Wang Ran's words, joy suddenly flooded the faces of Yi Fan and others. As Wang Ran said that for the good, evil, and Dishan, they naturally wouldn't object. A group of people stepped directly into the bronze coffin, and as everyone entered, the door of the bronze coffin closed automatically. In an instant, the bronze coffin plunged directly into darkness. As soon as the bronze coffin door closed, everyone felt the bronze coffin tremble. Everyone is very clear that 9 Dragons coffin pulling has started again. When everyone was silent with anxiety, the dark bronze coffin instantly lit up. The arrival of light more or less wiped out the depression in everyone's hearts. The light that came suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Following the light source, the bright light floating in front of Wang Ran caught everyone's eyes. Everyone is very clear that this is Wang Ran's shot. Everyone repeatedly thanked Wang Ran, but Wang Ran just waved his hands indifferently. Then everyone noticed that Wang Ran was staring at Li Xiamen. There was a moment of depression in everyone's hearts. Does Wang Ran have any bad thoughts? After all, to be honest, Li Xiamen is indeed the most beautiful woman in their group. But if Wang Ran really had any bad ideas, everyone would dare not resist. Even Li Xiamen himself. In other words, even if they want to resist, they have no way or ability to resist. But in this way, Wang Ran's image will be greatly changed. Li Xiamen was also frowned upon by Wang Ran's straight A's, not knowing what Wang Ran wanted to do. It's just that although Li Xiamen felt hairy in her heart, she always felt that Wang Ran's eyes were not looking at herself anymore. But Li Xiamen didn't dare to bet that if Wang Ran really had other ideas, where would she go? That God, Do you have something to do? Li Xiamen plucked up his courage and asked Wang Ran aloud. However, Wang Ran looked at Li Xiamen directly as if he hadn't heard Li Xiamen's words. Inside the huge bronze coffin, he fell silent for a while. Fortunately, this situation did not last too long. Wang Ran slowly said, "It's this time, are you sure you can't come out and chat?" Wang Ran's words directly caused Yifan's cold hair to stand up. What fellow Taoist? Who is Wang Ran talking about? Everyone's doubts did not last long. As Wang Ran's voice fell, a hoarse laughter suddenly came out of Li Xiamen's mouth. At the same time, Li Xiamen's face became gloomy. Coupled with the laughter from Li Xiamen's mouth, her whole person looked strange. It was the first time everyone saw Li Xiamen like this. For ordinary people, the current Li Xiamen is really terrifying, especially these classmates who have lived with Li Xiamen day and night. This is even more so. So with Li Xiamen's changes, several people around her were shocked and backed away in an instant. "Boy, are you brave?" As the hoarse laughter fell, a gloomy male voice came from Li Xiamen's mouth. Yi Fan and others, who had never seen such a scene before, only felt a chill flash in their hearts. The complexions of the good, evil, and Ditan did not change. After all, they also controlled this method of possessing, and they had even used it more than once. Naturally, Wang Ran couldn't be frightened by a consciousness. Now Wang Ran is in the bronze coffin, not to mention that this guy's body can't break the seal. Even if it can break the seal, then he has nothing to do with Wang Ran. So after hearing the gloomy male voice in Li Xiamen's mouth, Wang Ran just chuckled and slowly said, "Friends of Taoist don't need to be like this. I know who I am, and what situation a fellow Taoist is in. You and I also know well. So you and I might as well talk frankly, and don't have to engage in these bluffs. In addition, don't you think it's a bit embarrassing for fellow Taoists to hide their heads and reveal their tails?" Hearing Wang Ran's words, Li Xiamen was silent for a moment, and then suddenly let out a strange laugh. "Boy, if it wasn't for me to be sealed, I would definitely kill you. Keeping you alive is really a big threat." Hearing Li Xiamen, Wang Ran shrugged indifferently, and then said, "Of course, if fellow Taoists can do it, you can come and try if you can kill me." Chapter 578 Crocodile Ancestor, Chance. It's just that I'm afraid that the predecessors will not be able to kill people, and they will be killed instead. At the end, Wang Ran's face slowly leaked a sneer. At the same time, a strong confidence radiated from Wang Ran. This time, Li Xiamen didn't say much, but his body trembled. In the next second, Li Xiamen returned to normal from the gloomy appearance just now. Seeing everyone who looked at him in horror, Li Xiamen's body was also shaking uncontrollably. She was possessed just now, but she could easily feel it after passing by. Even because of being possessed, Li Xiamen's perception was directly magnified several times. That kind of cold and violent feeling made her body tremble as soon as she thought of it. And now, Li Xiamen could feel something lying on his head. But she didn't dare to look at it. She didn't even dare to move it. But Li Xiamen is not good looking. Yi Fan and others can see clearly. The one lying on Li Xiamen's head was nothing else but the little crocodile who had just taken the lives of several of their classmates. No, it should be a little crocodile possessed to be precise. Although the little crocodile at this time is no different from the previous ones, his eyes, like gems, are full of complicated light. Looking at the little crocodile above Li Xiamen, Wang Ran said softly, "This fellow Taoist, I wonder if I can know the name of fellow Taoist." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the little crocodile above Li Xiamen's head let out a burst of laughter, and slowly said, "Name taboo. Remember when the world called me Crocodile Ancestor?" Hearing the answer from Crocodile Ancestor, Wang Ran did not show any unexpected expression on his face. No matter who the other party is, he is just a passerby, or one step closer. The mighty passerby. However, Wang Ran's attitude directly caused the dissatisfaction of Crocodile Ancestor. Although Wang Ran was young, his realm was not low. For people in this realm, how could he have never heard of the name of his Crocodile Ancestor? But what is Wang Ran's expression now? Do you look down on him? "Boy, can I understand that you are provoking me?" The crocodile's cold voice came, causing Yifan and the others to shiver together. As the protagonist who was threatened, Wang Ran did not have any consciousness of being threatened. Looking back carefully, this Crocodile Ancestor seems to have no good end, right? With a chuckle, Wang Ran did not respond positively, but just said, "Ancient demon Crocodile Ancestor, the world thought that you failed to pass the barrier, and died. Unexpectedly, you were sealed here." Naturally, Wang Ran didn't know how the world judged the Crocodile Ancestors. He said that just to create his own sense of mystery. After hearing Wang Ran's words, the aura on Crocodile Ancestor's body instantly became a lot violent. Wang Ran's attitude has explained everything. His Crocodile Ancestor power is no longer there. At least this is true for Wang Ran, good, evil, and Dishun. But how did Crocodile Ancestor know that there is a reason why the four people's attitude is so calm? Wang Ran is because he knows the details and future of the Crocodile Ancestor, and is confident that his strength will reach or exceed the realm of the Crocodile Ancestor before the Crocodile Ancestor is broken. Good, evil, and Dishun, but they don't know what Crocodile Ancestor is. Wang Ran was not afraid, and the three of them naturally didn't care. If someone who knows the identity of the Crocodile Ancestor comes later, the result will be different. Maybe, take the initiative to help Crocodile Ancestor break the seal. After all, this is very likely to be valued by the Crocodile Ancestor, and find a great backer for yourself. Unfortunately, these Crocodile Ancestors did not know, nor would they know. Consciously being despised, the crocodile who was not in power, roared frantically. The sound was so loud that even if Li Xiamen, who was riding under him, covered his ears, he was still shocked to bleed. The crocodile's anger was not directed at Wang Ran and the others, or it was not mainly directed at them. In the eyes of Crocodile Ancestor, the culprit responsible for all this was the person who sealed him. Bald donkey, wait for me. Sooner or later, I will eat your meat, drink your blood, give you cramps and cramp your body. The Crocodile Ancestor's voice echoed in the bronze coffin. Wang Ran frowned as he looked at Li Xiamen, who was bleeding from the ears of the Crocodile Ancestor. This child really received a disaster without ignorance. He stimulated the Crocodile Ancestor, and Li Xiamen was the first to be injured. This thing really makes him feel bad. But speaking of it, Wang Ran didn't expect a powerhouse at the level of Crocodile Ancestor to be so impatient. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiamen was directly out of the control of Crocodile Ancestor. A green light flashed in Wang Ran's hand and he directly stroked Li Xiamen's body. In the next second, Li Xiamen, who was in pain, instantly felt his pain disappear. Even, the body is much lighter than before. She understood that Wang Ran helped herself. I wanted to thank him. But when I looked at the current situation, it was not the time to thank Li Xiamen, and Li Xiamen closed it and quietly pushed into the crowd. At this moment, the Crocodile Ancestor only felt anger rushed to his brain, and Wang Ran actually despised him so much. However, the Crocodile Ancestor is after all a great demon who has practiced for countless years. Although he is angry, he also understands that with the body he currently occupies, it is impossible to affect Wang Ran at all. So Crocodile Ancestor did not do anything, but kept Wang Ran firmly in his mind. If there is a chance in the future, he will never let Wang Ran go easily. Regarding these, Wang Ran is naturally clear. He has offended the Crocodile Ancestor today, and the two will never get along peacefully in the future. But he didn't care. The Crocodile Ancestor was not a threat to him. The reason why he has been talking with the Crocodile Ancestor for so long is just to be completely prepared and directly control the consciousness of the Crocodile Ancestor. He wanted to search the memory of the Crocodile Ancestors through this consciousness, and then infer the practice system of the occult plane, and testify to his own memory. After all, Crocodile Ancestor is the top powerhouse after all, far from what Wang Ran can compare now. Even if it is just a touch of consciousness and without perfect preparation, Wang Ran is not sure that he will succeed. Who knows what Crocodile Ancestors have? If it fails, it will be delayed for a long time. After all, such a good opportunity can't be encountered at will. Wang Ran didn't think he could get a second one in a short period of time, a chance to obscure memory of the top powerhouses on the heavenly plane. If it weren't for this, Wang Ran would have killed the Crocodile Ancestor a long time ago, no matter how rampant he was here. But unfortunately, Wang Ran is not ready yet, so he can only continue wrangling with the Crocodile Ancestors to kill time. Chapter 579. Turn your face. Do it. Since fellow Taoists are so angry, why not break the seal at ease? Why waste time to trouble these little guys? Wang Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked softly as he watched the roaring crocodile. The already angry Crocodile Ancestor, hearing Wang Ran's words, and seeing Wang Ran's calm look, also slightly narrowed his eyes. Now the anger of Crocodile Ancestor has reached its extreme, but he did not continue to yell, but slowly said, Unxin broke through the seal. Do you know how many years this saint has been sealed? There is not a living person, even those monster races that have been sealed, have been eaten clean by me long ago. I don't know how many years have passed since the impact of the dark sky. I finally waited until the living creatures arrived. Don't you think they are good playthings? They can bring me a lot of fun. Otherwise, do you think they can survive? Hearing the words of Crocodile Ancestor, the hearts of Yifan and the crowd were filled with endless anger. Playthings? crocodile ancestors actually regarded them as playthings. Such an attitude can't be unconscious on Anun's body, especially people like Yifan, who are much more arrogant than ordinary people in their hearts. But they can't help it, because the crocodile ancestors are telling the truth. Although less than a day has passed, Yifan and the others have already recognized it clearly. In this world, strength is the last word. Crocodile ancestors are powerful enough, so they can be treated as playthings as they should. Wang Ran is strong enough, so he can talk to Crocodile Ancestor on an equal footing. Crocodile Ancestor is also willing to talk to him. And they, because of their weakness, even their own lives cannot be in their own hands. If it weren't for Wang Ran's help, they wouldn't know what they would be tortured by the Crocodile Ancestors. Wang Ran, kindness, evil, ambition, who have seen through these a long time ago, naturally won't have any emotional fluctuations because of the words of Crocodile Ancestor. Shrugging irrefutable, Wang Ran said softly, "From your perspective, it is true. However, I still want to give you a piece of advice." Hearing this, Crocodile Ancestor's eyes showed doubt, and he asked incomprehensibly, "Advice? Will you give me advice?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ran nodded gently, and then continued to speak. "Yes, just advice. Everyone's cause and effect are not clear to you, so I don't think it is correct for you to play with life like this. If you have a chance next time, don't provoke these little guys to exist, because maybe one of these people, behind the scenes, can't afford to offend." After listening to Wang Ran's words, Crocodile Ancestor felt that he had captured some important information. Without pause, after Wang Ran finished speaking, Crocodile Ancestor immediately asked, "What do you mean? Do you know some secrets?" Unfortunately, Wang Ran did not answer this question from Crocodile Ancestor to help him solve his doubts. On the contrary, Wang Ran continued to speak as if talking to himself. "Oh yes. There is one more thing. You should firmly remember the truth, that is, villains mostly die from talking too much." As the voice fell, a terrifying coercion broke out instantly on Wang Ran's body. In an instant, Yifan was so touching that he was forced to lie on the ground, unable to move his body at all. Even if it is a little bit. Wang Ran, who was fully prepared, would naturally not leave any mistakes. Therefore, the Crocodile Ancestor had no time to react at all, so Wang Ran directly controlled it. For fear of an accident, Wang Ran directly suppressed the consciousness of the Crocodile Ancestor after controlling the Crocodile Ancestor. In an instant, the eyes of the crocodile, who had already moved with smart eyes, instantly became sluggish. At this time, Wang Ran's aura slowly dissipated. As Wang Ran's aura dissipated, Yifan and others also climbed up on the ground one after another. At this time, the expressions on everyone's faces became more rigorous. Originally, because there was no reference, they still didn't know Wang Ran's strength, so the long and comfortable life made them inevitably have some thoughts in their hearts. But now it's different, although Wang Ran's strength is still unclear. But after what happened just now, they knew in their hearts that they were in front of Wang Ran, and I was afraid that they were no different from the front of Crocodile Ancestor. As long as they want, they can easily be crushed to death. However, unlike Crocodile Ancestor who treated them as playthings, Wang Ran respected them even more. But this is definitely not the reason why they can make an inch. Didn't you see that Wang Ran, who was still talking to Crocodile Ancestor with Yanyu, turned his face in an instant and started doing it? This kind of old monster who has not known how many years is living is beyond their imagination. Even if Wang Ran seems to be a respected senior now, he might turn his face and reveal his fierce side in the next second. So now Yifan and others, standing in place, called a trembling. To put it bluntly, they didn't even dare to show one of them now, for fear that they would offend Wang Ran and the others without knowing it. The reaction of Yifan and others was naturally caught by Wang Ran, but he didn't have the time to take care of everyone. As the saying goes, there are many dreams in the night. Crocodile Ancestor is not a simple character, who can grow into a giant existence, who hasn't used the means to press the bottom of the box. In order to prevent the rebirth incident, Wang Ran invaded the will of the Crocodile Ancestor the first time after he controlled the Crocodile Ancestor. Sure enough, there is no simple one who can grow into a giant. It didn't take long. The little crocodile possessed by the Crocodile Ancestor exploded instantly and turned into a blood mist. Correspondingly, the will of the Crocodile Ancestor was also annihilated at the same time. Fortunately, because Wang Ran shot in time, he still got a lot of knowledge he needed. Like what kind of cultivation system, the division of realms, and even he intercepted some information about the treasures of the Crocodile Ancestors. With this information, Wang Ran not only had an understanding of the comparison between his current strength and the realm of the occult plane, it also greatly assisted Wang Ran's next plan. As the clone of the crocodile ancestor exploded in the bronze coffin, the crocodile ancestor's body, which was still sealed in the ancient star of Yingnuo, let out an angry roar. "Asshole thing, you dare to be in? Don't wait for me to go out. When I go out, I will definitely put you and those bald donkeys to pieces." Unfortunately, the anger of crocodile ancestor did not have any effect on Wang Ran. On the contrary, the crocodile ancestor's overreaction also aroused the suppression of the seal, which made the crocodile ancestor a little bit more painful. Chapter 580 First Metamorphosis. Regardless of how pitiful the crocodile ancestor is now, anyway, Yi Fan and the others are now shocked by the explosion of the crocodile ancestor clone. That's right, I was really taken aback, and my body couldn't help but tremble. Seeing the appearance of Yi Fan and others, Wang Ran couldn't help but chuckle. "Why, you are so afraid of me, and I won't do what you guys do." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the corners of Yi Fan's mouths twitched stiffly. "That's what I said, but it really relaxes them, and they can't do it." At this moment, Yi Fan and others felt weak in their hearts. But Wang Ran spoke to them, and they didn't dare not answer the conversation. Everyone glanced at each other, and finally Yi Fan bit his scalp and said, "Shanxian, it's not that we are afraid of you, but mainly around you. We feel too much pressure." No loss is a person who can become the Emperor of Heaven in the future, even if he has not yet contacted the practice. His courage is not comparable to others. Sure enough, it is a good seedling. Looking at Yi Fan, Wang Ran couldn't help sighing in his heart. At this moment, Wang Ran cultivated Yi Fan's mind more deeply. With Yi Fan taking the lead, everyone nodded in response. Li Xiamen, who was not far away, bowed deeply to Wang Ran, and then said, "Just now, thank you Shanxian for helping me. I really have nothing to repay you." Gently waved his hand towards Li Xiamen, Wang Ran said, "It's okay." With that said, Wang Ran directly sat cross-legged on the ground, and then continued to speak to everyone. "Sit down, don't stand up even if you are under pressure, but there is still a long time to go through." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the good, evil, and Ditan naturally had no opinion, and they just sat down cross-legged. And Yi Fan and others, after a brief eye contact, also sat on the ground. It's not that they want to climb up the pole, it's mainly that they are really tired. After the great escape just now, they were already tired and didn't want to move. If it wasn't for fear of Wang Ran's dissatisfaction, they would not even have the will to stand up. After seeing everyone sitting down, Wang Ran continued to speak. "You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. We never bully the weak at will. In your words, we can actually be called pacifists." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan and the others widened their eyes in surprise. Zui and Yi Fan couldn't help but asked, "The gods still know about our Earth? Could it be that the gods are the ancient sages of the Earth?" Hearing Yi Fan and Zui's questions, Wang Ran shook his head gently, and then said, "You can say yes, or you can say number." Before we stayed on the Earth for a while, this time the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, we are also witnesses. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Yi Fan and others couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Wang Ran meant that he was a human being on Earth, but he was not a human being from Yi Fan and the others. However, Yi Fan and others subconsciously believed that Wang Ran and the others had only been on the Earth for a while, so they would understand it. Regarding this, Wang Ran didn't mean to explain more, and continued to speak. "You don't need to call us the gods. The title of gods is not something we can bear now." Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, Yi Fan and others put away the depression in their hearts, and then asked, "Then you are not called Shanxian. How should we call you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ran said softly, "Since you have embarked on this journey, you will definitely embark on the road of spiritual practice in the future. Since you are all monks in the future, just call us seniors directly." Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, Yi Fan hurriedly said, "We understand, senior." As the voice fell, the bronze coffin slowly fell into silence. Wang Ran, kindness, evil, and Dishan had no intention of taking the initiative to speak, and Yi Fan and others didn't know what to say for a long time. Fortunately, after the conversation just now, the pressure in the hearts of Yi Fan and others has also dissipated a lot, and it will not be said that they feel depressed. But even if the pressure dissipates a lot, it still exists. What's more, in such a confined space inside the bronze coffin, the depressive atmosphere will slowly grow. Yi Fan didn't have such experience like Wang Ran and others. In such a depressing environment, not speaking is too suffocating. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Yi Fan and others to stand the atmosphere. They took the initiative to ask Wang Ran, Senior, you just said that we will also enter the world of spiritual practice in the future. Can't we choose to be ordinary people in the future and simply live our lives? Hearing the people's questions, Wang Ran simply cast a glance at them, and then said, it can be, but can you withstand the temptation? Even if you can stand it, can you endure your own destiny in the hands of others? You know, other worlds are not as harmonious as your Earth. Life and death are really too common. And sometimes it's not something you can't do if you don't want to. There will be countless shadow powers behind you, pushing you forward. Hearing Wang Ran's words, everyone fell silent. Yes, can they really stand the temptation? High probability is impossible. On Earth, they dare not say that they can withstand the temptation of feasting, and they have to rely on the constraints of the law. So in a world where power is paramount, how dare they guarantee that they can withstand the temptation? Moreover, they really don't want to try again. It feels like fate is in the hands of others. Even on the Earth that Wang Ran called harmony, all kinds of chaos are happening all the time. What about the spiritual world? Everyone is not a fool, and the situation in the spiritual world can be understood by them as long as they think about it. It cannot be said to be lawless, but it is almost impossible for ordinary people to live as easily as on Earth. Life and death are held in the hands of others. As long as you have experienced this experience once, you will never want to experience it a second time. After a long silence, everyone sighed helplessly. They have accepted the fact that they are about to enter the world of spiritual practice, and they plan to say goodbye to their past lives. However, there are too many things on the Earth that they can't let go. Lovers, parents, friends, etc., etc. I don't know if there is any chance of seeing each other again in this life. This sigh contains not only their compromised fate, but also their reluctance to give up the past. Chapter 581 Loyalist. Now that they had accepted their next destiny, everyone in Yifan also began to make plans for their next path. Although Wang Ran said that they were bound to become monks, but now they are just ordinary people. They still don't know anything about spiritual practice. At this time, it is necessary to inquire about spiritual practice. As a senior in the spiritual world, Wang Ran, who is now in the same room with them, is undoubtedly a very good target for inquiries. So everyone did not hesitate, and immediately prepared to ask Wang Ran about cultivation. After all, they still have a chance now, and if they wait until later, whether they can meet Wang Ran, they have to say otherwise. After making a decision in his heart, Yifan directly asked Wang Ran, Senior, you are also aware of our situation. I don't know if you can teach us some spiritual experience, or some things that need to be paid attention to on the path of spiritual practice. Upon hearing Yifan's question, Wang Ran didn't mean to conceal it, and directly replied, since you have asked, then I will briefly talk to you. To become a powerful monk, there are 4 core things that are indispensable. You should also have some understanding of these 4 things, and that is the land of wealth. Money is naturally money, or resources for spiritual practice. If a monk wants to grow up, huge resources are bound to be indispensable. With the same talent and the same cultivation technique, if you have huge resources for cultivation, you will grow much faster than others. The gap may not be large in a short period of time, but as time goes by, the gap will become more and more obvious. So wealth is indispensable on the path of spiritual practice. Couple refers to the companion on the path of spiritual practice. You know, spiritual practice is a long journey. On this journey of spiritual practice, you will encounter all kinds of difficulties. At this time, having a like-minded fellow can not only help you solve the difficulties on the path of spiritual practice, but also make your mind calm. As for the Dharma, it is the key to practice. This method includes not only the cultivation method, but also the teaching of others to you on the path of cultivation and so on. To give a simple example, people who came from a big sect are more likely to become strong than those who come from a small sect. This is not only because it is easier for people from Dezongmen to obtain cultivation resources, but more importantly, Dezongmen has a more powerful practice method than the small schools. At the same time, there are more strong people inside the big sect, and the things that can be taught to the disciples of the sect are more comprehensive. In this way, the disciples of the big sect can take fewer detours on the path of cultivation, and the success rate will naturally far exceed that of the small sect. As for this last point, in my opinion, it is the basis that determines the upper limit of a practitioner. From this name, you can see that it refers to a place of practice. Why do I say that it is the basis for determining the upper limit of a practitioner? I also give you a simple example. Take your Earth as an example. If you are in the Dharma environment of the Earth, it is impossible for you to make a big breakthrough in your entire life. However, if you change to a treasured geomancy place, not only will your cultivation speed be greatly increased, but even the upper limit of your realm will be increased a lot. You should all understand the legendary fairy world. Why are there so many powerful existences in the fairy world? One of the most core reasons is that the aura in the fairy world, whether it is quantity or quality, is much stronger than the others. As for the other world Loisu, it is still too early for you now. But for this point, you don't need to worry too much. This time you leave, there is no need to worry about it in a short time. These are the 4 core points on the path of spiritual practice. If you can all gain something in the future, then the future can be expected. After listening to Wang Ran's explanation, Yi Fan and others were silent for a moment. They need some time to digest what Wang Ran said. At the same time, they are also thinking about how they should pursue these things next. After a while, Li Xiamen took the lead and asked Wang Ran, "Senior, I want to dare to ask, do you have a sect?" As soon as Li Xiamen's words were spoken, her thoughts became clear. She was hitting Wang Ran's idea, or she was hitting Wang Ran's idea. However, as Li Xiamen said, she was not the only one who made this idea, and a gleam of light flashed in everyone's eyes. Yes, the 4 elements of the path of spiritual practice. Although it is simple to say, it is not something they can get involved now. Although there is no need to consider land for the time being, what about the law of finances? There is no need to consider the spiritual resources. They will not be able to own them in a short time. As for the Taoist practitioners, they are even more illusory. The human mind is hard to guess. It is more difficult to have a trustworthy Taoist companion than to obtain a large amount of spiritual resources. Even to a certain extent, companionship is the most difficult to obtain on the path of spiritual practice. Now the only thing they can come into contact with is the law. In other words, only Wang Ran was the only opportunity they could come into contact with. As a great monk, Wang Ran must have a strong heritage. Although he didn't understand Wang Ran's specific strength, he didn't understand the practice system of the spiritual world. But these did not hinder their recognition of Wang Ran's strength. After all, from the previous dialogue between Wang Ran and Crocodile Zoo, it was possible to hear that there was definitely a big opportunity for Wang Ran. Wang Ran also said before that the big sect had a crushing advantage over those small sects. Everyone does not naively think that they are the sons of heaven, and they can easily worship the big sect. Rather than arduously worshipping a small sect in the future, it is better to gamble that the king is strong enough and the sect behind him is also strong enough. If this were the case, they would have solved the 2 major difficulties on the path of spiritual practice at once. First of all, there is definitely no need to worry about far. Secondly, everyone has come to the big sect, and money must be enough. Why not try this kind of 2 birds with 1 stone? Even if the facts were different from what they had guessed, Wang Ran was not from a large sect, nor was he powerful. However, they are also making a lot of money to worship Wang Ran's door and use Wang Ran as a springboard to enter the wider world. Taking another 10,000 steps back, even if Wang Ran rejected them, what about it? Is it possible that because of Wang Ran's refusal, they will incur any losses? Laughing to death. It's not a good deal at all. Chapter 582 Dazzling. Li Xiamen's reaction caused Wang Ran's brows to be slightly raised, not because of displeasure, but because of surprise. To be honest, everyone would make this choice. Wang Ran is not surprised at all. However, Wang Ran originally thought that this question would be raised by some bold and active guys like Yi Fan, Bangbo or Zhu Yi. Unexpectedly, the first person who spoke was Li Xiamen, a girl who didn't speak much. Seeing Li Xiamen's serious look, Wang Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that I have a low evaluation of Li Xiamen. Li Xiamen not only has some good talents, but also his mind. Mind and even ambition cannot be underestimated. Well, it's also a good seed. Wang Ran whispered in his heart. Why, girl, are you planning to take refuge in me? In just a moment, Wang Ran asked with a smile. Seeing Wang Ran's smile on his face did not show any unpleasant meaning, Li Xiamen was also relieved. She was still playing drums in her heart just now. What if Wang Ran's dissatisfaction caused by her own little meaning? After all, not every strong person allows people to think carefully in front of themselves. But now, Li Xiamen was relieved instantly. Wang Ran is still Wang Ran, and he is very tolerant to his juniors. Li Xiamen, who had no burden in his heart, became more relaxed now. After Wang Ran asked, Li Xiamen nodded and admitted, "Yes, senior, I do have this idea." Hearing Li Xiamen's answer, Wang Ran had a better view of Li Xiamen in his heart. At the same time, the eyes of other people showed a fiery light, staring at Wang Ran closely. Li Xiamen is the forerunner among them. If Li Xiamen succeeds, they will follow the trend. There was nothing unusual about Wang Ran's fiery gaze facing everyone, even if Yi Fan existed in these people. To be honest, Wang Ran is now much more interested in Li Xiamen than Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan's road has been almost arranged. Even without himself, Yi Fan can eventually become a giant. His own appearance is at best to speed up Yi Fan's growth rate, and by the way, give Yi Fan a chance to break through the limit. But Li Xiamen is different. Fundamentally speaking, she is an ordinary person, and she is not on the same level as Yi Fan. Without Wang Ran, even if Li Xiamen had some talent, the ultimate achievement would not be too high. At most, it can only become the mainstay of a holy land. Even because there is no backing protection like Yi Fan, Li Xiamen will have a great chance of falling on the road to seek the truth. For a teacher, to cultivate an existence destined to be a big boss and an ordinary person, do I have to ask which one has a stronger sense of achievement? Therefore, facing the fierce eyes of everyone, Wang Ran still focused his attention on Li Xiamen. After Li Xiamen spoke, Wang Ran narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Since you have this idea, then I will not hide it from you. I do have a sect, even I am the master of the sect. However, my sect is not so easy to enter. For some reasons, my requirements for the sect people can be said to be almost harsh. I can tell you responsibly, you spend a lot of time and energy to participate in the assessment, the result is not necessarily good. Besides, even if you successfully join my sect, don't you worry that my sect is just a small sect. After all, you haven't been in contact with the world of practitioners, and you don't know exactly what level of existence I am. By the way, I can also remind you that your talent is still very good. After entering the world of spiritual practice, you may have the opportunity to join the Holy Land within a few years. And my sect has nothing to do with those holy places. If you join my sect, then those sects, no matter what the reason, will not accept you again." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the eyes of everyone including Li Xiamen flashed with retreat and doubt. If the facts are really the same as what Wang Ran said, then once they make a wrong bet and are accepted by Wang Ran, then even if there is a better choice in the future, it has nothing to do with them. So, at this moment they flinched. Wang Ran was not surprised by everyone's confusion. With the huge information gap, Wang Ran successfully fooled this group of Xiabai. If Li Xiamen and Yi Fan had been in contact with the spiritual world, they could easily find many loopholes in Wang Ran's words, and then make the right choice. However, it is a pity that everyone in Li Xiamen is just a little rookie who has never been in contact with the world of spiritual practice. Of course, this was what Wang Ran had expected long ago. It can be regarded as a small psychological test. After all, this time Wang Ran, I am not going to do any assessment. If everyone really made a choice and decided to join the Tibetan sect, Wang Ran would directly enroll them in the sect. This can also be regarded as loving the house and the black. After all, these people are also regarded as earthlings. Unfortunately, facing Wang Ran's psychological test so rough that it couldn't be rougher, only a few could make up his mind. Most people turned their attention to Li Xiamen, wanting to see what choice Li Xiamen would make. If Li Xiamen agrees, then take a look at what Wang Ran can give Li Xiamen. If Li Xiamen refuses, it can be regarded as giving them a reason for refusal. In any case, it is always okay to wait and see first. At this time, Li Xiamen can already be said to have been pushed to the forefront. All the pressure gathered on Li Xiamen alone, what choice she made, almost determined her future fate. So even if no one puts pressure on her, Li Xiamen himself is very entangled. However, being able to raise this topic first is evident in Li Xiamen's mind. Light flashed in his eyes, and a touch of firmness appeared in Li Xiamen's eyes. Although he was very entangled in his heart, Li Xiamen quickly made a decision. In other words, as early as when the question was asked at the beginning, Li Xiamen had already expected it and made a decision. The reason why I was silent for a period of time was more to persuade myself to stick to my heart without shrinking. Senior, I have already decided, I want to join your sect. No matter how difficult the assessment is, I want to give it a try. Li Xiamen spoke slowly, and what was hidden in his calm words was huge firmness. Chapter 583. Everyone's decision. After Li Xiamen's voice fell, Wang Ran did not answer. I saw Wang Ran sweeping his eyes on the faces of Yi Fan and others with different expressions, and slowly said, "Since you asked, let's solve it all at once. What do you think?" Hearing Wang Ran's question, all but a few people showed a hesitant expression on their faces. They originally wanted to wait and see first, and wait until Li Xiamen's affairs were over before making plans. As a result, Wang Ran didn't come as they thought, but directly let them choose. At this moment, everyone was sitting on the wax, unable to make up their minds to make a choice. Wang Ran looked at the people who were a little startled for a while, with a smile on his face. Just kidding, he has lived for so many years. Can he not even see the cautious thinking of everyone? If you want to wait and see if you can take advantage of it, You should hurry up and go to bed, because that is impossible. Of course, not everyone is hesitant. After Wang Ran asked that question, Yi Fan and Zhu Yi only hesitated for a while before directly making a choice. Senior, I also want to join your sect. Seeing Yi Fan's words, Pang Bo, who was already thinking about it, directly chose to join. Hearing Yi Fan, Pang Bo and Zhu Yi speaking, Wang Ran asked the others, what about you? At this time, returning to China with Li Xiamen, the only cadet present with a western face took the lead and said, sorry, Senior. Senior, I don't want to join your Zongman, I think. In the future I will have a better future. Although Chinese is sloppy, but Cade's meaning is already obvious. Wang Ran was not surprised by Capital Land's choice. Born in the West, it is normal to value one's own interests. Compared with the endless possibilities in the future, Wang Ran's temptation is obviously not big enough. Cade's words obviously resonated with the rest of the people who did not make a decision. After thinking for a while, the rest of them also gave answers to rejection one after another. However, judging from the distressed expressions on everyone's faces, they still value this opportunity very much. However, these Wang Ran ignored them, since they had all made a choice. It meant that the fate between them and Zhangman had been exhausted. Wang Ran turned his gaze to the four people who had chosen to join Zhangman: Yi Fan, Li Xiamen, Zhu Yi, and Pang Bo. He chuckled and asked slowly, can I ask you one last time, why did you make this decision? Hearing that, Yi Fan and the others did not have the hesitation just now, and directly replied, of course, seniors. Although we don't understand the spiritual world, we can also guess that there must be various competitions in the spiritual world. Like the holy place you mentioned, you can tell by its name that it is definitely not a simple place for practice. The resources in the spiritual world are certainly not endless. Like the kind of powerful sect, we don't think we can compete with the local geniuses. That's right, since cultivation is about talent, the sooner you get involved in cultivation, the better. We are now almost 30 years old. Compared with those young talents, our competitiveness is too small. Moreover, even if we can join those so-called holy places, we will not necessarily receive attention or even be excluded. So, instead of fighting for those uncertain futures, we still think it would be better to follow you. Although the time spent with your seniors is not long, we can still see that you are all generous elders. Following your practice, we will certainly not suffer. After listening to Yi Fan, Li Xiamen, Pang Bo and Zhu Yi, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. Not only him, but the good, evil, and Itan who have been sitting on the ground as tools, smiles on their faces. May I ask the younger generation who knows how to be satisfied and know how to be grateful who doesn't like it? Of course, the words of Yi Fan, Li Xiamen, Pang Bo and Zhu Yi made the faces of the rest of the people regretful. Although they had thought of this just now, they were always comforting themselves, and the future was definitely bright. But now that the shortcomings are being spoken out, they can't help but start thinking about that. Could it be that this decision was made wrong? Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves. You guys are really pretty good, Wang Ran said with satisfaction. After Wang Ran finished speaking, the faces of several people did not show arrogance. On the contrary, they showed some modesty. They know very well that they are not really a big deal, they just know how to choose. He did not delay the praise of himself. After Wang Ran's voice fell, Li Xiamen took the lead and said, Senior, I'm ready, you just need to perform any assessments. After Li Xiamen finished speaking, Yi Fan, Pang Bo and Zhu Yi also nodded firmly, their eyes full of determination. But when faced with the questions of the four, Wang Ran didn't use any means, just smiled at a few people. Wang Ran's smile directly made Yi Fan, Li Xiamen, Pang Bo and Zhu Yi confused. The four of them glanced at each other, and asked with some doubts, what's wrong, Senior, is there any problem? Hearing the doubting voices of the four people, Wang Ran shook his head first, and then slowly said, problem? No problem, it's just that you have already passed this assessment. Passed? When? After hearing Wang Ran's words, the four of them couldn't help but their eyes widened, looking incredible. Regarding this, Wang Ran did not answer, but just smiled at a few people. Soon, the four of them reacted and asked tentatively, Senior, are you saying that the decision just now is the assessment? Hearing this answer, Wang Ran nodded calmly, and then said, yes, from the moment I gave you a choice, the assessment has already begun. Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, the faces of Yi Fan, Li Xiamen, Zhu Yi and Pang Bo all showed joyful smiles. They were worried that they could not pass the assessment just now, but the surprise came so suddenly. This is simply meeting love at the corner. However, compared to the joy of the four, The others who chose to give up felt very uncomfortable. They feel that they are losing more and more now. Can they really have a better future in the future? If it doesn't, wouldn't it be that you ruined your own future? Chapter 584 Arrive at the destination. As the saying goes, 10 birds in the forest are not as good as 1 bird in hand. The people who have chosen to give up now feel extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. When everyone felt uncomfortable, Wang Ran spoke again. Since you have passed the assessment now, I will accept several of you as registered disciples. Of course, if you can satisfy me in the future, I will also accept you as a personal pass. However, although you have joined Zangman now, I will not teach you the practice right now. Moreover, I don't have much spiritual resources for you in a short period of time. Now, by the way, Zangman is also my sect. The 3 of them are also the gatekeepers of our Zangman. You can just call them Uncle Master. Having said that, Wang Ran pointed to the good, evil, and Dishan, and made an introduction respectively. Facing Wang Ran's words, Yifan, Zhu Yi, Bang Bo and Li Xiamen did not show any dissatisfaction. I'm not a cultivator, so I should just listen to Wang Ran's arrangements in the future. Since they chose to join Zangman, they must believe in Wang Ran. Anyway, the 4 people didn't believe it. Wang Ran would cheat them. But the others who didn't choose to join Zangman, because Wang Ran's words looked a lot better, and his heart was not so heavy. After all, from this point of view, this Tibetan gate does not seem to be very powerful. Moreover, the most important resources for cultivation, Yifan and others couldn't get much in a short time, and they didn't even pass on the exercises to them. In this way, they feel much better in their hearts. At least everyone is still the same now, so I might develop better. If Yifan and the others get dazzled by the various cultivation techniques and cultivation resources as soon as they enter the door, then they will feel really uncomfortable in their hearts. However, what everyone didn't notice was that after seeing the changes in their faces, the 3 of kind, evil, and Itan flashed a look of compassion in their eyes. Really, Wang Ran didn't have the training resources and didn't pay much attention to Yifan. Although Wang Ran didn't have many cultivation resources, it was enough for Yifan and the others to use it for 10 or 8 years. If Wang Ran wanted to, Yifan and the others could start cultivating now, and even the speed of cultivating would be much faster than ordinary people. It was precisely because Wang Ran valued them that he didn't worry about letting a few people practice. After all, the 4 of them are almost 30 years old, and too many of them have lost their vitality. If you don't think of a way to replenish your vitality first, but start practicing now, it will be harmful to the 4 of them, but not profitable. It can only be said that these people are too knowledgeable and think too simple. If you use one sentence to describe it, it is that the clown is yourself. However, the roads are all chosen by themselves. Who is so greedy? After all, they are not their own. And the good, evil, and Dishan 3 have no intention of instructing them. After a gleam of pity flashed in their eyes, the 3 of them closed their eyes and entered a state of cultivation. I don't know how long it took, and suddenly there was a violent vibration in the bronze coffin. At this time, everyone in the bronze coffin, whether sleeping or cultivating, all woke up in an instant. They knew that a brand new world had arrived. Sure enough, after everyone woke up, the door of the bronze coffin that had been closed loosened and opened in an instant. Strong light and fresh air came from outside the bronze coffin one after another. Everyone's spirits came in an instant. They were really suffocated just now. Wang Ran, good, evil, and Itan had no problem. Such a short period of time was not enough for them to cultivate. But Yifan and the ordinary people are different. They really survived, and even fell asleep in the end. Not only that, because Wang Ran and the others were cultivating with their eyes closed, they did not dare to talk at will, for fear of affecting Wang Ran's 4. Now they have finally come to the new world and can see the sky again. They all walked towards the outside of the bronze coffin with excitement, and didn't want to stay in the bronze coffin any longer. As everyone walked out of the bronze coffin, a thick greenery immediately appeared in front of everyone. The tall trees around no longer know how many years they have grown. Yifan and the others were looking at everything around them in a novel way. This feeling of seeing the world of life again was really exciting. However, everyone is very clear that there are definitely dangers in this world that they can't imagine. The huge strange bird that flew over from time to time, and the broken stone monument with 3 characters in the distance, all confirmed this. Wang Ran, kindness, evil, and Dishan. The moments when they walked out of the bronze coffin, their complexions changed frantically, because they felt that their vitality was constantly being lost, and there was a strong murderous intent locking them down. The loss of vitality is not a big deal to them, but this murderous intent is terrifying. They can feel that if they are not paying attention, they will be killed on the spot. Regarding this, the trio of Ditan, Good and evil were not clear, but Wang Ran understood very well that now he had been spotted by Emperor Ruthless, one of the ultimate bosses who covered the plane of the sky. If the ruthless people do it, they will not have a chance to escape, and they will directly explain here. Sect Master, is this murderous? Kindness, evil, and Dishan asked Wang Ran in a low voice. Wang Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly said, "Don't worry, I'll test it out first." After speaking, Wang Ran directly released his spiritual consciousness, and the surrounding environment instantly appeared in Wang Ran's mind. Very easily, Wang Ran found 9 fruit trees that were split from the immortal medicine. Without hesitation, Wang Ran directly used his magical powers, wanting to pluck the fruit from the fruit tree. But Wang Ran had just taken action, and the murderous intent fell on Wang Ran's head in an instant. Not daring to hesitate, Wang Ran stopped his actions instantly. As Wang Ran stopped his actions, this murderous intent slowly calmed down. In just an instant, Wang Ran's back was directly wet with cold sweat. Wang Ran was sure that if he did something, he would die in the next second. Sure enough, these were all prepared by ruthless people for Yifan. It really took a big advantage to accept Yifan this time. Wang Ran couldn't help feeling inwardly. Kindness, evil, and Dishan saw that they felt strange, and asked Wang Ran with some concern, "Sect Master, what shall we do now?" This time, Wang Ran didn't immediately answer the 3 of kind, evil, and Dishan. After thinking for a moment, Wang Ran's eyes condensed, and then he said, "Wait, I will try again." After speaking, Wang Ran shot again. It's just that Wang Ran's goal this time is no longer those magic drugs, but Yifan and others. Chapter 585 Murder Shrouded. Wang Ran persuaded Wang Ran is going to give it a try. Can you just take Yifan and the others away? The result was naturally predictable. After all, Ruthless had spent so much effort to pave the way for Yifan. How could Wang Ran destroy it? Just when Wang Ran just started to take Yifan away, the murderous intent that had just calmed down once again fell on Wang Ran's head. Even this time, the murderous intent was stronger than just now. For a moment, Wang Ran's body trembled uncontrollably with fright. Not daring to hesitate, Wang Ran quickly dissipated the energy that had been condensed, and stopped the movement in his hand. But this is not over yet. Although the murderous intent dissipated after Wang Ran stopped his actions. However, Wang Ran, kindness, evil, and Dishan felt a force of expulsion at the same time. Although they were able to resist, the murderous intent that hovered above everyone was like a guillotine, threatening the lives of the 4 people at all times. Wang Ran didn't dare to be careless. He knew very well that this was an ultimatum given by the ruthless person. Their existence has greatly affected Ruan Ren's next plan. The 4 looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts at the same time. While Yifan and others were still excited, Wang Ran suddenly spoke to Li Xiamen, "Yifan and others, we still have some things to deal with, and give you a task to get out of this barren ancient forbidden land on your own. After you go out, you will gain a lot of things. At that time, when you start to practice, I will be waiting for you outside the Forbidden Land." After finishing talking, Wang Ran didn't give Yifan time to react. He took the 3 of kindness, evil, and Dishan and disappeared in the same place. As the 3 of them left, Yifan and others reacted to what was going on. Yifan, Li Xiamen, Pangbo, and Ziyi glanced at each other in confusion, and Pangbo slowly said, "Master, they just left like this. It really doesn't care about us. Then what should we do?" Hearing Pangbo's words, the other 3 shrugged helplessly, and then said, "Otherwise, haven't you seen it too? There is no way, we can only watch us go outside." Not just the 4 of them, but also helpless and solemn expressions on the faces of the rest. When Wang Ran left, they couldn't get the light, so they could only walk out honestly. As Yifan's voice fell, a burst of noise followed. Everyone glanced at each other and sighed helplessly. Everyone used a lot of energy to climb Mount Tai, and then they encountered the crocodile ancestors' chase. Despite the huge physical exertion, Yifan and the others still waited a lot of time in the bronze coffin. All of a sudden, the sequel of huge physical energy consumption came up. Yifan and the others are not Wang Ran, good, evil, and Dishan. They have reached the realm of Big a long time ago, and they don't need to consume energy through physical objects. Yifan and the others, after consuming a lot of physical energy, can only consume energy through food. I couldn't feel anything when I was excited just now. As soon as the unexcited energy passed, a deep sense of hunger spread. Come on, let's find something to eat now. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will be starved to death before we get out of this forbidden place. Ziyi sighed, then spoke directly to everyone. Everyone had no opinion. They nodded and agreed. However, the faces of a few people, including Liu Xian and Li Chengqing, became ugly. In the beginning, before Wang Ran and others appeared, everyone faintly focused on Yi Fan. In the future, as Wang Ran brought Yi Fan and others into his custody, the core position of the few of them became even more apparent. It can be said that it is now on the bright side. This made it possible for Liu Xian and others, who had a rift with Yi Fan, to accept it. Originally, their ability to worship Wang Ran's door was enough to make them jealous. But in the end everyone still regarded them as the core. Why is this? Not to mention how uncertain your future development is. Even now, Yi Fan and the others have just entered a teacher's gate. Yi Fan and the others know the information of the spiritual world, and everyone knows it too. Since everyone is on the same level, why should Yi Fan and his people be the core? But now, although they were dissatisfied, they did not show it. After all, the situation is better than people, but if you want them to convince Yi Fan and them like others, it is absolutely impossible. If you are not all the way, don't think about having a heart. The strangeness of Liu Xian, Li Chengqing and others did not attract the attention of others, or even if they noticed, they did not take it to heart. After Zuyi's voice fell, everyone just discussed briefly, and then dispersed to find food. It is not clear what others are looking for, but under the deliberate guidance of Ruthless Man, Yi Fan, Li Xiamen, Bang Bo and Zuyi easily came to the opportunity Ruthless Man prepared for Yi Fan. Seeing the clear spring water in front of them, 9 small fruit trees full of fruit, the 4 of them instantly became excited. The hunger in their abdomen has long made them unable to control their desire to eat, especially Pang Bo, a nervous guy. Without hesitation at all, Pang Bo went directly in front of a fruit tree on the runway, plucking a fruit and preparing to eat it. But Pang Bo's nerves are thick, but Yi Fan, Li Xiamen, and Zuyi's nerves are not. How can they not be wary of this kind of wild fruit? All kinds of poisonous wild fruits emerge endlessly on the earth. Diarrhea, vomiting, and even paralysis are not uncommon. Now in the world of spiritual practice, if you encounter that kind of poisonous wild fruit, wouldn't it be possible to send them to the west to see the Buddha in one bite? Therefore, at the moment Pang Bo was about to eat the fruit, several people hurriedly said, "Pang Bo, wait. Don't." Unfortunately, although everyone was wary, they couldn't bear Pang Bo's movements fast enough. Before they could finish their words, Pang Bo spoke directly to the wild fruit in his hand. He even swallowed without chewing. Pang Bo didn't react until now. Hearing what the pedestrian said, Pang Bo turned around and glanced at everyone with a puzzled look. While turning around, Pang Bo also chirped, and then asked, "What's the matter? What's the matter? Don't say it. This fruit is quite delicious. It deserves to be the growth of the virgin forest of the spiritual world. It is pure, natural and pollution-free, and it is impossible to eat on the earth. Hey, don't be stunned. Come over and eat together." Chapter 586 Unpredictable. Seeing Pang Bo greeted himself there with an okay appearance, he even commented on the taste of the fruit. Yi Fan, Zuyi and Li Xiamen couldn't help but twitched their mouths. This means that the fruit is not poisonous. Otherwise they are afraid that they will not directly collect Pang Bo's body. No, nothing else. Looking at each other, Yi Fan, Zuyi and Li Xiamen said helplessly towards Pang Bo, "Since it's okay, you can come here as soon as possible. The fruit is really delicious." Pang Bo didn't realize the problem at all. After hearing what Yi Fan said, he excitedly waved to them and said. After speaking, Pang Bo ate the fruit in his hand in 2s and 3s. Yi Fan, who took this look, quickly walked to Pang Bo's side and ate with him. Don't hurry up. Look at Pang Bo's appearance. They are afraid of this fruit. Pang Bo will be created by himself. The 4 people who feasted on it did not realize how precious this fruit really is. Even for Wang Ran, it had some great effects. Under the effect of these fruits, the essence of Yi Fan and the others has been completely replenished. Even their own talents have risen to a level. These things were something that Wang Ran couldn't easily bring to them now. Sure enough, a ruthless person is a ruthless person. Even Wang Ran will be jealous with this handwriting. Yi Fan and the others, who didn't realize the precious fruits, stopped after eating some fruits. It's not that they are full, but that they are still thinking about other classmates. Okay, let's take the remaining fruits back to others. I don't know if they have found food. After touching his unfinished belly, Yi Fan said directly. Pang Bo, Zuyi, and Li Xiamen also have no objection. After all, if you find something to eat, you should bring it back to your classmates. But it should be, everyone is still a little bit reluctant. After all, since they had eaten this fruit, they felt that their energy was extremely energetic. Different question. This fruit is definitely not a common product. It is definitely a very precious thing. Good things, everyone can monopolize the same thing. It's just that none of Yi Fan's 4 is that kind of villain, so they can afford these good things. After plucking these fruits, everyone put a few in their pockets. There were not many fruits. After the four of them ate a few pieces, the rest was only enough for the rest to share. But this kind of good thing is better than nothing. After drinking a few more sips of spring water, everyone returned to their original path. At first, everyone was in a very happy mood. Although they were not full, they also felt good about it. Moreover, the energy of the four has become more energetic. But it didn't take long for the four of them to look ugly. Because on their way back, they met Liu Xian, Li Chenqing, Wang Yan and Liu Yi. The four were grouped into a group. And it wasn't surprising that even if they ran into each other, what really made everyone angry was that Liu Yanzai, Li Chenqing and Wang Yan were actually bullying Liu Yi. I saw Wang Yan playing with the Buddha beads that originally belonged to Liu Yi, and Liu Yi's hand was Wang Yan's broken copper bell. Liu Yi stood in front of Wang Yan with an aggrieved look, while Liu Xian and Li Chenqing also stood coldly behind Wang Yan to support him. Don't ask. It's definitely Liu Xian and the three who are doing little tricks. Yi Fan and the others didn't understand why this happened. Liu Xian and Yi Fan knew that they were at odds, but Liu Yi, a weak girl, didn't provoke them at all. Everyone is old classmate for many years. Why does this kind of problem occur? What Yi Fan didn't know was that Liu Xian did this for many reasons, but in the final analysis, it was because Liu Yi was on Yi Fan's side. After experiencing so many things, everyone understands that the things they brought out of the alien temple are treasures. But they can't use it after all. After experiencing the hunting and killing of the ancestors of the Yingwu ancient star crocodile, many of the Buddha artifacts brought out by them were damaged. Wang Yan is one of them. It just so happened that this time they and Liu Yi were grouped together. Wang Yan herself was not pleasing to Li Xiamen, so she deliberately bullied Liu Yi who was biased towards them. Not to mention Liu Xian and Li Chenqing, the three reached an agreement without much discussion. Therefore, this scene will appear. But Yi Fan and the others are not clear about this. Seeing Liu Xian and the others' excessive behavior, a few people ran over and asked Liu Xian and the others harshly, "What are you doing?" As early as when Yi Fan and the others ran towards this place, Liu Xian had already discovered it. In an instant, their faces changed. Although Yi Fan was not pleasing to their eyes, they didn't want to be an enemy of Yi Fan either. After all, if they really fight, Yi Fan and Pangbo will be able to fight if they come out and they don't even know their own mothers. What's more, there are now Zhu Yi, a second-generation figure with comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physical education, and art, and they are even worse. Therefore, everyone subconsciously tugged. However, their expressions quickly recovered. After all, now the matter is over. Yi Fan and the others have no evidence. What can they do with them? As for how Liu Yi feels, what does it have to do with them? Therefore, facing Yi Fan's sharp questioning, Wang Yan smiled lightly, and then said, "Yi Fan, you are back. It seems that you have gained something." "We didn't do anything, but Yi liked my brass bell and wanted to exchange it with his prayer beads. I thought, everyone has been classmates for so many years, and since Yi likes it, I also switched to her." After hearing Wang Yan's words, Liu Yi, who had been dragged behind by Yi Fan and the others, explained somewhat aggrievedly, "I don't have it. After she took my prayer beads, she forced the brass bell to me." In fact, there is no need to listen to Liu Yi's explanation. After hearing Wang Yan's words, Yi Fan's people laughed angrily by her. Looking at Wang Ran, Yi Fan asked with a sneer, "You mean, you used her intact Buddhist beads to take the initiative to exchange you for the broken and unusable brass bell? Everyone has been classmates for so many years. Do you think that Yi Fan is an idiot?" Hearing that Yi Fan wanted to stand up for Liu Yi, Wang Yan was not afraid of him. Originally, the relationship between everyone was not good. Even if Yi Fan and the others developed in the future, it would be impossible to help her. Therefore, Wang Yan directly said, "Believe it or not, that's the truth anyway." Chapter 587 The anger from Yi Fan. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and return the things." Yi Fan got angry and said sharply towards Wang Yan. Yi Fan has always been very gentle, but this does not mean that he will not be angry. Yi Fan once became angry, which also left a deep impression on his classmates. Therefore, after Yi Fan's face changed, Wang Yan shuddered subconsciously. But Liu Xian and Li Chenqing, who stood behind Yi Fan, didn't mean anything to be afraid. They even saw Yi Fan get angry, and their hearts were filled with joy. Seeing Wang Yan was about to admit it, Li Chenqing took a step forward, with a hint of playfulness on his face, and said to Yi Fan, "This is a matter between Liu Yi and Wang Yan. If they are willing to exchange it, they will exchange it." "Yi Fan, do you care too much?" Hearing Li Chenqing's words, Wang Yan's heart suddenly became calmer. This time, Yi Fan didn't say much. He just squinted at Li Chenqing slightly, let the back step forward and threw his arm towards Li Chenqing, snapped. With a sound of meat, Li Chenqing was slapped to the ground by Yi Fan in an instant. At the same time, Li Chenqing's face seemed to be stung by a poisonous bee, and it swelled instantly. All the students knew how powerful Yi Fan was. It can be said that even the strongest Pangbo is a little bit behind Yi Fan, especially now. Yi Fan has also eaten a few divine fruits, and his physique has been further strengthened. Yi Fan's all-out slap was something that Li Chenqing, who had been spoiled for many years, could bear. Under a palm, Li Chenqing was directly beaten by Yi Fan. Li Chenqing almost fainted while lying on the ground. Wang Yan was so frightened by this scene that he didn't dare to move. He didn't expect that Yi Fan would even dare to do it. Like Wang Yan, there is Liu Xian standing by. However, in Liu Xian's heart, what is stronger than fear is endless anger. How dare Yi Fan? How dare he do it directly? This makes Liu Xian how to raise his head in the future. Therefore, after Yi Fan finished playing Li Chenqing, Liu Xian immediately shouted, "Yi Fan, what do you want to do? Well, it's a pity that Liu Xian hadn't said anything before, and he was knocked down by Pangbo, who followed closely. Asshole thing, shameless, you still make sense, right?" Seeing Liu Xian, who was kicked on the ground by himself, Pangbo spoke disdainfully. Yi Fan has done it. As a best friend, how could he stand idly by? Pangbo's strength was already great, not to mention that he still kicked with his feet this time, so Liu Xian was kicked to the ground directly. He could only retching, but he didn't have the strength to get up. After a long time, Liu Xian and Li Chenqing got up from the ground. However, in order to avoid being beaten again, they didn't dare to jump this time, and stood aside honestly. If it hadn't been for the spiteful gazes in the eyes of the two of them, everyone would have thought they were convinced. Of course, the thoughts of Liu Xian and Li Chenqing, Yi Fan and others didn't care. After solving Liu Xian and Li Chenqing, Yi Fan directly spoke to Wang Yan. "I don't want to say it a second time, you know what you should do. Although I don't want to beat women, it's not that I can't beat women." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Wang Yan shuddered in fright. She also saw Liu Xian and Li Chenqing's end. The two big men were still vulnerable in front of Yi Fan and the others, so she was a woman who could make waves. Although Wang Yan loves face very much, he still knows how to compare face with the suffering of flesh and blood. What's more, she is also trying to save face. Maybe it will be more embarrassing to wait a while. Therefore, after Yi Fan's voice fell, Wang Yan directly shivered and sent the Buddhist beads in Liu Yi's hands. Even his broken copper bell did not dare to come back. If Liu Yi hadn't returned the copper bell to her, Wang Yan would have lost his wife and broke down this time. "Hey, Yi Fan, you are here." "Ah, what happened to Chenqing? Your face, why is it so swollen?" It may be that everyone's voice was too loud, and other students who went out looking for food also rushed over. But when everyone saw Li Chenqing's miserable appearance, they were all startled and hurriedly asked. As for Liu Xian, although it was also miserable, because he was kicked by Pangbo, there was nothing to be seen on the outside. And Li Chenqing, after hearing the questions from the classmates, resisted the anger in his heart, showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and then endured the pain and said, "It's okay. I was accidentally stung by a wasp just now." Li Chenqing did not say that he was beaten by Yi Fan. After all, he was also a face-saving person and didn't want to be known about his own scandals. However, his answer was obviously not convinced by everyone. After all, although Li Chenqing's face is swollen, but the palm print is still clearly printed on his face. However, Li Chenqing said that, and everyone was not asking too much. He asked Li Chenqing to be cautious and uncovered it. As for Yi Fan and others, although they pouted their lips in disdain, they did not expose Li Chenqing. The matter is over, and they don't need to expose people's scars. Now that Li Chenqing's affairs have been exposed, the students are not entangled, but they opened their mouths and asked them, "Have you found food? We searched for a long time, but we didn't find anything to eat." Although a lot of small animals have been found, they are caught every time. Liu Yi shook his head directly when he heard the people's inquiries. The time in their group just now was used to bully themselves, where they came from looking for food. But Liu Xian and Li Chenqing still hid a lot of chocolate on them, and they and Wang ran ate a lot. As for yourself, just kidding. Who would think that Liu Xian and the others would share the food with Liu Yi? When all the students saw Liu Yi shook their heads, their hearts sank. Liu Yi and the others didn't get anything, so would Yi Fan and the others, who were with Liu Yi and others just now, have any gain? This kind of thing is impossible no matter how you look at it. However, when everyone was disappointed, Yi Fan and the others said directly, "We found some wild fruit." With that said, the four of them directly took out the fruits they had picked up. It's a pity that there are really too few fruits, and there are only 6 when it comes to full play, which is not enough compared to the dozen or so people present. Therefore, the people who had heard Yi Fan's words had hope in their hearts, but now their hearts sank again. It is estimated that a person can only get one bite of this thing. You may be hungrier if you eat it, so it's better not to eat it. Chapter 588. Just to my liking, Liu Xian, who was resentful, said directly at this time, with such a little thing, one bite is gone. What good can it do? And these wild fruits, who knows if eating them will ruin your stomach? Liu Xian now dare not blatantly provoke Yi Fan, but this does not mean that Liu Xian does not want to make Yi Fan sick. Now, isn't it a good opportunity? Therefore, Liu Xian didn't think much about it at all, and just started talking about yin and yang strangely. Facing Liu Yun's yin and yang strangeness, Yi Fan's hearts were also agitated. This fruit is definitely a good thing. They all give up points to everyone, but Liu Yun's eye still doesn't appreciate it. However, a few people were irritated in their hearts, but they didn't say anything to refute them. It just so happens that you are picking and choosing and saving it. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but show a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Looking at Liu Xian, Li Chengqing and Wang Yan, Yi Fan said directly, since the three of you don't like it, it's just to make a contribution to everyone. Yi is weak and needs to add more energy to give her a fruit directly. Think of it as giving your share to Yi, and the remaining 5 will be shared equally by everyone. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Liu Xian and the 3 did not show any pity, but said in a weird manner, that's fine. Anyway, if you take a bite, you will be hungrier, so it's better not to eat. Besides, with such a large forest, there will be fewer wild fruits around. Instead of hooking up the greedy insects, it's better to eat a full one at a time. Presumably, Yi Fan, you guys came back only when you were full. Otherwise, how could it be possible that there is only such a thing left? Hearing Liu Xian's yin and yang strange words, Yi Fan and the others were not angry yet, but Liu Yi took the lead to fight back. Liu Xian, you are too embarrassed to say that. Yi Fan, they kindly found everyone to eat. How about you? Obviously there are a lot of chocolates, but the 3 of you secretly ate them by yourself. It's no wonder that Liu Yi was angry. She was very grateful to Yi Fan and others. In addition, she had long been dissatisfied with Liu Xian, Li Chengqing and Wang Yan, so she didn't save them face at all. Honest people also have a temper. Although Liu Yi is very weak, she is still very rigid when it comes to this kind of selective issue. After hearing Liu Yi's words, the faces of all the students changed. At first they thought Liu Xian's words were reasonable, but they didn't expect Liu Xian to hide such a thing. But after Liu Xian heard what Liu Yi said, there was no embarrassment on his face. He has experienced such things a lot. As long as he has a good mouth, the black ones can be said to be white. Therefore, after Liu Yi finished speaking, Liu Xian directly said, who said I don't give it to everyone. The reason why I didn't take it out before was just because I forgot about it. After all, everyone has gone through so many things just now, it's normal to forget such trivial things. If I hadn't touched my pocket just now, I would have forgotten that I still have chocolate. It just so happens that since you have said so, I also let everyone see that I, Liu Xian, is definitely not the kind of person who has something that I don't share with you. With that said, Liu Xian said directly that he took out all the food on his body, and then said, come on. There are so many more, everyone will share it. Chocolate is high in calories. Although everyone does not get a lot of it, it is enough to top it. As for me, because I have eaten 2 yuan just now, I won't fight with everyone. As Liu Xian's voice fell, Li Chengqing and Wang Yan also echoed, yes. The 2 of us can also testify to Xian. Xian did forget about this before, so when he remembered that he still had something to eat, he gave it to us and Yi as soon as possible. Therefore, we and Yi will not fight with everyone. Let's get a point. Li Chengqing and Wang Yan are very chicken thieves. They even brought Liu Yi with them. Not only beautified his own image, but also retaliated against Liu Yi in a small amount. After all, the 3 of them had just eaten, but Liu Yi hadn't eaten anything. To be honest, with regard to the acting skills of these 3 people, if it wasn't for Yi Fan and the others who saw their faces just now, maybe even they would have believed it. The 2 of them almost died of Liu Yi's words. It was obvious that they didn't share anything for themselves just now, but they actually said that now. Really, I have never seen such a brazen person. However, before Liu Yi broke out, Liu Xian took the lead and said, as the saying goes, see the true feelings in adversity. Everyone is a classmate. I don't want everyone to misunderstand me. By the way, Yi Fan, you guys have eaten too, right? If that's the case, don't grab anything with your classmates. They didn't eat anything. And after Liu Xian's voice fell, the group of unreasonable students also believed in Liu Xian. After all, there are so many foods. At this time, Liu Xian can give it to everyone. Can't it explain the problem? Therefore, just after Liu Xian finished speaking, everyone said, yes, you can see the truth in adversity. Xian, Don't worry, everyone knows what you are, and you won't get you wrong. Yes, that's right, everyone believes in you. Hearing the compliments from the classmates, Liu Xian's face was not as gloomy as before, but smiled again. Although this operation made him lose the only food left on his body, what does it matter? Food and everything are things outside of the body and can be regained sooner or later. He didn't believe it. They could still starve to death in such a big forest. Just paying a small amount of food, you can blow Yifan, Zuyi, Li Xiamen, and Pang Bo to their prestige. By the way, they have also improved their right to speak. It is simply not a bargain. Therefore, Liu Xian is really happy at this time. But Liu Ye was very unhappy, but he couldn't help it because she couldn't prove anything at all. But Yifan, Pang Bo, Zuyi, and Li Xiamen saw their classmates look so indistinguishable from black and white. Although they were chilling, they did not explain anything. With just a sneer, Pang Bo directly said that the fruit in his hand had been divided among 2 Liu Ye, and then divided the remaining 4 among the small group. After dividing, Pang Bo directly said, since everyone has chocolate to eat, and we don't like our fruit, then we eat it ourselves. As for the chocolate, we don't participate in a distribution anymore. Isn't it a problem? Chapter 589 Vicious. When a group of students heard Pang Bo's words, they nodded directly. Of course, they have no objection. If there are 8 people missing, these chocolates will finally put them on their stomachs. As for a bite of wild fruit, how can they care about it when they grow up in the city? Yifan and the others just stared coldly at everyone's feeling of respect, and a sneer appeared at the corners of their mouths. Even if it was a classmate for many years, it didn't really make everyone touch each other. The ugliness of human nature is not simply talked about, but is demonstrated vividly in everyone. Liu Ye was also extremely disappointed at this time. She didn't fight with others, but she couldn't easily accept the double-sided character of this classmate. Without explaining much, Liu Ye took a bite of the fruit that Pang Bo gave her. As for the higher calorie chocolate, let alone everyone didn't mean to share it with her. Even if there is, she will not accept it. Even if the 2 fruits are not enough to eat, he would rather choose the fruits brought back by Yifan than to eat Liu Xian's chocolate. But are 2 fruits really not enough? That is naturally impossible. Not to mention 2, even if there is only 1, the energy contained is enough to make Liu Ye energetic. So, just after Liu Ye took the first bite, her eyes widened in shock. Not only because of the deliciousness of the fruit, but also because of just 1 bite, the exhaustion and hunger from her body have been completely eliminated. Pang! Liu Ye wanted to say something, but Li Xiamen gave Liu Ye a wink and motioned her not to say more. Although Liu Ye was shocked in his heart, he still resisted the shock in his heart, and did not say what had already reached his lips, just silently eating the fruit in his hand. But the speed has been quietly improved a lot. He also understood that this fruit was definitely not an ordinary good thing, and his admiration for Yifan and the others became stronger. Except for the fruits that Yifan brought back, everyone's food was not too much. After Liu Ye speeded up and finished eating the fruits in his hands, everyone quickly settled the food distributed to them. The people who had something in their stomachs did not stay in place for too long. Under the leadership of Yifan and others, everyone explored beyond the barren ancient forbidden land. Although Liu Xian has gathered a wave of people's hearts just now, the core of this small group of students is undoubtedly Yifan and the 4. Even after Liu Xian's instigation and separation just now caused Yifan's image to be damaged, but there is no way. Who told Yifan and the 4 of them to be the strongest and worship Wang Ran as their teacher? They still rely on Yifan and the others. If they don't need Yifan and the others, the situation may change. In this regard, although Yifan and the others were a little tired, they didn't say much. The faces of Liu Xian and the others became difficult to look at. They had just taken out the only remaining food to gather people's hearts. As a result, they had just finished eating, and everyone was a little cold and surrounded by Yifan. Hanging far behind everyone, Li Chengqing asked a little bit angrily, Xian, let's just forget it? These people, too, don't even think about our goodness at all. Those who ate really fed the dogs. Hearing what Li Chengqing said, Liu Xian smiled fiercely, then said with gloomy eyes, forget it, how could it be forgotten? Wait, my Buddha stick has restored some divinity, wait for a chance, we will kill these 4 directly. As for the gang of Wall Tao All Grass, if it is so simple and is bought by us, then I will take a high look at them. Hearing what Liu Xian said, Yifan slapped him and Li Chengqing, who was grieving, did not express any objection. After all, apart from Liu Xian, the one who resented Yifan the most was Li Chengqing. However, Wang Yang, who did not have too many hidden conflicts with Yifan, was shocked by Liu Xian's words. Eyes widened in disbelief, Wang Yan said in horror, kill them. Liu Xian, you are crazy, everyone is a classmate, how can you do this? Besides, Yi Fan and the others have visited the Tibetan Gate. Are you not afraid that those seniors will trouble us? Hearing Wang Yan's words, Liu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. It was not that he was scared, but he realized that he had not considered Wang Yan's ideas just now. She and Liu Xian are different from Li Chengqing. Liu Xian and Li Chengqing have been grudges against Yi Fan for a long time. But Wang Yan is not. She just joined in halfway. Liu Xian knew very well that if they couldn't persuade Wang Yan, their plan would be dead before implementation. Therefore, Liu Xian squinted at Wang Yan and said coldly, even if they visit the Tibetan Gate, do you really think those seniors will value them so much? If they really valued them, the seniors would not leave them alone in this forbidden land. After all, a few of them had said that they had worshipped the Tibetan Gate, but in the final analysis they were just the registered disciples of that senior. Besides, the barren ancient forbidden land is so large and dangerous, even if Yi Fan died here, it is normal. And, do you think you can be safe and worry-free if you don't deal with the Yi Fan and the others? Yi Fan, will they tell your classmates about the things you did? Even one step further, if he spreads this matter out, your chance to visit the big sect will be completely lost in the future. After all, it is estimated that there is not a large sect that will accept us as disciples who bully the weak and insult their companions. Even if you take a step back, Yi Fan and the others did not spread it out. Do you think he will help us who are in conflict with him when he develops in the future? Even if they don't step on us, it's good? Do you want to live such a day? I definitely don't want to. Since I don't want to, the only way now is to kill Yi Fan and the others in the cradle. After all, we are also going to enter the world of spiritual practice. You have to understand the truth, that is, people are not for themselves, and the heavens are destroyed. Hearing Liu Xian's words, Wang Yan's expression changed from time to time. Although she didn't want Yi Fan to die, she also had to admit that what Liu Xian said was very reasonable. There was a long silence, and no one knew what Wang Yan had thought during this time, but Liu Xian and Li Chengqing were calm in their hearts. They knew exactly who Wang Yan was, otherwise Liu Xian would not ignore Wang Yan's thoughts and directly speak out his plans. Chapter 590 Yi Fan leaves the barren ancient forbidden land. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Wang Yan's face to become firmer. After gritting her teeth, Wang Yan nodded directly at Liu Xian, and then said, okay, I'll be with you, but my brass spell is broken and I can't help much. When Wang Yan said so, Liu Xian and Li Chengqing smiled instantly, quickly waved his hand, and said to Wang Yan, it's okay, as long as you are willing to help. After speaking, the three met each other, and then showed a cold smile. Time flies. 5 days have passed. After 5 days of trekking, Yi Fan and the others finally came to the edge of the Forbidden Land. However, as long as you look closely, you can find that the number of people is 3 less than at the beginning. What is missing is Liu Xian, Li Chengqing and Wang Yan, who are trying to plot the lives of Yi Fan's people. Except for the 4 of Yi Fan, no one knew exactly what happened. Only that Liu Xian, Li Chengqing, and Wang Yan were in the Forbidden Land forever. Of course, the death of the 3 people did not affect everyone's joy. Even thinking that the death of the 3 people, the joy of seeing the light in everyone's hearts at this time, is even more intense. After all, they didn't want to stay longer in such a dangerous deserted ancient forbidden place. Without a trace of hesitation, everyone including Yi Fan rushed out of the barren ancient forbidden ground with excitement. It's just that, just after rushing out of the barren ancient forbidden ground, everyone felt an unbearable sting. In just a moment, everyone fainted on the ground, and as everyone fainted, everyone's body was also undergoing drastic changes. Except for the 5 people who have eaten the fruit, everyone's appearance is rapidly aging. However, in a few moments, the men and women who were in their prime of life turned into hoarfrost-covered old men. And Yi Fan, Li Xiamen, Bang Bo, and Zhu Yi, because they ate a lot of divine fruit, not only did not become old, on the contrary, they also became a lot younger. At this time, purely from the appearance, he looked like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. As for Liu Yi, although she only ate 2 divine fruits, she has also become a lot younger, looking only in her early 20s. The people have been lying on the ground for a long time, but when everyone regains consciousness again, the time is almost noon. With the return of consciousness, everyone also got up from the ground. However, as everyone got up, everyone let out a horrified cry. Who are you? Why have I become an old man? Various voices shouted from everyone's mouth, even Pangbo and the others, because their appearance had changed so much. They were shocked for a while. But soon, everyone figured out the status quo. Everyone was silent, but from the complicated faces, we could see that everyone's hearts were not at peace. Also, no matter who it is, when he wakes up and finds that he has stepped from youth to old age, or the familiar classmates around him have become old people, his heart will not be calm. Yifan and the others have become younger, but those students who have turned into old people are uncomfortable. They are more aware of the reasons for such a big gap between each other. In these 5 days, everyone can almost eat and live together. However, the 5 of Yifan and the others have become young, but they have grown old. The only reason for this difference is the fruits that Yifan and the others brought back at the beginning. They didn't expect that when they only rejected a fruit, they turned out to be like this. If they hadn't refused at the beginning, even if they didn't say they became young again, they wouldn't have reached old age. But what else can they say at this time? Are you complaining that Yifan didn't give them fruits to eat? But at the beginning, the human face clearly prepared his share, only because he looked down on it and refused. They have no reason to complain about Yifan and the others, but they can only curse Liu Xian, who is dead in their hearts. Without them, it would be impossible for everyone to reject the fruits brought back by Yifan and others. The tremendous changes made them shed tears of collapse. What does the late years represent? Everyone knows very well that it is death. Looking at everyone's attitude, Liu Ye was full of gratefulness and gratitude left in his heart at this time. She couldn't imagine that if she, like everyone else, became an old man in his late years, she would not be able to accept it. Will it be the same as everyone, crying in tears? All the old classmates showed a desperate atmosphere. At this time, their passion for the outside world is gone. Yes, I'm about to step into the coffin soon. What's the use of passion? Yifan, who had become a lot younger, glanced at each other, but they didn't know what to say, so they fell silent. Suddenly, an atmosphere called despair emerged from the crowd. However, the silence of the people did not last long before they were interrupted. It was not the young Yifan, Pangbo, Zhu Yi, Li Xiamen, and Liu Ye who interrupted them, but the flying rainbows flying from a distance. In other words, it is the people who stand on Fei Hong. You came out of the Forbidden Land? An old voice rang in the ears of Yifan and others. Everyone who heard this voice raised their heads subconsciously. Then they discovered that the talking was an old woman with grey hair. With this old woman, there are more than a dozen people. Among these people are middle-aged men and young girls. But no matter who it is, his body exudes a dusty temperament. Even people with no knowledge can understand that these people are definitely not ordinary people. What's more, are people like Yifan who already have some knowledge. So right after the old woman asked, Yifan and the others directly answered. But before Yifan and the others could speak, the old woman was like answering herself, and said again, sure enough, the sea of bitterness has been opened up, and it really came out of the Forbidden Land. Good seedlings, it is not easy for you to come out of the Forbidden Land alive. It's just that why did you guys become so young? In the end, the old woman's words obviously asked Yifan who was there. Yifan didn't dare to conceal it, so they just opened their mouths and went back. This predecessor, the reason why we have become so young should be because of how many fruits we have eaten. Hearing Yifan and the others' answers, the old woman frowned directly, and then whispered in a low voice, fruit, is it a sacred fruit? But how is this possible? How can the 9 sacred mountains be approached by a few ordinary people? Chapter 591 Short-sighted. Have you 3 eaten a red fruit that grows on a high mountain in the deserted ancient Forbidden Land? Although she didn't believe it in her heart, the old woman still asked tentatively. Yifan also understood that this old woman definitely knew a lot. At first, they had some doubts in their minds, so after the old woman finished asking, Zhu Yi nodded directly and replied, yes, senior, we did eat a red fruit. Do you know what it is, senior? But the old woman who opened the mouth did not answer, but murmured to herself in disbelief, you guys have actually eaten sacred fruit. It's incredible, it's really unbelievable. Having said this, the old woman directly exchanged glances with several middle-aged people around. Suddenly, everyone understood their inner thoughts. These are good seedlings, and they must not be let go. At the same time, these people feel a little regretful in their hearts. After all, everyone is not of the same school, so many good seedlings can't be swallowed by themselves. Although the sects behind everyone are the same, but in the final analysis they are not a family. Just when the old woman and others secretly said that it was a pity, those classmates who were already covered with hoarfrost suddenly knelt on the ground. Looking at the old woman and others standing above Fei Hong, they trembled and asked, dear gods, we are all a group of people in trouble. I wonder if you can show kindness to help us restore our former appearance. Hearing these people's words, the faces of the old woman and others flashed with joy. This is really a good thing, and I don't want to give it a chance to refuse. After clearing her throat, the old woman said directly, the reason why you have this situation is because of the lack of vitality. It is actually very simple to solve your current situation. Or, you can find an elixir to eat it to make up for the shortfall. However, this method is not suitable for you, and the elixir that can make up for vitality, even the worst, is far from what you can get. Therefore, the best way for you to get rid of the predicament is to break through the realm. As long as you break through the realm, your lifespan will naturally increase at that time, and the vitality that is consumed will naturally not affect you. It just so happens that you broke out of the barren ancient forbidden land. The sea of suffering has been opened up, and the realm will be broken very quickly. As long as you find a suitable exercise book, it won't take long for you to get back to the original state. Hearing the words of the old woman, the faces of everyone suddenly showed joy. Senior, since you said that, I don't know if you can bring us under the sect and teach us the fairy lore. Everyone asked eagerly. The old women and the others don't seem to be easy, and they can also help themselves out of a difficult situation. In this case, they don't have the meaning to hesitate. But as the saying goes, those who catch up are worthless. Hearing everyone's positive look, although the old woman and the others were already irritated, they still held up their arrogance. Looking down at everyone, the old woman directly said, "You should get up first. Although your age has passed our requirements, since you have opened up a sea of suffering and are a good seed, we can give you a chance. After all, it is not that simple to join our martial arts. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself first. I am Liling from Linksu Cave, one of the 6 caves in the territory of Yanzai. These people around me are all masters of the 6 great caverns." Senior Sister Liling is right. There are countless sacred sites in Yanzai, but there are only 6 of us that can be called Dongshan. Others that are better can be called blessed places, but more are not even called blessed places. After Liling finished speaking, several middle-aged people around her came to speak. The attitude of everyone is very high, as if giving Yifan and the others and opportunities to actually give them arms. Yifan, Pangbo, Zhu Yi, Li Xiamen, and Liu Ye were indeed unhappy in their hearts. After all, Wang Ran and the others were so powerful before, and they didn't give them any heirs. But the rest of the people can just eat this set, even their hearts are faintly happy. After all, the more arrogant Li Ling and the others are, the more it shows that their strength is stronger. What does their strength show? It shows that their choice is not wrong. Therefore, just after Li Lingjai had finished speaking, except for Yifan, everyone's face showed a look of worship towards Li Lingjai. Nodding excitedly, everyone directly said, "We understand that there are always a lot of rules in the big sect. We can understand. You can give us this opportunity. We are already very happy." Hearing the compliments of these geniuses, Li Ling suddenly felt that his image had grown taller, and even couldn't help but smile. Quickly straightened his expression, Li Ling slowly said, "You don't have to belittle yourself. You are indeed good seedlings, and we don't want you to be in the dust. As the so-called special affairs, we will not embarrass you. Don't worry, we are just getting to know your situation. Let's explore your physique later." Hearing Li Ling's words, the joyous smiles on everyone's faces became stronger. "That's why I lick the dog and lick the dog, and I have everything in the end." They have just started to lick. Isn't it already beginning to be rewarding? Of course, it is not without spine. Like Wang Zivan and Li Daling, they are still very tough, and they did not kneel and lick Li Ling. Even to those flattering classmates, their hearts are the same as Yifan and they look down upon it. However, none of the people present paid attention to these trivial matters. Everyone now concentrates on the questions Li Ling and the others have asked. "First of all, we must ask you, where do you come from?" Hearing Li Ling's question, Wang Ziwen slowly replied, "We came from the west, and we don't know where it is." Everyone did not choose to tell the truth, even those students who chose to kneel and lick the 6 caves. Everyone is an adult, and we will still make a choice to weigh the pros and cons. They can't do it if they directly explain their details. "Western? Is it the western regions?" "No way, you have so many Buddhist artifacts." "There are indeed many Buddhist cultivations in the western regions." Hearing Wang Ziwen's answer, Li Ling and the others did not doubt, they just spoke thoughtfully. Chapter 592 End of the Cave. The Buddhist artifacts on Yifan and the others were naturally noticed by Li Ling and the others at a glance, but they didn't mention which Buddhist artifacts that had internal formation patterns and Taoist time have disappeared and were of no use. They were originally curious about how everyone got these Buddhist artifacts, but now that Wang Ziwen answered like this, the matter seemed to be explainable. After all, people from the western regions have a few powerful Buddhist artifacts on their bodies. Isn't this normal? It can only be said that Wang Ziwen saved a lot of trouble for everyone because of his mistake. Li Ling didn't get too much trouble with this issue, and asked again, "Then how did you come from the remote western regions to the eastern wilderness?" After all, The direct distance between the two is not a little bit. Even if it is us, it will take decades to drive the Fei Hong forward at full speed to set foot in the western regions. Although they don't understand the geographical division here, everyone is not stupid enough to expose it. After the questions of Li Ling and others were uttered, everyone immediately unified their thoughts. This time, Wang Ziwen gave an explanation. Senior, we actually don't know how we got here. At the beginning, we climbed a famous mountain in our hometown, where there was a 5-color altar. I don't know how to do it. Soon after we went up the mountain, the 5-color altar started by itself. Let us faint in darkness, and when we wake up again, we have reached a high mountain in the deserted ancient forbidden land. Hearing Wang Ziwen's answer, everyone in Li Ling chirped, and their faces also showed a look of yearning. Especially a middle-aged man next to Li Ling. After hearing what Wang Ziwen said, he slowly said, simply crossing the distance of tens of thousands of miles. There really are countless wonderful things in this world. If there is a chance, I must go and see the 5-color altar that you are talking about. Regarding the words of the middle-aged man, Li Ling and others nodded inconclusively. But they didn't talk too much about this, but continued to ask Yi Fan and them many questions. The question went smoothly. Of course, Li Ling and the others wanted to have a cut scene about it. Now that the question is over, Li Ling and the others are about to go through the most critical link. That is the physical exploration, or the assessment of everyone's talents. Although Yi Fan and the others have already opened up a sea of suffering, if their talents are not enough, they will not go too far in the future. Li Ling and the others did this to determine the attitude of the sect towards Yi Fan and others in the future. In this regard, even Yi Fan did not refuse, although it is impossible for them to join the cave. But this does not hinder their curiosity. What is his natural physique? Not only Li Ling and others are curious, but Yi Fan themselves are also curious. This matter is as smooth as ever, and Yi Fan's classmates are still very talented in physique. There are even a few, which can be called a top genius. With the detection of everyone's talents, Li Ling and their mouths were almost pulled up into the sky. However, this situation quickly ended, because soon it was Yi Fan's turn to be the last one to accept the probe. As they explored Yi Fan's body, Li Ling and others' faces instantly showed shocked expressions. Opening his mouth in disbelief, Li Ling said in shock, "Unexpectedly, there is still such a physique now." The people next to Li Ling also said one after another, "Yes, this kind of physique. I'm afraid it hasn't appeared in nearly 10,000 years. Unexpectedly, we can still meet." After hearing the words of a few people, all of them showed doubts on their faces. Pang Bo, who has the best relationship with Yi Fan, couldn't help but ask several seniors, "Don't you know what kind of physique Yi Fan is? Is he very strong?" Hearing Pang Bo's question, Li Ling glanced at each other, and their eyes showed helpless expressions. When they looked at Yi Fan, they also revealed a touch of sympathy. Indeed, this physique is very powerful. Yi Fan's physique was called the Wild Ancient Eucharist, and the existence of this physique at the beginning was nothing but the existence of Zhenshao in ancient and modern times. For them, invincibility at the same level is basically nothing more. Even if it is cross-border combat, it is commonplace for them. Hearing Li Ling's words, Pang Bo instantly smiled with joy. As Yi Fan's best friend, the better Yi Fan's talent, the happier he is for Yi Fan. Zhu Yi, Li Xiamen, Liu Yi, Wang Ziwen and others were the same, and they couldn't help but feel happy for Yi Fan. As for the others, they looked at Yi Fan with different expressions. Some are happy for him, but more are the envy and even jealousy of Yi Fan. Even if Yi Fan can have such a strong opportunity, his talent is still so good. It's really good to shop around, and people are more deadly than people. But Yi Fan himself was very calm, although he was also very happy in his heart. But in the next second, everyone's expressions changed. Because after speaking those words, Li Ling and others paused for a while, then spoke again. However, this requires a time premise. If it was tens of thousands of years ago, the ancient Eucharist was indeed the most powerful physique in the entire world. But it doesn't work anymore. I don't know the reason. Since the ancient times, the Eucharist has been cursed, and there is no way to cultivate. Even if they spend countless resources to successfully embark on the path of cultivation, they will fall into the difficulty of breaking the mirror. Therefore, it is not so much luck to have an ancient Eucharist, as it is unfortunate. In this era, even ordinary physiques can travel much farther than the owners of the ridiculous ancient sacrament. As the words of Li Ling and others fell, those who cared about Yi Fan naturally changed their faces and didn't know what to say. Those who were envious and jealous of Yi Fan not only didn't care, they even felt a burst of joy, and there was not much affection. How is it possible? Senior, have you made a mistake? How could Yi Fan not be able to practice? Pang Bo asked incredulously that he really couldn't accept this fact. Li Ling didn't explain much, but Yi Fan patted Pang Bo on the shoulder and said, It's okay Pangbo, how could I, Yifan, be bound by this so-called curse? Seeing Yifan's appearance, Pangbo and the others were silent and didn't know what to say, but they soon showed a smile on their faces and chose to believe in Yifan. The others looked at Yifan sympathetically, thinking that he was a little pitiful. After all, people like him can cultivate, and if Yifan doesn't die, he can only be an ordinary person for a lifetime. Chapter 593 Murder. As for Li Ling and the others, they didn't take Yifan to heart. The ancient Eucharist is certainly famous, but it was only in the ancient period. For so many years, no lonely ancient Eucharist can break the curse and resume the path of practice. What use is this Yifan? Even if his slogans are louder, they don't believe that a mere Yifan can reopen the glory of the Eucharist. Therefore, they did not say much about Yifan's words, but directly said to the others, "Since it has been determined that your talents are good and your life experience is innocent, then we will take the lead and wait for you to enter the sky." Yes, but you can't all join a cave. Of course, you don't have to worry about not seeing each other in the future. We are in the same spirit in the 6 caves, and there are still many opportunities for you to meet in the future. Let's do this. Whoever is called by our 6 great caves will stand behind us. From then on, you are the descendants of our major caves, and when the trials of the other disciples are over, we will take you back to the caves. Speaking of this, the representatives of the 6 great caves looked at each other one after another, and then began to call everyone's names one by one. In the beginning they were very tacitly accepting only some people with average talents, and the scene of you and me was very harmonious. But yelling and yelling, the atmosphere changed, because the farther to the end, the better the talents of the remaining people. For this kind of genius disciple, no one wants to shut them out, just like earning their own heaven. Therefore, the smell of gunpowder on the scene is getting stronger and stronger. In the end, they even started a language attack. Why is your family Stongten not worthy of the truth? Why are your disciples inferior to one generation? Anyway, all kinds of words that belittle other Dongtians came with their mouths open, and Yifan and the others who looked at it were stunned for a while. If everyone's talents didn't differ much, nothing would matter. After all, in the end, it's nothing more than all parties compromise and take a step back. But when the 6 big caves divided the rest of the people, only Pangbo, Ziyi, and Li Xiamen were left with the best talents, and Yifan made up the number. The smell of gunpowder among the 6 big caves escalated again. There are only 3 people, but there are 6 big caves to participate in the competition. No one wants to give up these 3 talents who are obviously much better than others, so the situation is obviously going out of control. Senior sister Li Ling, if I remember correctly, your Lingsu Dongshan has no core disciples, right? If they join your Lingsu Dongshan, wouldn't they just be an inner disciple, and simply cannot have the best training resources? Hey, our Lingsu Dongshan really does not have the quota of core disciples, but your Yuding Dongshan is not better, right? Several elders of the powerful faction have already closed their doors. How can they train another person to carry the pot? Let me say you don't fight. We Jingxia Dongshan still have several core disciples. Your core disciples are also embarrassed to say. What kind of characters can you have in these years? If you don't think about the predecessors, you might not even be able to keep the name of Dongshan. What do you mean? Do you want to fight? Fight and fight. Who is afraid of whom? Just as the gunpowder keg was about to be ignited, Ziyi, who was dumbfounded, said quickly, "Seniors, don't fight anymore. I'm really sorry, we already have a sect." Ziyi's words were like a basin of ice water, directly splashed on the heads of the 6 big caves. After hearing Ziyi's words, the crowd stopped arguing as expected, but looked at Ziyi together. "Do you have a sect? There are people who discovered you earlier than us in this swallow territory." "Impossible. Could it be your sect in the western regions before?" A middle-aged man in Liu Da Dongtan frowned and asked. Hearing his question, Li Xiamen said, "I'm really sorry, seniors. You are indeed the first one I met after I walked out of the Forbidden Land. However, we just visited the Teacher's Gate not long ago, so we can only say sorry for your kindness." Hearing Li Xiamen's words, everyone in the 6 holy places felt helpless. You can see from Ziyi's attitude, they really didn't mean to worship the 6 great caves. However, after being helpless, a wave of anger rose in their hearts. Just for these 3 people, they were very angry just now. Almost even his face was torn apart. As a result, Ziyi, Bangbo, and Li Xiamen actually told them that they already had a sect. Isn't this a joke? How can their dignified elders of the 6 great caves, the most powerful group of people in the entire Yanzai territory, tolerate such a play? As for Yifan, he was directly ignored by them. Anyway, even at the beginning, they didn't plan to accept Yifan. Humble little leaf, crying online. Can you tell us, What is the name of the sect you worshipped in? An old woman in the 6 great caves asked with a dark face. Although they were very angry, they even decided to take action against Zhu Yi. But they are not old and confused. Although some people are weak, if the strength behind them is unusual, they can't provoke them. Therefore, before the evil thoughts are turned into actual actions, they are still ready to inquire about the addresses of a few people. Zhu Yi, Pang Bo, Yi Fan, and Li Xiamen saw the old woman's dark complexion, and they knew that they had offended each other. They didn't want this kind of thing to happen either. The blame was that they didn't explain clearly at the beginning and didn't have a chance to interrupt in the middle. When they had a chance to explain, things had become irreversible. The 4 of them met at each other and gave a wry smile to explain. No way, people have already asked, and they dare not answer. I only hope that the name of Zangman is loud enough, or that the people of the 6 great caves are broad-minded. In the end, Bang Bo, the most burly figure, bit his scalp and replied to the 6 big cavemen, "Senior, the name of the sect we worshipped is Zangman." Hearing Pang Bo's answer, the elders of the 6 great caves met each other, and there was a hint of doubt and cruelty in their eyes. Zangman? They have not heard of it. In all continents of the Big Dipper Star region, there are big sects with names and surnames recorded in the cave. But this Tibetan gate is definitely not in this list. This can only show that this Tibetan gate is definitely not a big gate that they can't afford to provoke. Chapter 594. The villain died of talking too much, but he's still talking too much. Zangman is at most similar to the 6 big caves behind them, and it may even be far inferior to them. It's just a small sect from another place. Although it is not clear how the Tibetan gate rushed ahead of them and collected these good seedlings into the gate. But is this important? Just a small sect, their 6 great caves are not waiting in their eyes. Although the income is hopeless, these few are people who have not eaten the holy fruit for long, and they themselves are a huge amount of wealth. Everyone only had a few conversations in secret, and they had already made a decision, ready to make a choice for the fate of Yi Fan's 4. Ha, Zangman, a pretty good sect. Since you and I have no relationship with the 6 caves, I wish you a smooth path to practice. The old woman who spoke first said again. The tone was completely blessing, and she couldn't hear any bad thoughts at all. Yi Fan's heart was relieved when the 4 of them heard what the old woman said. Fortunately, it turned out to be a good death. The 4 of them sighed in their hearts, and then they quickly spoke. "Thank you, seniors, for your blessings, and I wish you all your wishes come true." As everyone's voice fell, the elders of the 6 great caves gave Yi Fan a deep look at the 4 of them. However, they didn't open their mouths to say anything, but directly explained to the disciples behind them. "Well, now that the matter has been resolved, then we will also go back." Promise. As the voice fell, flying rainbows rose out of thin air, and flew away with Yi Fan's classmates who had already worshipped into the cave. "Hey, wait, take us away too." With the appearance of Fei Hong, Bang Bao shouted loudly. It's a pity that everyone in the 6 great caves didn't hear it, and disappeared into the eyes of Yi Fan and others in the blink of an eye. "Hey, they didn't say to take us out of this ghost place. Master and the others didn't come. What should we do next?" The call was not answered. Pang Bo helplessly asked several people. Li Xiamen looked at Pang Bo helplessly, and then responded, "Pang Bo, we are already offending them. How could they help us if they didn't take action against us? They were already broad-minded." Yi Fan also hammered Pang Bo's shoulder and said, "Yes, you can grow up a bit, don't just grow muscles." Hearing what Yi Fan and Li Xiamen said, Pang Bo rolled his eyes helplessly, and then said, "Thank you. My fault. My fault. This picture of you husband and wife is really nostalgic." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan directly punched Pang Bo. Funny, whoever sings and sings as well as his wife. Zhu Yi on the side looked at the two who were fighting, and smiled helplessly. "Okay, don't say so much. Let's quickly discuss where to go next." "Discuss? No need to discuss. You can't go anywhere next." Zhu Yi's words did not get any answer from Yi Fan, Pang Bo, or Li Xiamen, but got a response from a cold voice. Hearing this cold voice, the chills of the 4 of them stood up instantly. At the same time, their bodies shuddered uncontrollably, because along with that voice, there was also a strong killing intent. They have not experienced the life and death crisis. The time the crocodile ancestor played with them is not counted, or they have also encountered it in the deserted ancient forbidden land. However, this was the first time they felt this terrifying killing intent. Suddenly, the brains of the 4 of them couldn't react to what else to do next. Fortunately, the person who spoke seemed to want the 4 of Yi Fan to understand a little bit, and did not immediately solve the 4 of them. Otherwise, based on the current transformation of the 4 Yi Fans, killing them is not much more difficult than killing chickens. As the rays of light disappeared, several figures appeared directly in front of Yi Fan. These people are not bystanders, but the elders of the 6 great caves who have just left. Looking at the silhouettes of several elders, Yi Fan's 4 also came back to their senses. Somewhat puzzled and fearful, the foreman Zanzan opened his mouth and asked the elders of the 6 big caves, several seniors, "I don't know what you want to do when you come back." Hearing the questions of the 4, the faces of several elders in the 6 great caves all showed a sneer. Looking at the 4 of Yi Fan, an old woman slowly said, "What are we doing? Don't you already know what we are going to do?" Hearing the old woman's answer, Yi Fan's 4 faces showed bitter smiles. They never expected that the hypocritical faces of these people just now were actually paralyzing them. No, it shouldn't be said to be paralyzing them. After all, the 4 of them have no way to threaten these cave elders. The reason why they showed a hypocritical face at first is probably just to maintain a noble image in front of their disciples. In an instant, you can also buy off the admiration and heartfelt hearts of their classmates. In fact, this matter is indeed the same as Yi Fan's 4 guessed. But unfortunately, even if they guess right, there is no reward. What they should face, they still have to face it. But Yi Fan and the 4 were unwilling to lead their necks to the slaughter, and they did not want to give up. After the old woman's voice fell, Yi Fan asked bitterly, "Why? Can you tell me why we have to kill us? Is it because we offended you unintentionally?" There was no respect in Yi Fan's tone. After all, no one would respect someone who would kill him. However, the elders of the 6 great caves didn't care about this either, and they cared about a dying person. They didn't think so. Even facing Yi Fan's question, they happily gave an answer. "If only you offend us, we will at best teach you a lesson, and will not take your lives." But the reason is not only that, the value in you is really too great. Because the absorption of the medicinal effect takes a period of time. This has caused you who have just eaten the holy fruit to be a great medicine. With your blood, you can refine a large number of excellent medicines. To blame you for eating the holy fruit. Hearing Liu Daidongxuan's answer, Yi Fan's faces showed an unbelievable expression. The reason for killing them was to use them to practice medicine. This kind of answer really makes them shudder. What is the difference between this approach and cannibalism? Don't you be afraid that our sect will seek revenge from you in the future? Zui threatened with some angrily. Chapter 595 Wang Ran's Strength. Haha, Zangman, a small sect whose name has never been heard before. What right does it have to wait for revenge on me? Facing Zui's threat, the elders of the 6 great caves spoke indifferently. Hearing these words, the hearts of Yi Fan 4 people had a touch of despair. But in the next second, their expressions became excited. Correspondingly, the faces of the elders of the 6 great caves changed wildly. Because as the voice of the 6 great cave elders fell, a misty voice immediately sounded from a distance. "Xia Zongman, who gave you the courage to comment on my Tibetan man like that?" Yi Fan heard them easily, and it was Wang Ran who was talking. Although the elders of the 6 great caves couldn't hear who was speaking, he could feel the strong sense of oppression in his body. Sure enough, in the next second, a huge figure came quietly in front of everyone. It was Ditan transformed into a prototype, and Wang Ran stood on top of Ditan's head with his back hand. As for the good and evil, they were floating in the air, following Wang Ran. After Wang Ran arrived, the expressions of the elders of the 6 great caves instantly became frightened. As if the world was about to be destroyed, the elders whispered with dull eyes, "Dragon, leader-level powerhouse." With their realm, it is still impossible to see the strength of Wang Ran and others, but this does not affect their guesses. As the elders of the cave, they are also people who have seen the world. The leaders of those sacred places have seen them in so many years. Although I haven't seen those characters take action, the coercion on them is no different from Wang Ran at this time. They are also powerful, so they can't afford to resist the desire. In other words, Wang Ran and others are even more powerful. They couldn't imagine why there would be 4 unnamed leader-level existences appearing in a sect they had never heard of. If there is such a powerful person in a certain sect, not to mention that the sect can be famous all over the world, at least it will be famous among the various sects. But none of this, and even the powerhouses like Wang Ran did not reveal any information. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, the elders of the 6 great caves seemed to have thought of something, and subconsciously muttered, Is it possible that the legendary Hidden Family and the Hidden Family really exist? Faced with the shock of the 6 great cave elders, Wang Ran did not respond. In other words, he didn't care about the people of the 6 great caves at this time. Although in the territory of the Swallow, the 6 great caves are already godlike existences. But in the Big Dipper Star region, the 6 great caves are just sects that do not enter the stream. Although Wang Ran's current strength could not be called the top level, it still surpassed the leaders of those sacred places by 1 level. If calculated with the cultivation system of the occult plane, Wang Ran should be at the third level of the Sendai realm at this time. That is to say, at the level of the king, you can be holy in just one step. So facing these cave elders who were not in the four-pole realm, how could Wang Ran take it to heart? Even if they were allowed to run 10,000 meters first, Wang Ran could easily take their lives. Therefore, after Wang Ran arrived, he directly surrendered his eyes to the four Yi fans, completely ignoring the elders of the six great caves and letting them fall into panic. Looking at the excited Yi fan, Pang Bo, Zhu Yi and Li Xiamen, Wang Ran said with a light smile, "You have a good chance. Not only did you formally start the road to practice, but you also made up for your innate energy." After speaking, Wang Ran quietly glanced towards the depths of the barren ancient forbidden ground. He could feel that there was a pair of terrifying eyes staring at him closely. Of course, this time the opponent was not hostile, otherwise Wang Ran wouldn't dare to stay here. However, all of this is based on the fact that Wang Ran and Yi Fan are on the same front. If they were to be the elders of the cave, Wang Ran was sure that no matter how rampant they were, the moment they acted on Yi Fan, they would die in great fear. However, no one except Wang Ran can understand these things. So after hearing Wang Ran's words, Yi Fan's people scratched their heads a little embarrassed. Of course, Wang Ran didn't care about the elders of the six great caves, but Yi Fan and the others did not forget the feelings of helplessness brought to them by the few cave elders just now. They hate them in their hearts. Pang Bo, who has the thickest nerves but the most tolerant of sand in his eyes, took the lead and said, "Master, you can count it. You haven't seen the abominable appearance of these old guys just now. If we delay a little longer, maybe we won't see you." After Pang Bo spoke, Yi Fan, Zhu Yi and Li Xiamen also nodded in response. Wang Ran was also not vague. After hearing the complaints of the four, he directly cast his eyes on the elders in the cave. At the same time, Wang Ran also spoke again. "Well, let's solve these annoying guys first, and I will talk to you about the next plan." As he said, Wang Ran stretched out his palms directly towards several cave elders. When several cave elders saw this scene, they were instantly frightened. They are high-ranking, but they don't want to just die like this. Under the strong desire to survive, they knelt directly on the ground, tears gushing in their eyes. While crying, several cave elders also tried their best to explain. "Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. This senior, these are all misunderstandings. If we knew that Yi Fan and the others were your disciples, we would not dare to think anything wrong. You can see that we have the old and the young, and let us spare us a dog's life." Seeing the humble and pitiful appearance of the few people, Wang Ran, Dishan, good and evil did not show any sympathy. They have all experienced the baptism of years, and have seen a lot of all the ugliness in the world. Just like this, it is impossible for them to give birth to the meaning of raising their hands high. It cannot be said that they have no sympathy, but they are not the virgin. However, Yi Fan and the four people who grew up under the red flag did not have such a rich life experience. Seeing the few cave elders who were still aloft not long ago, humbly crawling on the ground at this time, a touch of sympathy will inevitably rise in their hearts. Especially these cave elders, who are still grey-haired old people, have magnified the sympathy in the hearts of Yi Fan four people countless times. Chapter 596 First Lesson Master, let's forget it, otherwise, we have nothing to do anyway. In the end, sympathy prevailed, and Li Xiamen and Zhu Yi couldn't bear to speak at the same time. Although Yi Fan and Pang Bo did not speak, the meaning revealed in their eyes was nothing more than the same. Hearing Zhu Yi, Li Xiamen and Zhu Yi opening to help, begging for mercy, the faces of the six elders of Dongchen instantly showed a touch of surprise, and suddenly they began to kowtow harder. Regarding this, Wang Ran just cast a faint glance, and then slowly spoke to the four of Yi Fan. "I understand your thoughts, but sometimes it is better not to have sympathy. I want to tell you something, and this is also the first lesson I want to teach you." Hearing this, Yi Fan's spirits instantly lifted, and they pricked their ears to listen to Wang Ran's next words. Wang Ran didn't pause either, and then he said, "You have to remember that you can be compassionate on the path of spiritual practice, or you can choose to help others. But when dealing with enemies, especially those with sinister minds, it is best not to have this kind of sympathy, because they will not remember what you are good to them, but only the losses they have suffered from you. If there is a chance in the future, they won't mind stepping on you. If you are far away, just like these guys, if I didn't come, do you think he will let you go? In the same way, did they just treat you like this? When you don't know, they still don't know how many people have been killed. Do you think it is a good thing to let them go? Of course, if you are already invincible, you don't need to consider the consequences." After listening to Wang Ran's words, all the faces of Yi Fan showed complicated expressions. They are in a mess right now. and they don't know what choice they have yet to make. But the elders of the 6 great caves who knelt on the ground were terrified to the extreme. They understood that Wang Ran didn't intend to let them go in fear. They want to ask for mercy and escape. But at this time, they were horrified to find that they could not move at all, even the slightest bit. They even couldn't even speak out. An invisible force is controlling them, and they can only kneel on the ground honestly now. Hey! After a long silence, Yi Fan sighed deeply. After struggling for so long, they also understand that this world is not the world they are familiar with after all. The so-called moral ethics cannot be imposed on the current living environment. What Wang Ran said is very reasonable. If Wang Ran hadn't come, their fate would really have been turned into a pill. And the elders of the cave who can do this kind of thing, I'm afraid that they are also burdened with countless sins. The 4 of them are all people with firm xing. Taking a look at the 6 elders of Dongshan who were still kneeling on the ground, Yi Fan and the 4 of them closed their eyes tightly. Turning their backs, the 4 of them spoke to Wang Ran in unison. Master, we understand. Thank you for your enlightenment. Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction when he heard the answers from the 4 of them. Without saying much to the 4 of them, Wang Ran looked at the 6 big Dongshan elders who were kneeling on the ground and said sharply, I saw greed and sin in you. In the next life, strive to be a loyal generation. After speaking, Wang Ran stretched out his palm and shook it gently. In an instant, the 6 elders of Dongshan who were kneeling on the ground collapsed on the ground together. There is fear on their faces, some regrets, some resentments. The only thing they don't have is pain. Although the lives of several people ended, Wang Ran did not torture them. Let them die without pain. Is it not Wang Ran's kindness? Without looking at the cave elders who had lost their vitality, Wang Ran waved his hand and directly brought the 4 of Yi Fan to Ditan's back. The good and evil that had been floating on both sides of Wang Ran also floated onto Ditan's broad back. Wang Ran took a deep look at the depths of the deserted ancient forbidden land, arched his hands, and then directly addressed Ditan under his feet and said, Ditan, let's go. As Wang Ran's voice fell, Ditan slowly twisted his body and quickly left the barren ancient forbidden ground. At the same time, in the depths of the barren ancient forbidden land, which is called the top of the sacred mountain, a woman in white is quietly standing on it. I can't see her face clearly, but I can clearly see the huge chains tied to her body. The direction she looked at was exactly where Wang Ran was just now. Not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, the woman in white nodded suddenly, and then jumped directly into the hole of unknown depth behind her. Several days passed in a flash, and the bodies of the 6 dead elders were finally discovered. Although the strength of several people is not worth mentioning in the entire Big Dipper domain, they still occupy an important position in the territory of the Swallow. The deaths of several people directly caused an uproar in the entire Yanzai territory. However, as the forces behind several people, the 6 caves within the territory of Yanzai unanimously chose to be silent, not wanted, and didn't even say a word, as if this matter has nothing to do with them. This made all the practitioners in the entire Yanzai area bewildered. After all, this completely did not conform to the working style of the 6 great caves. Only those students of Yi Fan had guesses in their hearts. However, the victims have no intention of pursuing them, and they are even less likely to be investigated by outsiders. Only since then, the people in Yanzai's territory have more money for post-dinner talks. But no matter how lively the area of Yanzai is now, it has nothing to do with Wang Ran and the others who initiated it, because now they have already left early. Although there are cultivators in Yandi, it is too remote. Except for a few places, the spiritual energy of most of the world is in a state of scarcity. This is not only not conducive to Wang Ran's development of Tibetan sect, but also for practitioners of Wang Ran and his level. There is almost no help in practice. These days, Wang Ran led everyone to walk in the Big Dipper Starfield to understand the specific situation of the Big Dipper Starfield, while teaching Yi Fan the knowledge of the 4 people's practice. With Wang Ran's personal teaching, even though it only took a few days, Yi Fan and the others have officially stepped into the door of practice. Chapter 597 Tomb of the Demon Emperor Eastern Wilderness. Somewhere in a restaurant. It has been several months since Wang Ran and the others came to the Big Dipper Star region. During this period of time, Yi Fan, Li Xiamen, Zhu Yi, and Pang Bo have been on the right track in their cultivation, and Wang Ran has also roughly figured out the general situation of the eastern wasteland. At this time, Wang Ran was sitting on the main seat of the wine table, watching Yi Fan and the 4 drank wildly. The 4 Yi Fans who had just stepped into the cultivator's appetites were astonishing. They are not like Wang Ran and the 4, able to supplement themselves with the aura in the surrounding environment. For them, eating a lot is the best source of energy supplement. Of course, eating baigan is also possible. But as the saying goes, the medicine is 3-point poison, and whoever is willing to take the pill. Moreover, Wang Ran wanted to listen to some news about the Big Dipper Star region. Under this circumstance, various large restaurants are undoubtedly the best choice. Fortunately, Wang Ran and the others came along this way and encountered a lot of robbers who didn't open their eyes. Otherwise, Yi Fan would not be able to pay for their meals. I have to say that Wang Ran's choice is very correct. A lot of the information he got was obtained from these restaurants. It's like now, Wang Ran and the others at the table next to them are drinking wine and talking. Hey, have you heard that the tomb of the Demon Emperor is about to appear? Of course, how could I not know about such a big thing? That is, not only that, I also heard that almost all the major forces in the Eastern Desolation will go there for a chance. Cut, you have fallen behind with this news. The Demon Emperor's tomb is in our Eastern Desolation, and the Eastern Desolation forces will definitely return. But I got news, and many forces from several other continents are also coming to get in. Hey, they come as they come. The Demon Emperor's tomb is in the Eastern Desolation. The big figures in the Eastern Desolation will not let them take the opportunity of my Eastern Desolation cultivator. Listening to the conversation between you and me at the table next door, Wang Ran's face instantly showed an expression of interest. When the evil saw Wang Ran's appearance, he also chuckled and asked, "Why, are you interested in that Demon Emperor tomb?" Following the evil words, several people at the table stopped their movements and looked at Wang Ran curiously. When Wang Ran heard the evil words, a slight smile appeared on his face. Looking at the curious people, Wang Ran said softly, "That is the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Although the Demon Emperor may not really be buried, the chances in it are absolutely shocking. Although it is not very helpful to us, it is still very beneficial to Xiao Fanzi and others. Besides, now that we go out of Tibet to the Big Dipper, we have a shallow foundation. Although many secret treasures left by the crocodile ancestors have been found, but the crocodile ancestor is only a great sage after all, and compared with the ancient emperor, there is an unknown difference. Now we have more opportunities, and it will be convenient for us to train Dorman in the future." Hearing Wang Ran's words, evil, kindness, and Ditan nodded involuntarily. Yi Fan didn't understand, but they knew how terrifying the great emperor was. Back in the barren ancient forbidden land, if it weren't for ruthless people to attack them unintentionally, they would have a chance to get out of the barren ancient forbidden land. And after so many years, they themselves have completely integrated into the Tibetan Gate. In order to cope with the terrifying power of the future, they also support Wang Ran. Wang Ran didn't say anything more. After explaining to a few people, Wang Ran directly addressed the people around the table and said, "A few fellow Taoists, I don't know where the tomb of the Demon Emperor you just talked about is located." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the few monks who were still talking about them suddenly stopped their topic. Looking at each other, a few suspicions flashed in their eyes. In the realm of spiritual practice, they dare not let go of the guard they should have. Wang Ran and his party saw that a certain force had gone out to practice, and their casual cultivators didn't dare to easily get involved with these forces. Wang Ran naturally understood the consideration of several people, and it was not the first time he had encountered this kind of thing after such a long time. After asking the question, he immediately said, "Several fellow Taoists don't have to worry, we don't have any malice, just curious." The treasurer, "The accounts of these fellow Taoists are all on my body." Yeah? Hearing that Wang Ran said so, and also invited himself to wait for a meal, the cultivators also showed a smile. Of course, they had this attitude because they found that apart from the cultivation bases of Yi Fan's rookies who were new to cultivation, they couldn't see the strength of Wang Ran's. The strength of Wang Ran and the others far surpassed them, and they did not dare to offend them too much. Anyway, just ask a few words, no big deal. With a smile on their faces, the practitioners hurriedly said, "Senior, you are so polite. To tell the truth, this Demon Emperor's tomb is in the Eastern Desolation Eastern region." Eastern region? Wang Ran raised his brows. Isn't this where they first arrived in the Big Dipper Star region before? Unexpectedly, this kind of opportunity will come to the world just after leaving. The cultivators who were questioned by Wang Ran did not hesitate when they heard Wang Ran's words, and said directly, "That's right, Senior. The tomb of the Demon Emperor was born in the Eastern region. I guess the seniors are not our Dongwang people." Upon hearing that person's words, Wang Ran did not answer directly, but asked, "Oh, why do you see it?" Upon hearing what Wang Ran said, the man didn't sell it, but directly replied, "Senior, you don't know something. This matter has already been spread in our Dongwang. At first it was just gossip, and few people believed it. However, just a few days ago, the major forces of the Eastern Famine sent their doorman to the Eastern region, and this was done. It's just that these news are now only circulated within our Eastern Wilderness monks. and outsiders generally don't know it. A monk who is as big as you, if we are from the eastern wilderness, it is impossible for no one to tell you about it. Hearing that person's explanation, Wang Ran also smiled helplessly. Indeed, we are indeed not the monks of the eastern wilderness. We only came to the eastern wilderness not long ago. Hearing Wang Ran's explanation, the cultivators showed such an expression as expected. Wang Ran did not continue to explain anything, but asked again. I heard you just said that many big forces have already gone to the eastern region. I wonder if you can tell us what forces are there? Upon hearing Wang Ran's question, those cultivators instantly became interested. With a proud look on their faces, several people spoke with excitement. The predecessors don't know anything. All the big forces like Xiao Omen and the Five Elements Palace have taken action. Chapter 598 Wang Ran's trump card. Not only that, even forces like the Shaking Sacred Land and the Jiang family that have handed down imperial soldiers have all sent their own descendants. And I heard that there are also big factions in West Desert and Central Continent in addition to their own descendants. After all, this is the tomb of the ancient King Emperor, and the opportunities contained in it are simply unimaginable. If it weren't for the lack of strength we were waiting for, we would also like to try the big chance that day. At the end, a look of yearning was evident on the faces of several people. It can be seen that they really want to take a chance. Wang Ran didn't care about this. After hearing a few people's words, he just nodded indifferently. At this point in time, the battle of power has not yet begun, and the foundations of the various forces are still dormant. Although there is such a great opportunity as the tomb of the Demon Emperor, they cannot disrupt their plans for countless years. At most, each family will send out strong leaders at the leader level, and even the strong at this level will not necessarily send them out. Although this is still a meat grinder for those low-level monks, Wang Ran and the others still don't see it. The only thing that can make Wang Ran jealous is the handed-down emperor soldier that might be sent out. But after thinking about it, Wang Ran felt unlikely. The handed-down emperor soldiers can be said to be the heirlooms of the major forces. Every launch has to pay a great price, and it is impossible to invite them out so easily. In this way, it would be enough for only one D10 to go to the field. The current Tishan is not just the Duluo second-level divine residence at the time, it has been wandering in the void for 100 years. As soon as he reached the Zishan plain, Litan seemed to have opened his own cultivation shackles, and his realm grew rapidly. However, within a few months, Litan had broken the realm again and came to the realm of the once king. If it is divided by the realm of the sky, it is the second stage of Sendai, commonly known as the leader of the leader. It was only a small realm from the realm of Wang Ran, evil, and kindness. It's not that Wang Ran doesn't want to end in person, but it's mainly because Wang Ran has to take other forces into consideration. It is impossible for him to say that he ended up personally and swallowed the opportunity of the entire Demon Emperor tomb. If he does this, Wang Ran is sure that he will definitely be chased by the entire spiritual world. After all, this is already breaking the rules. No matter which world you are in, rule breakers will not be accepted by the world. If Wang Ran's strength is strong, it's okay to say, but with his current strength, if he really has enemies with all the forces, life will definitely be very difficult. With a decision in his heart, Wang Ran's eyes instantly condensed, waved and dismissed the cultivators who had been questioned. Wang Ran and the others left the restaurant directly after Yi Fan and the four had finished eating. Leaving the downtown area, Wang Ran turned his head directly to Dishan and said, Ditan, you can bring Xiao Fanzi and the others to this Demon Emperor tomb. Remember, as early as possible to ensure their safety, intercept as many opportunities as possible. Hearing Wang Ran's instructions, Ditan didn't ask much, and directly nodded and accepted. However, Yi Fan were a little confused. Lifting his head, looking at Wang Ran's indifferent face, Li Ximan asked with some doubts, Master, this time it's only the Uncle Dishan taking us there. Won't you go with the two uncles, good and evil? Hearing Li Ximan's question, Wang Ran chuckled lightly and said, Why, you can't believe in the strength of your emperor's uncle. Don't worry, your emperor's uncle's strength is not weaker than those of the leaders of the Holy Land. Hearing what Wang Ran said jokingly, Li Ximan shook his head in a panic, and said quickly, No, stop joking, Master. How could I not believe in the strength of Master Dishan? I'm just curious. Seeing Li Ximan hurriedly explaining, Wang Ran all chuckled. Wang Ran did not continue to tease her, but directly said, I won't go this time. After all, I have to take into account the thoughts of those holy places. Their background has not yet been born, and the strong people sent this time are at most the leader level. We are unfounded. We are not too high profile. Hearing Wang Ran's explanation, everyone nodded. They are not fools either. Wang Ran can also understand this kind of self-defeating thing. After Wang Ran finished speaking, He paused for a while before speaking again. But you still have to pay attention. Although those holy places and the great family will not send out the background, they may send out the emperor's soldiers. Although this chance is very small, it has to be guarded against. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Ran continued to speak. Let's do this, Dishan. Take my shinobi with you. In this way, even if they really sacrificed the emperor's soldiers, you can still resist it. After speaking, Wang Ran stretched out his palm directly. An invisible wave slowly condensed in Wang Ran's hand. In the next second, a pure silver cane directly emerged from Wang Ran's body and fell on the sound of his right hand. The azure blue jewel at the top of the walking stick is as deep and mysterious as the eyes of heaven. Just floating quietly on Wang Ran's palm, everyone could feel the terrifying coercion contained in that stick. This cane trained by Wang Ranji, after the baptism of the three planes and the catalyzing warmth that was incorporated into the mysterious atmosphere of the cane. The extent of growth is simply amazing. It can be said that even Wang Ran's growth is not as large as that of a cane. At the beginning of the Duo plane, with this cane, Wang Ran's strength could be raised to a level. Now that hundreds of years have passed, I don't know if it has absorbed the power in the void, and the quality of the cane has reached an astonishing level. Although not as good as those handed down emperor soldiers, they are much better than ordinary sage soldiers. If you have to use a quality to describe it, this ninja rod can be called a half-infantry soldier. The most important thing is that this is a weapon that Wang Ran personally practiced, and it is in harmony with Wang Ran's blood. Wang Ran can fully display the strength of the ninja rod. With the ninja rod, although Wang Ran cannot compete with the great sage, he can defeat ordinary saints. And with Wang Ran's support, even the ninja rod activated by the emperor can also contend against the imperial soldiers who are not fully awakened. As for this trip, will there be a fully awakened imperial soldier? This kind of situation is impossible. If you want to fully activate the emperor's soldiers, you must use at least the strength of a saint or even a saint without the Great Formation map. It is impossible for a powerhouse of this level to appear in this visit to the Demon Emperor's tomb. Chapter 599 Wang Ran's plan. Hearing Wang Ran's instructions, Li Tan did not hesitate, and directly took the ninja staff from Wang Ran's hand. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the ninja rod, a shock flashed across Li Tan's face. To be honest, I haven't seen Dishan about the ninja rod. When he was in the Duo plane, Wang Ran's strength could have been said to be the only one in the world. Except for the battle with evil, Wang Ran has hardly used the ninja rod to fight. And after coming to the plane of obscuring the sky, they have not encountered any powerful characters. As a result, Li Tan didn't have any special concept of this ninja rod. But now that he had come into contact with the Emperor and Genius, he discovered that the power contained in this ninja rod was beyond his imagination. Without saying much, after taking over the ninja rod, Li Tan put it away directly. Seeing that Dishan had put away his cane, Wang Ran said directly, "Well, you can take Xiao Fanzi and the four of them to start." Hearing Wang Ran's words, Li Tan nodded, then rolled his hand with a big hand, and directly flew away with Yifan, Li Xiamen, Zuyi and Pangbo. Seeing a few people leaving, the good and evil behind Wang Ran asked softly, "Sect Master, Dishan and the others have gone to the tomb of the Demon Emperor. What are we going to do now?" Hearing the question of the two of them, Wang Ran didn't think about it, and said directly, "Let's first go to find a treasure place for spiritual practice, and build a Zangman residence based on it. Then set up an academy and choose a doorman who can take on the big task. Of course, you can't let go of your own practice. The battle of the general trend of this plane is not far away, and if you want to get a chance in this battle of the general trend, strength is indispensable." Hearing this, the good and evil brows frowned slightly. Looking at Wang Ran, the two asked in a puzzled manner, "Sect Master, what exactly are you talking about?" Hearing the two of them, Wang Ran narrowed his eyes and glanced at the sky, then slowly explained, "You should be able to sense that although the level of this plane is high, it seems to be damaged, and the law is somewhat incomplete." Hearing Wang Ran's words, kind and evil nodded slowly. Wang Ran did not sell Guanzi, and continued to speak, "If it's in other planes, I can't say the strength of immortality, but it will definitely not be so short. The reason for this situation is that the law is not complete, and the plane cannot support the existence of a large number of immortals. Even the powerhouse of the Emperor level cannot appear on a large scale. Because there is no great Emperor level powerhouse, his own Dao Yun will affect the entire plane. Only when the great Emperor dies and Dao Yun has completely faded, a new emperor can appear. The so-called battle of the general trend is the battle between the powerhouses of this plane for the chance of becoming an emperor. But unlike them fighting for the chance to become an emperor, what we are fighting for is the chance of detachment. If we fail, we will continue to stay on this plane for countless years. Hearing Wang Ran's words, the faces of the good and evil instantly became serious. They know very well what it means to stay on this plane for countless years. Perhaps it is precisely because of these years of staying that all their efforts will be abandoned. We understand. Don't worry, the sect master. We will never fail in that general battle. The good and the evil said in unison, their voices full of solemnity. Wang Ran didn't say anything more. There was still a long time before the general battle, and during this period of time, they had finally grown up. Wang Ran is confident and determined to climb to the top before the general battle begins and seize the opportunity for detachment. The firm expression in his eyes flashed away, and Wang Ran directly said, "Let's go too." As the voice fell, Wang Ran, the good and the evil three instantly disappeared where they were. When Wang Ran and the crowd were searching for holy places for cultivation and recruiting doormen, Dishan also took Yi Fan and the four to come near the place where the Demon Emperor's tomb was present. At this time, the present world of the Demon Emperor's tomb was already close at hand. Except for the scattered repairs that are still rushing here, almost all the forces have arrived. Unlike the mighty momentum when those big forces arrived, the arrival of the 5 Dishans did not cause any fluctuations. They are like ordinary casual cultivators, hiding in the crowd. After a few days in a row, the 5 Dishan people early practiced quietly around the Demon Emperor's tomb. Yi Fan, Li Xiamen, Zhu Yi, and Pang both thought that today would be the same as the previous few days, and one practice would be a whole day. As a result, when the 4 of them were practicing in the camp, a surprise voice suddenly awakened the 4 of them from their cultivation. "Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Zhu Yi, Xiamen, really you guys?" Hearing this voice, the 4 of them directly recovered from their cultivation state. Looking at the voice of the mirror, the faces of the 4 of them also showed surprise expressions. "Yi, why are you here?" It turned out that the person who made the noise was not someone else, but Yi Fan's old classmate Liu Yi. At this time, Liu Yi was following a middle-aged man, and there were many young people in his 20s with her. Among them, there are even a few old acquaintances of Yi Fan. However, they were not as excited as Liu Yi. After all, among these people, only Liu Yi had a good relationship with Yi Fan. Moreover, instead of being excited at this time, they looked at the eyes of the 4 people, and there was even a touch of pity and loftiness. Although it was speculated that Zhangman was very powerful, but now it seems that Zhangman is nothing more than that. Not only stationed at the outermost periphery, but the number of people is also pitiful. Except for that Emperor Den, there were only 4 of them left. Yi Fan, on the other hand, not only did he worship a good sect, but he could also be stationed inside. Therefore, they are now afraid that Yi Fan and the 4 will rely on them and make some excessive demands. How could they, who wished to draw a clear line between Yi Fan and the 4 of them, took the initiative to greet Yi Fan? They didn't want to talk to Yi Fan, and Yi Fan naturally wouldn't use hot faces to stick cold buttocks. Therefore, they just greeted Liu Yi. Hearing Yi Fan's 4 voices, Liu Yi didn't know what he said to the middle-aged man in front. After the middle-aged man frowned and nodded, he ran towards Yi Fan and the others. After Liu Yi arrived at the camp in Zhangman, Liu Yi directly bowed and greeted Yi Dan. "Hello, Senior Dishan." Chapter 600 Demon Emperor Tomb. Out looking at Liu Yi bowing to say hello, Dishan also knew that she had a good relationship with Yi Fan. Nodded, Li Tan said directly, "It's you guys talk." After speaking, Li Tan turned around and entered the camp. Watching Dishan leave, Liu Yi let out a soft breath. Although Dishan was still very kind, she was an elder after all, and she was a lifesaver. Li Tan was in front of him, and to be honest, Liu Yi's pressure was really great. But now that Dishan has left, Liu Yi has no psychological burden. Looking at the 4 Yi fans who have grown a lot taller, Liu Yi said with some excitement, "I thought I was wrong, but I didn't expect it to be you." "Why, are you here to watch the excitement or to compete for opportunities?" Looking at the excited Liu Yi, Yi Fan couldn't help but said, "We are fighting for the opportunity with the Dishan Shishu, but the main force is the Dishan Shishu. We just make up the excitement." "But you, the changes are a bit big. You were not so cheerful before." Hearing what Yi Fan said, Liu Yi couldn't help but sighed and said, "There is a change in me, it's just that this world is too depressing, and I suddenly get excited when I see you." Depressed. Yi Fan's 4 explanations made doubtful voices. Liu Yi shrugged, glanced at the fellows in the distance, and then said, "Yeah, you don't know, I don't have anyone who can talk to me during this period of time." The previous classmates too, seemed to have suddenly changed into a person, looking high all day long. At the end, Liu Yi couldn't help but sighed. The 4 of Li Xiamen also noticed that Liu Yi's interest was not high, so they quickly changed the subject and said, "Hey, don't talk about these unhappy people. Why are you here for Yi?" Do you want to assemble the entire Demon Emperor's tomb? Hearing Li Xiaoman's change of topic, Liu Yi didn't entangle too much, smiled and said, where do I have that ability? I just came to watch the excitement. Speaking of fighting for the opportunity, maybe the uncle in my door will make a move. However, even if the shot is just picking up leaks on the outside, the real big chance is not something we little cultivators can intervene. Upon hearing this, the 4 Yi fan nodded in agreement. Yes, there are too many big forces coming this time. Before Yi fan and the others had finished speaking, the earth suddenly trembled. Everyone's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment. Ignoring a glance, Yi fan said with some inaccuracy, this is, the tomb of the Demon Emperor is about to appear. Yes, as soon as Yi fan finished speaking, Li Tan's voice rang behind Yi fan. As Dishan walked out of the camp, Yi fan quickly asked, Uncle Dishan, are you going to make a move? Hearing this, Li Tan shook his head gently, and slowly said, don't worry, the tomb of the Demon Emperor has just begun to live, and good things won't come out so early. But you guys, you can go and try it. Although it's nothing interesting, it's not bad as an experience. Hearing Dishan's instructions, the 4 Yi fan nodded directly. Upon seeing this, Liu Yi didn't stay longer, and immediately left and returned to his team. Just as Yi fan, Li Xiaoman, Zhu Yi and Pang Bo were ready to wait, the tomb of the Demon Emperor was finally exposed to the eyes of the world. It is said to be a tomb, but it is actually a huge palace. With the appearance of the tomb of the Demon Emperor, a large number of divine weapon machines spewed out from the huge palace. The scattered light was like a rain of light. It's just that every drop of rain represents a treasure. The 4 of Yi fan didn't froze either. When the treasure burst out from the sky, the 4 of them rushed out like arrows from the string. Li Tan just watched all this quietly. Only when he saw something that was pretty good, he would take it. Like him, there are the top powerhouses of the big forces. However, even though these top beings on the scene did not take action, there was still a storm around the entire Demon Emperor's tomb. Those low-level cultivators have no intention of being soft in the face of these opportunities, and all kinds of conflicts are endless. Even the 4 of Yi fan received a lot of attacks after grabbing the treasure. However, because the 4 of them followed Wang Ran's practice, they did not receive any harm when they joined forces. As time goes by, the various treasures scattered in the sky are constantly decreasing. Of course, the quality of the treasure is higher as it reaches the end. At this time, many masters have already begun to end. The protagonists who competed for treasures also began to change from low-level monks to high-level monks. However, Li Tan still didn't end, but there was a bunch of treasures that didn't come together. But even so, Dishan's harvest is still very amazing. It can be regarded as having completed most of the tasks assigned to him by Wang Ran. Finally, the spewing treasure is no longer in the tomb of the Demon Emperor, as if everything is over. But everyone understands that the real struggle has just begun. Li Tan also put away his indifferent expression at first, and expressed a lot of seriousness. He is preparing. As long as the treasure is born, he will make a move. Boom boom boom. As time passed, a heavy heartbeat came from the Demon Emperor's tomb. Everyone present felt that their heart became heavier with the sound of this heartbeat. Just as everyone was eagerly looking forward to it, a heart exuding powerful might slowly floated out of the Demon Emperor's tomb. In an instant, a terrifying light broke out in everyone's eyes. The heart of the Demon Emperor. This word flashed through all people's minds. Li Tan stared at the heart floating from the tomb of the Demon Emperor. He didn't know what the heart of the Demon Emperor was, not the heart of the Demon Emperor, but he could feel the terrifying power contained in that heart. At the same time, he could also feel the temptation of the Demon Emperor's heart to him. As long as he can obtain this Demon Emperor's heart, Li Tan has the confidence to use it to break through several realms all the way through cultivation. Must get it. This was the only thought in Dishan's mind at this time. Without hesitation, Li Tan's figure instantly appeared next to the Demon Emperor's heart. However, Li Tan was far more than the one who had this idea. Together with Li Tan, there are leaders of the major forces. None of these people are weak, and even like Dishan, there are also several that are at the same level as the leader. Everyone's eyes were placed on them, wanting to know whose heart this Demon Emperor's heart would eventually go to. However, compared to the other familiar powerhouses, Li Tan was obviously a lot stranger. Chapter 601 Fight for the Heart of the Demon Emperor. Therefore, the appearance of Li Tan immediately caused a burst of exclamations from everyone present. Among them, naturally included Liu Yi's sect leader. Looking at Li Tan, who was confronting many powerful men in midair, the middle-aged monk who despised Li Tan a little at first, his face was inconceivable. How could he dare to be so? How could he be so? There are many people who think the same way as this middle-aged monk. Naturally, they also include those who have participated in the battle for the heart of the Demon Emperor. Looking at the sudden emergence of Li Tan, the faces of the opposing masters all showed vigilance. I don't know where this Daoist fellow comes from, Can you give me a face and not participate in the fight for the heart of the Demon Emperor? The existence of the Jiang family of the Great Emperor family took the lead and said, although he also knew that it was almost impossible, but what if? They didn't dare to care about Di Tan, an unknown powerhouse, who knew what he was. Facing the Jiang family's words, Dishan naturally would not agree. After a cold glance at a few people, Dishan spoke directly, Zangman, Dishan, I am sure to win this Demon Emperor's heart today. If you want to fight, then please see the true chapter under your hands. Hearing Ditan's answer, no unexpected expressions appeared on everyone's faces. However, the doubts in their hearts became stronger. Zangman, Dishan, no matter which name is so strange to them. However, with such an unfamiliar name, it turned out to be such a strong one. How can this kind of thing make them not confused? However, the people did not continue to ask. There will be time to investigate this kind of thing in the future. The most important thing now is to compete for the heart of the Demon Emperor. Since Ditan has already expressed his stance now, there is no need for everyone to talk nonsense. The war is about to start. Universe handprint. I saw the leader-level powerhouse of the Jiang family, slapped the crowd directly, and then grabbed the whole body towards the heart of the Demon Emperor. The rest are not weak, so naturally it is impossible to be dismissed in such a simple way. Although the master of the Jiang family had a very strong void handprint, everyone didn't take much effort to disperse the attack. They were also not polite, and they attacked directly towards the leader of the Jiang family. Upon seeing this, the face of Jia Jiao Jiang suddenly changed wildly, and the whole person quickly left the scope of those attacks. Di Tan was not idle either. Seizing the opportunity, Di Tan directly swung a claw at the crowd. Dragon Claw. Di Tan knew very well that his single blow could not achieve any results, so after the attack, Di Tan immediately issued his second attack. A phantom that was larger and more powerful than the Dragon God's claw just now broke through the air and headed towards everyone. The fact is, just as Di Tan expected, the first Dragon Claw was easily resolved by everyone. But the second attack that followed immediately delayed everyone for a moment. Taking the opportunity, Di Tan stretched out his palm directly toward the Demon Emperor's heart. Just when Di Tan was about to meet the Demon Emperor's heart, the attacks of the crowd also interrupted Di Tan's actions. Looking at the Demon Emperor's heart, which was almost obtained, Di Tan sighed secretly in his heart. Sure enough, things are not that simple, and a lot of effort will be needed next. Di Tan secretly sighed in his heart. The next moment, a terrifying attack and collision erupted in the air instantly. All of them did not keep their hands, and directly displayed their powerful attack methods. With that terrifying power, everyone on the ground can feel the murderous intent even if they just look at it without personal experience. However, the people of Dishan were robbing the Demon Emperor's heart in such indiscriminate attacks. Several times, when Di Tan was about to grab the heart of the Demon Emperor, he was stopped by the others. Of course, everyone else is the same. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, no one can touch the heart of the Demon Emperor. Everyone hasn't given up yet. It's just a few hundred rounds this time, and it's impossible to have any impact on them. If they can get the heart of the Demon Emperor, let alone hundreds of rounds, they won't be able to buy it for 3 days and 3 nights. But accidents always came inadvertently. Just when several people were struggling to separate, the Demon Emperor's heart seemed to sense something, and it trembled violently in the air. When several people saw this, doubts appeared in their eyes. For fear that something might happen, several people have increased their strength to make shots. But as the saying goes, you can drive whatever you are afraid of. Before a few people can fight for a few rounds, the heart of the Demon Emperor swiftly flew toward the ground. Upon seeing this, the faces of the people in Dishan all changed. They don't understand what the problem is. Similarly, those people on the ground also have different faces. Some people are excited, and some are also afraid. Those who are naturally excited are those of the big powers. As long as they can take the opportunity to get the heart of the Demon Emperor, then the ancestors can protect themselves and make a big contribution. As for the ones who are afraid, it is those ordinary sects or casual cultivators. They don't have any thoughts about the heart of the Demon Emperor. For them, this is not a treasure, but a reminder of the Hades. Not to mention it was obtained, but the heart of the Demon Emperor floated to them, and it was a disaster for them. Therefore, for the Demon Emperor's heart change, a polarizing scene appeared on the ground in an instant. On the one hand, a large number of monks rushed towards the periphery frantically, for fear that they were too close to the heart of the Demon Emperor. On the other hand, it was a small group of people who rushed towards the heart of the Demon Emperor, who was coming in extremely fast, wanting to get the heart of the Demon Emperor. But the most special one still belongs to Yifan. It's not that they don't want to fight, but they know that their strength is still far worse. Not only that, at this moment Yifan's face also showed a weird look. Yifan didn't know if he had an illusion, He always felt that the heart of the Demon Emperor seemed to be coming towards him. In short, no matter what everyone thinks, the current scene is very chaotic. But even in such a chaotic scene, no one can touch the heart of the Demon Emperor. The Dishans had no way to take action because of the restraint of many opponents. Others are also because the speed of the Demon Emperor's heart is too fast and extremely flexible. It was as if his own consciousness had been born. The heart of the Demon Emperor turned left and right in the air, and no one could grasp it at all. But when everyone felt depressed, the Demon Emperor's heart unexpectedly increased his speed again, and then slammed into Yi Fan fiercely. Chapter 602 Sudden change. In just a moment, the heart of the Demon Emperor slammed into Yi Fan's arms fiercely. But it is strange that the heart of the Demon Emperor moving at such a fast speed did not make Yi Fan feel a sense of impulse. However, although there is no sense of impulse, the faces of the 5 Yi Fans are still full of stunnedness at this time. As for why there are 5 people, because at this time, beside Yi Fan, there is a fat man wearing a Taoist robe. This fat man just met by coincidence when the 4 Yi Fan were vying for the treasure. Originally, he was going to run away after grabbing the treasure, but who said Dishan was strong enough. It is also very good for him to follow Yi Fan's side. Although Yi Fan had a hunch for a long time, when the Demon Emperor's heart really rushed into his arms, he still couldn't react for a while. If Yi Fan was like this, Pangbo, Zuyi and Li Xiamen were even more confused. But they came back to their senses in an instant. Although they didn't understand what this was because of, it was a good thing after all. Looking around vigilantly, all 4 of them are ready to defend. However, the fat man beside them, the moment the Demon Emperor's heart fell into Yi Fan's hands, his expression became bitter. He came here to fake tigers, but he never thought of fighting guns for the tigers. Quietly, the fat man wearing a Taoist robe moved slightly and moved away from the 4 of Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan is not the only one who understands. The treasure is here, how could others not come to fight for it? Sure enough, in the next second a beautiful figure directly attacked Yi Fan. I have to say that the strength of the girl who attacked Yi Fan was much stronger than his strength. Under a single blow, even if the 4 of Yi Fan, Pangbo, Zuyi and Li Xiamen joined forces, they almost did not resist. However, there was no worry in the eyes of the 4 of them. They still had whole cards. As long as they resisted for a while, they would be safe and sound. Because the movement on the ground had been seen by D10 and the others at this time, D10, who had some surprises in his eyes, didn't entangle the others, but got out of the battle directly and rushed towards Yi Fan and the others. Yi Fan, who had a certain number in their hearts, did not keep their hands. Zuyi, Pangbo, and Li Xiamen directly attacked the girls who attacked them. Although the power is not very strong, it is enough to hinder the girl's offensive. But Yi Fan did not attack the girl like Zuyi, Pangbo, and Li Xiamen. On the contrary, Yi Fan directly took out a jade charm from his arms, and after inputting a trace of energy, he smashed the jade pendant directly in the direction of the girl. In the next instant, a ray of light flashed directly through the broken jade talisman, covering the girl's body. The girl who had attacked by Pangbo, Zuyi and Li Xiamen just now suddenly changed her face. In the next second, the girl who was still in the air fell directly to the ground. At this moment, the energy in the girl's body has been completely sealed. This seal jade amulet given by Wang Ran can completely seal the cultivation base of the monks living in the immortal stage. This was also a life-saving object that Wang Ran gave to Yi Fan and Yi Fan. None of them only had one. To be honest, using this jade talisman to deal with a little girl who has not yet reached the realm of Dao Palace is completely killing a chicken with a slaughter knife. But the 4 of Yi Fan didn't dare to bet that this girl was obviously from a big power, and if there were any trump cards in her body, they would not have the confidence to keep the Demon Emperor's heart in her hand. Anyway, as long as you hold it for a while, you can put a big move directly to frighten the rest of the people. The fact is just as they expected. The girl was sealed at once, and the steps of the other monks who wanted to the heart of the Demon Emperor suddenly stopped. Besides, as long as the heart of the Demon Emperor is kept, what does a sealed jade talisman count? Without hesitation, after controlling the girl, Li Xiamen directly took her to her as a hostage. Seeing this scene, the faces of a large number of monks turned ugly in an instant. Purple Moon, Miss! An exclamation came directly from their mouths. It can be seen that they are very anxious, but because the girl is still in Li Xiamen's hands, they dare not change the slightest. Looking at Yi Fan and others who were on guard, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Little friend, let you go quickly. We don't have to pursue your offense. Otherwise, what you will endure is the anger of the entire Ji family." Hearing what the middle-aged man said, the 4 of Yi Fan also understood that the girl they had caught was originally from the Ji family. Although the Ji family did not come with a particularly strong person this time, it was the ancient emperor family after all, and its prestige was not something ordinary people could ignore. However, Although the Ji family is strong, similar forces exist. Just after the middle-aged man spoke, another young girl with extraordinary temperament said, "Friends, as long as you give us the heart of the Demon Emperor, I can guarantee that the Ji family can't do anything to you. How about it? Do you want to think about it?" As the girl's voice fell, a similar voice resounded around her. It's not that they don't want to do it directly, but Yifan's hands took out the jade talisman just now. They could see clearly how Jizu of the Ji family was controlled just now. In the face of that light, even they couldn't resist it. Although they knew that Yifan couldn't have too many such jade charms in their hands, no one wanted to be the first bared. Therefore, they can only use words to discourage. All kinds of benefits were promised casually. After all, in their opinion, just a few little guys promising some benefits would have been able to satisfy their appetite. If you change to an ordinary person, you may have compromised when you hear the conditions they give. But unfortunately, the 4 Yifans who got the heart of the Demon Emperor were not ordinary people. With D10 behind them, they now have the same status as them. So in the face of the temptation given by everyone, Yifan and the 4 of them couldn't continue to delay the time. They said directly, "Sorry, we also want this Demon Emperor's heart." Hearing the words of the 4 of Yifan, the people around were furious, and many people directly threatened and said, "Little friend, you have to think clearly. This Demon Emperor's heart is not something that you little guys who have just stepped into the gate of cultivation can possess. If you don't know what is good or bad, don't blame us for being ruthless." After speaking, many people gathered momentum and prepared to attack. As for Jizu's life and death, except for the Ji family who came with her, who cares? Even people from some powers are still anxious to kill this descendant of the Ji family. Anyway, there are so many people who shot, even the Ji family can't help it. Chapter 603 The heart of the Demon Emperor enters the hands of the Tibetan gate. They can't do it. What about me? Or, are you provoking me to hide the door? Just when everyone was about to attack Yifan and the others, a cold voice came into everyone's ears. It was not someone else who was talking, but Ditan that he felt at a critical juncture. As Ditan fell from it and stood in front of the 4 Yifans, the expressions of the many monks who besieged Yifan's 4 changed wildly. Naturally, they will not be unfamiliar with who Ditan is, and they still vividly remember the air battle just now. Powerful at the dignified leader level, how can they provoke? Therefore, after D10 spoke, everyone was frightened and withdrew the attack they were about to make. In fact, at this time, everyone's heart is clear. If the leaders of the next few major forces don't sacrifice their trump cards, the heart of the Demon Emperor will fall into the pocket of the Tibetan gate. Looking at D10, the person who had just spoken said with a panic expression, "Senior is joking. How dare I despise Zangman? If you want to know that these little friends are your juniors, I wouldn't dare to do anything like that." D10 didn't pursue his responsibility too much. After receiving the answer, he nodded gently and cast his eyes on the leaders of several big forces who were following him. Although D10 took the lead to get out, he rushed over with the fastest speed. But the others were not bad, and they followed up the moment D10 arrived. At this moment, looking at the heart of the Demon Emperor who was tightly embraced by Yifan, the leader-level figure who shook the Holy Land couldn't help but said, "Fellow Taoist is a good method. Under the nose of my waiting, I even played it like this." Hearing the words of the leaders of the shaking Holy Land, the other people's faces also showed an ugly look. They naturally didn't believe that the heart of the Demon Emperor would find Yifan on their own for no reason. The only explanation was that the Tibetan gate where Emperor Heaven was located had inside information early on, and they might not have made preparations. What only made them puzzled was that, but what kind of means did Zangman use to get the heart of the Demon Emperor to actively invest in them? Regarding the misunderstanding of several leaders of the leader, Dishan naturally wouldn't explain anything. After hearing the words of a few people, Ditan chuckled and said, "It won't take a few people to worry about it. Zangman naturally has its own means." Seeing Ditan's amorous appearance, the eyes of the leader-level figure in shaking the Holy Land couldn't help narrowing slightly. "Friend Dishan, although the heart of the Demon Emperor is now in your hands, however, you have to know that the heart of the Demon Emperor is not so easy to hold. I don't know whether you Zangman have that background that can take away the heart of the Demon Emperor under the eyelids of my waiting." Shaking the Holy Land's master-level powerhouse's tone was full of threats. Of course, as a descendant of the Holy Land who has passed on for countless years, he is also qualified to say this. As for Zangman, in his eyes it was just a sect with no background. Although luckily, a strong man of the level of D10 was born. But what's the use? He is just a leader-level powerhouse of a sect with no foundation. But this is not in the eyes of the major sacred places. Not only him, but several other master-level powerhouses obviously also meant this. A special leader-level powerhouse of the monster race was full of coldness in his eyes when he looked at D10. The heart of the demon emperor was originally the treasure of their demon clan. As a powerful demon clan, how could he allow the demon emperor's heart to escape? Therefore, after the leader-level figure of the shaking Holy Land spoke, the leader-level powerhouse of the Yozu also spoke towards Emperor Ten. Friend Dishon, leave the heart of the demon emperor, and I can let you go safely. In addition, I will compensate Taoists for some benefits. Unfortunately, facing the threat of a group of strong men, there was no trace of fear on Ditan's face. With a disdainful sneer, Ditan directly refused. A few fellow Taoists are very confident, but it's a pity, I don't have to worry about whether I have this skill in the Tibetan sect. If you have any means, please do it. I just don't know. If you have this method, I will be left behind. Hearing Ditan's slightly arrogant words, several Dianen faces showed an ugly look. However, after the brief fight just now, they also understood in their hearts, but with their own strength, it was definitely impossible to win Ditan. Looking at each other, everyone has a certain number in their hearts. Without hesitation, several people directly joined forces and attacked Ditan together. Ditan still had to protect Yifan and the 4 people. They didn't believe that under this situation, Ditan could still keep the demon emperor's heart. However, the fact is that this is beyond the imagination of several people. Ditan, who possesses the Tibetan heritage, has as many attack methods as it is not comparable to a few great powers. Moreover, the body is the emperor of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, and the amount of energy in the body is far more than that of the others. Although Dishon couldn't defeat the team of people, but in this kind of offensive and defensive battle, several Holy Land powers also had nothing to do with Dishon. Even facing a joint attack from a few people, Ditan was able to keep Yifan 4 behind him firmly without receiving any harm. The bigger the face, the more ugly the faces of several holy places might become. They feel that they are simply embarrassed now, so many people can't win the Dishon 1. How many years? They haven't encountered this embarrassing situation in how many years? Even a few of them felt that the eyes of the little monks had changed when they saw them. This is no longer their own shame, they can't take the Ditan, and the forces behind them will also be ashamed. As the saying goes, Shinobu thinks more and more angry for a while, takes a step back and thinks more and more loses. The current thinking of the great powers of the Holy Land has changed from grabbing the heart of the demon emperor from the beginning to defeating the emperor. Even if there is a chance, killing the emperor genius is the best choice. As for offending the Tibetan gate behind Ditan, they didn't even think about it. Because for them and the forces behind them, sometimes their own face is more important than whether they offend others. If they lose face, not only will they lose a lot of their majesty, but also their influence in the sect will be reduced. More importantly, the influence of the forces behind them will also be affected. And they also have confidence. Even if it was Ditan, the Tibetan gate behind Ditan did not dare to offend them for it. At this point, the leader-level powerhouse of the Jiang family directly said, "You fellow Taoists, if you want to save face, don't keep your hands. What whole cards you brought this time, let's get out quickly. Otherwise, the loss of the demon emperor's mind is small, and the world's underestimation of our major forces will be big." Chapter 604 War of War. After that, the leader-level powerhouse of the Jiang family directly sacrificed a murderous fairy sword. Coming out to compete for the opportunity, the Jiang family would naturally provide him with whole cards. This fairy sword is a holy soldier in the Jiang family's collection. Moreover, it is the saint soldier who kills and kills. Seeing that the leader of the Jiang family had sacrificed the sage soldiers, several other great abilities had also sacrificed the sage soldiers they had brought out. Although the forces behind them are all top, it is impossible for them to bring out the imperial soldiers casually. After all, the emperor is scarce. Even if it is a big force, there is only one. Even some forces do not have emperor soldiers, and at most they only have quasi-imperial soldiers. But there is an exception of strength, that is, the Shaking Light Holy Land. The Shaking Light Holy Land without the background of the ancient emperor was the most jealous of this opportunity. Moreover, the Shaking Sacred Land itself was in the eastern desolation, so the Shaking Sacred Land directly dispatched the emperor soldiers. After several great powers successively sacrificed the saint soldiers, the leader-level powerhouse of Shaking the Holy Land also gritted his teeth and directly sent a signal. Seeing this, several other Shaking Sacred Land powerhouses also instantly came behind the Shaking Sacred Land master-level powerhouse. Upon seeing this, several other great powers also changed their expressions. They also guessed that besides, the Shaking Holy Land might have invited the Emperor soldier this time. With a helpless sigh in their hearts, they understood that this time it was all in vain. The Shaking Light Holy Land blessed by the Emperor soldiers can already be said to have booked the heart of the Demon Emperor. They also accepted this result in their hearts, but even so, they wouldn't leave Emperor Ten. Sure enough, after the many powerhouses of Shaking Holy Land returned to their positions, the leader-level powerhouse of Shaking Holy Land bowed directly and invited out a great cauldron exuding a heavy aura. The faces of the rest of the people condensed in an instant. This great cauldron is the Emperor's soldier of the Great Tao of Shaking the Holy Land, with a black gold dragon pattern top. Seeing this, almost everyone came to a conclusion in their hearts that D10 was dead. After all the Emperor soldiers have been released, is there anything more mysterious? But this time they can see the Imperial soldiers of Jidao show their power, and they have the capital to brag in their entire lives. So even if the conclusion was reached in their hearts, everyone still stared at the center of the battlefield with unblinking eyes, for fear of missing something. In fact, the pressure on D10's body was already very great when the other powerful sacrificial soldiers were offering saint soldiers. Now, as soon as he saw that the sacred place of Shaking Light had actually sacrificed the Emperor Dao soldiers, D10's expression instantly became serious. At the same time, D10 kept sighing in his heart. Fortunately, the sect master had foreseen it a long time ago and asked him to bring the ninja rod over in advance. Not daring to be careless, D10 frowned directly and said to the 4 Yifan behind him, "You guys, be careful and hide behind me. I'm afraid I might hurt you for a while." Hearing Dishan's instructions, Yifan nodded quickly. D10 didn't talk nonsense either. The opposing Emperor soldiers were all sacrificed, and if he still kept his hands, it would be really a nasty criticism. Therefore, after speaking, the power of D10's body also rose greatly, and the silver ninja rod also appeared in front of D10. Feeling the wisps of imperial might emanating from the rod of the ninja, everyone's complexion changed again and again. I thought it was settled, but I didn't expect it to happen again. This is another imperial soldier? A leader-level powerhouse from other regions asked inconceivably. Hearing this, the leader-level powerhouse of the Jiang family slightly squinted and shook his head. After all, the Jiang family came out of the ancient emperor's family, and he also had close contact with the Jiang family's Jidao emperor soldiers, so he still had some insights. Therefore, the leader of the Jiang family decisively said, "No, this is not the Jidao emperor soldier. The imperial prestige on it has not yet reached that level." However, even if it weren't the Jidao emperor soldier, it was not far off. If you have to describe it, it should be called a half-infantry imperial soldier, beyond the front line of the Quasi imperial soldier. If there is a chance, this Kane may not be able to evolve into an emperor soldier. Hearing the words of Jie Jiang's master-level powerhouse, several top powerhouses instantly shut their mouths and stopped speaking. Although it was not an imperial soldier, since the emperor offered a ninja rod, the attitudes of several people towards the emperor and the Tibetan gate behind him were about to change. It is no longer simple to be able to bring out quasi-imperial soldiers, and it can be called a top power. What's more, what the Emperor Ten sacrificed was a half-infantry soldier that surpassed the quasi-imperial soldier. If one day these half-infantry imperial soldiers can go one step further and become the ultimate imperial soldier, the Tibetan gate behind D10 will already be on the same level as them. Of course, even if they changed their attitude towards Dishan, they couldn't stop there, because now the form has risen from a dispute between spirit and spirit to a dispute between Taoism. Whoever wins, the sect behind them will rise sharply. At most, after defeating D10, only take the heart of the demon emperor, when they leave safe and sound. Until now, they do not think that their side will lose. Indeed, it is impossible for the people of Shaking the Holy Land to exert the full power of the Supreme Emperor's soldiers, or even only a little. But can Dishan be able to exert the full power of this half-infantry soldier? The Jidao Imperial soldiers still have the absolute upper hand over the upper half of the infantry soldiers. What's more, the Emperor Heaven is now confronting more than just one Supreme Dao Emperor soldier. There are also several Saint soldiers. Without saying much, after Emperor Tan sacrificed the ninja rod, all the people in Shaking the Holy Land instantly surged. A large amount of energy flows from the people in the Shaking Light Holy Land into the Jidao Emperor soldier, the black gold dragon pattern cauldron. In an instant, the sky and terrain changed drastically. The originally clear sky became dim at this moment. The terrifying Emperor prestige radiated from the body of the black gold dragon pattern cauldron and enveloped everyone. Jidao Imperial soldier, black gold dragon pattern tripod recovers. Immediately afterwards, several other leader-level powerhouses also revived the saint soldiers they had brought. Although the power of the Jidao Emperor is far from resurrecting, it still can be regarded as pouring oil on the fire. For a time, the power of the Alliance side directly suppressed D10. D10 didn't dare to leave his hand carelessly, and immediately poured the energy in his body into the ninja rod. In an instant, the momentum on the ninja rod also became stronger. Although the quality is not as good as the black gold dragon patterned tripod, but with Wang Ran's support and D10's full maintenance, the The ninja's rod at this time has almost exerted its own 30% strength. This strength was already enough to compete with the Jidao Emperor soldiers who were unable to fully recover. So for a while, there was a situation where the two powers competed on the battlefield. The visions caused by the Jidao Imperial soldiers and many sage soldiers occupy half of the sky with the visions caused by the ninja rod, and they are very distinct. Chapter 605 Win or lose. How is this possible? Exclamation mark. Seeing that the Emperor Tan was evenly divided by a half-infantry soldier and the Daejiao alliance, which had an extremely Dao Imperial soldier and several holy soldiers, everyone couldn't help being shocked. They couldn't understand why the half-infantry Imperial soldiers could overwhelm the Jidao Imperial soldiers. Is it possible that the master of this half-infantry soldier is still alive and is not in the seal? But how is this possible? After the dark turmoil, let alone the quasi-emperor or the half-emperor, the great sage and even the saints are rarely born. Several powerful masters at the master level can't understand why this is, but by now, the development of the matter is already on the line. Therefore, although the hearts of the great masters were full of doubts and shocks, they did not stop there. I saw the leader-level powerhouse of shaking the Holy Land with a solemn expression on his face, looking at Ditan in the distance, pushing his hands directly forward, and then shouting, "Jidao Emperor Soldier." Shock. Shaking the Holy Land's leader-level powerhouse's voice sounded like thunder, and heavily bombarded the hearts of everyone near the Demon Emperor's tomb. After the voice of the master-level master of Shaking Light Holy Land fell, the great Dao Emperor soldier black gold dragon patterned cauldron floating in the air seemed to have received some instructions, and the cauldron trembled fiercely. In an instant, a wave that could be seen by the naked irradiated from the body of the black gold dragon patterned tripod towards the Emperor. The carrier's majestic aura makes the heaven and the earth change their colors. At the same time, the leader-level powerhouses of several other great sects also successively controlled the sacred soldiers they brought and launched an attack towards the Emperor. Suddenly, the entire sky was lacking in brilliant light. Ditan naturally couldn't sit and wait for death. Although his opponent was very strong, he was also a little emboldened to face hard with it. He didn't stingy with the energy in his body. Like a flood that opened the gate, the huge energy in Ditan directly poured into the ninja rod. With the continuous influx of energy, the blue gem on the top of the ninja's staff also shone dazzlingly. The repulsive force in the space kept converging, but in the blink of an eye, it converged into a huge golden beam of light at the top of the ninja rod. The moment the beam of light was formed, it was like a bullet out of the chamber, and it went directly towards the attack of several great master-level powerhouses. It wasn't a long distance, and under the rapid attack of both sides, but he nodded and leapt over. There seemed to be no sound in the collision of the attacks between the two sides, but it seemed that the whole world was reverberating with a roar and explosion. Only the storm caused by the aftermath of the attack caused a group of monks with good cultivation to retreat again and again. Moreover, the original bright attacks of the two sides broke out with astonishing brightness under the collision. Suddenly, it even surpassed the sun hanging high in the sky. None of the people present dared to look directly at the scene of the collision, and all closed their eyes tightly. Time seems to have passed a long time, and it seems that only a moment has passed. As the aftermath of the attack faded, everyone dared to open their eyes and quietly look towards the center of the battlefield. It didn't matter at all. The result directly shocked everyone. Originally, Ditan was able to fight back and forth with several major forces and it was amazing enough. But now, there is no trace of blood on the faces of the strong men of several major forces, and the whole person looks extremely weak. These were just the few leaders at the leader level. As for the weaker ones, the blood from the corners of their mouths even stained his mind. Of course, the condition at this time was not much better. Like the leader level powerhouses of several major forces, Ditan's face was also not bloody. However, the aura on Ditan's body was much more stable than those of several major forces. Moreover, don't forget that Ditan is not the same as a joint attack by several major forces. He is fighting alone. Even while fighting alone, he still had to protect Yifan's 4 oil bottles that didn't help him. Everyone with a discerning eye knows that in this contest between the two sides, Ditan won the final victory. Sure enough, at the next moment, the leaders of several major forces sighed together. Putting away the saint soldiers and emperor soldiers they brought, several people looked at Ditan helplessly and said, "Dao-friendly means, this time I am waiting to lose. The heart of the demon emperor should belong to Zhangman." After speaking, they explained that they felt tired. Although it was just a fight against each other, they spurred an attack by weapons far beyond their own realm of strength. In the stalemate just now, they almost exhausted the energy in their bodies. If it weren't for everyone to keep their sameness and to stop at the last moment, it wouldn't be certain whether they can float in the air at this time. Of course, their hearts at this time have also accepted the reality that they have failed to join forces. Although it is not glorious to speak out, but they are not people who refuse to admit defeat. If Dishon didn't stop, it would be them who couldn't hold on first. Without the protection of the Imperial soldiers and Saint soldiers, they would be seriously injured even if they were not dead. After all, the power of half-infantry soldiers is not something they can resist. It is not shameful to lose to a powerful opponent like Dishon that is worthy of their admiration. After hearing the words of several people, Dishon also showed a happy smile on his face. Although the consumption this time has exceeded one's imagination, as long as the heart of the Demon Emperor can be obtained, these efforts are also worthwhile. Putting away the ninja rod, Dishon arched his hands towards several master-level powerhouses, and then said with a light smile, "Several Taoists praised the error, and I was just taking the power of the gods." After speaking, the two sides did not continue to say anything. But at this moment, a graceful young girl walked out of the team of the monster race. The girl's movements immediately caused the great monsters in the Monster Clan team to exclaim, "Holy woman, who are you? What are you doing?" Not only them, but even the monster power who had just experienced the war, a look of doubt flashed in the eyes of the girl at this time. However, the girl ignored them, bowed respectfully to Dishon, and then slowly said, "This senior, the junior is Yan Yu Ayu of the monster race. Senior, you also understand that the heart of the Demon Emperor is an out and out holy thing for my demon race. But the Demon Emperor's heart is not so useful to the human race. Therefore, the junior dare to ask the senior if he can cut his love and give this Demon Emperor's heart to my demon clan. We will not let the predecessors suffer, we can exchange the handed down saints with you. In addition, if you can, it is considered that my monster clan owes it to seniors. If you have any needs in the future, as long as you speak, my monster clan will do my best to get it for you." Chapter 606 I want Pangbo Yan Yui's words were straightforward, and even shocked everyone in the monster race. Dishon almost beat a few big forces for the heart of the Demon Emperor just now. As a result, Yan Yu actually said that now, what if Dishon was angered by any chance? The relationship between Yozu and characters has always been bad. If Dishon is now targeting their monster race to death, those human race forces that have just been in alliance with them will not help them. Even if they don't step on a foot, they are all benevolent. Under the circumstances of isolation and helplessness, how could they live in the anger of Emperor Tan in the Yozu? Therefore, after Yan Rui's voice fell, all the strong monsters said with concern, "Holy woman, what are you talking about?" Senior Dishon, don't mind. The holy woman has just entered the world and her thinking is too simple. If you offend seniors, don't be angry. The power of the monster race also changed at this moment, but he still has his own pride after all. He didn't want Dishon to explain anything, but quietly came to Yan Rui's side. If things really go in a bad direction, he can also take Yan Yu and the others away for the first time. As for the others, it's nothing to do with themselves, and watched the excitement enthusiastically. Even the onlookers were faintly excited, expecting a fight between the two sides. After all, although the excitement just now was pretty good, who would mind having more excitement to watch? As the central figure in the incident, Dishon squinted slightly to look at Yan Yu. But he wasn't angry, just faintly confused, because he felt that Yan Yu seemed to have something else to say. Of course, this is related to his being the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. The Dragon Clan originally belonged to a member of the Monster Clan, and Dishon naturally had enough kindness to treat the descendants of the Monster Clan with exceptional talents. With a chuckle, Dishon spoke kindly to Yan Yu. "Don't think about the heart of the Demon Emperor. He is also quite useful for my Tibetan sect." Hearing Dishon's kind voice, everyone was stunned. Even Yan Yu, the instigator, is the same. The same idea flashed in their minds at this time, is that Dishon is so easy to talk. However, although everyone was puzzled, no one dared to come out and try like Yan Yu. Although Yan Yu had some doubts at this time, he just kept this doubt in his heart. "Although I don't understand why Dishon has this attitude, isn't it a good thing?" Not disappointed by Dishon's refusal, Yan Yu pulled a smile at the corner of his mouth. With her ingenuity, how could he fail to see that Emperor Ten had a certain heart for the heart of the Demon Emperor? But her original intention was not for the heart of the Demon Emperor. The reason for asking questions was just to try her luck. It's the best if you can do it, but you don't care if you fail. If it fails, it will be more beneficial to her next plan. After all, one rejection of two requests is not justified. Therefore, after Dishon refused, Yan Yu only paused for a while and said directly, "If this is the case, then my monster clan won't be loved by others. However, senior, our Yozu has another request. I wonder if you can promise us?" Hearing Yan Yu's words, Dishon's eyes showed such a look. Dishon raised his eyebrows and asked Yan Yu with interest, "What request you to say first?" As for the answer or not, I will tell you the answer after I have heard it. Hearing Ditan's words, the smile on Yan Yui's mouth grew thicker. After all, Ditan's attitude is really good, so she has the illusion that Ditan is her own family. But she didn't care. She felt that she had a greater chance of success in the future. Without hesitation, Yan Yu said directly, "Senior, my request is actually very simple. That is, I want to be alone with Senior." Hearing Yan Yui's words, Ditan's expression was a bit stunned for an instant. Dishan didn't expect that Yan Yui's request turned out to be for someone alone. So the question is, who does Yan Yu want? Why need people? The key is, why does Yan Yu want someone to him? All this seems to be so nonsensical. Looking at Yan Yu suspiciously, Ditan asked incomprehensibly, "I want someone, who do I want?" As Ditan's voice fell, Yan Yu directly pointed his finger at Yifan. Pangbo beside him. Pangbo. Seeing Yan Yui's movements, Dishan asked with some doubts. Yan Yu nodded, before waiting for Dishan to ask questions. He took the initiative to explain, "It's such a senior, this Pangbo has the blood of my monster race, and the level is very high. Compared to the human race, he is more suitable for practicing the exercises of our monster race. So I want you to let this Pangbo worship into our Yozu. You can rest assured that our Yozu will do our best to cultivate Pangbo and will not humiliate his talent." Hearing Yan Yui's words, Ditan thought about everything in an instant. He knew that Pangbo had the blood of the demon clan. After all, the techniques Wang Ran practiced for Pangbo were different from those of Yifan. At first, Ditan didn't pay much attention. After all, it was only the blood of the monster race, and it was not a big deal. But looking at Yan Yui's attitude now, Ditan could understand that the bloodline of the monster race in Pangbo's body was definitely of some extraordinary importance to the monster race on this plane. In other words, Pangbo's ancestor of the monster race is definitely one of the most powerful in the history of the monster race. Thinking about this, Dishan looked at Yan Yu with a light smile, and then asked, "Your goal at the beginning was Pangbo, right? You asked for the heart of the demon emperor to try your luck, right?" Although it was an inquiry, Ditan's tone was extremely confident. Yan Yu didn't hide it either, nodded and admitted, "That's right, Senior. I know you won't give up the heart of the demon emperor, so my goal from the beginning is Pangbo." Hearing Yan Yui's admission, Ditan nodded first, and then said in a regretful tone, "If you change your request, maybe I will agree. But if you want Pangbo, then I can only say sorry." Hearing Ditan's words, Yan Yui's face showed a trace of astonishment. In her opinion, this matter should have been a sure thing, but she never expected that Ditan would reject it so simply. "Why? As an elder, shouldn't you hope that your descendants will have a bright future? Compared with the human race, the most suitable for Pangbo is obviously the monster race." Chapter 607. How about entering my Tibetan gate? Hearing Yan Yui's stunned voice, a faint smile appeared on Ditan's face. Looking at Yan Yu, Ditan said directly, "I also know that Pangbo has the blood of the monster race, but unfortunately, he is a disciple of our sect master. Although it is only registered now, I still can't call the shots. In addition, why do you think that your monster race is more majestic than Zangman?" Upon hearing Dishan's words, Yan Yu immediately retorted, "After all, Dishan himself admits that Pangbo has the blood of the demon race. Doesn't this prove that the demon race is the most suitable for Pangbo?" However, Dishan was not prepared to give Yan Yu this opportunity at all. Before Yan Yu spoke, Ditan directly released his breath. Suddenly, an astonishing demon energy spurted directly from Ditan's body, causing the complexions of all the people present to change. Although everyone could not know the specific race of Ditan just by relying on its breath, there was one thing that was beyond doubt, that is, Ditan was definitely a powerful monster of the monster race. It is precisely because of this that Yan Yu, who just wanted to say something, swallowed the words that had already reached his lips. Now there is no need to argue about anything. The identity of the Emperor Tan demon race has proved that Zangman, like the demon race, is an extremely suitable force for Pangbo's growth. At the same time, this also explains why Dishan is so kind to Yan Yu, and even makes Yan Yu feel like he is his own. Nonsense. This is more than like, this is simply. However, although Pangbo had no relationship with the demonic forces after she was born, there was no disappointment in Yan Yui's heart. Although he had lost a genius, he was still in contact with Ditan, a peerless great monster. Although they are not from the same power, they are all monsters. If there is something serious about the Yoza in the future, how can Dishan shirk it? In this way, is it clear whether they're losing or gaining? Besides, with the relationship between the Emperor and Heaven, after Pangbo, who has the blood of the demon race, grew up, wouldn't he have a natural connection with the demon race? It cannot be said that Pangbo was completely lost as a genius. But because of this, other thoughts arose in the hearts of many people present. As we all know, many forces of the human race are at odds with the monster race. Now, after Ditan had revealed his identity of the monster race, he undoubtedly injected a heart-stimulating agent into the monster race. But this is not a good thing for these human forces. The stronger the Yozu, the more damage it will do to their interest. There are countless forces on the scene who want to destroy the good care of Ditan and Yan Yu Ayu, and even if possible, it is best to kill the two. But there is no way. Whether it is the Yozu or the Tibetan Gate, the strength is beyond their imagination. Otherwise, how could Yan Yu Ayu be so unscrupulous in all lies? Just in this way, it directly cut off the ideas of most of the forces. After all, although they are not weak, they are still slightly weak compared with the two major forces of Yozu and Zangman. However, as the so-called yin and yang work together, and sever the power of this idea, there is bound to be some power that has not given up. Among them, the Ji family of the ancient emperor's inheritance family is undoubtedly the outstanding one. As the ancient emperor clan, some people in the Ji clan had always been at odds with the Yao clan. Of course, the reason they chose to shoot is not only that, there are other reasons as well. For example, Jizu, the princess of their Ji family, is still in Yifan's hands. It was not that they had never thought of asking someone, but the identity of the Emperor Tan Yao clan made them give up this idea. After all, judging from the relationship between the Ji family and the monster clan, the result of mutual harmony and kindness is almost zero. If this is the case, why bother to humiliate yourself? It's better to think about it and complete the plan on your own. The extreme imperial soldiers of their clan gave them the confidence to be able to withstand the pressure from the monster race and the Tibetan Gate at the same time. Therefore, they were not worried about their future at this time. They were just silently thinking about how to make a fatal blow. Moreover, under the premise of this fatal blow, Jizu could also be rescued. As for whether this attack will be successful, in fact, the people of the Ji family are not particularly worried. Although the number of people from the Ji family is not large, there is no leader-level powerhouse. However, there are still some strong ones who are one level weaker than the leader-level strong ones. And they didn't come empty-handed. They also brought the handed-down saints. Because they didn't participate in the melee just now, they didn't consume much. But how about Tishan and others? After the battle just now, not to mention that the lamp dries up, it can also be called the end of a strong crossbow. Their current strength, being able to have any tenth of the previous one, is considered good. In this way, the two sides came to the same level. Under the circumstances that they have mental arithmetic and unintentional, and with the help of sane soldiers, the chance of success is already very high. They are saving, waiting for the best time. The opposite of Ji's family is Yan Ryu Ayu, a saint of the demon clan. Yan Ryu Ayu is a saint of the demon clan, not a saint of a certain demon clan force. In her heart, only those who are beneficial to the monster race as a whole and can improve the monster's survivability are the best. Undoubtedly, being able to establish a connection with such a super big monster as D10 would benefit the monster race without any harm. Therefore, Yan Yui's face was full of smiles at this time. After Dishan released his breath, Yan Yu directly made a junior gift to Dishan, and then said with some apologies and self-blame, "Sorry, Senior Dishan, forgive the younger generation's clumsy eyes, for not recognizing that Senior is the power of the monster race. Please atone for it." Hearing Yan Yui's words, Dishan waved his hand, and didn't mean to be entangled in this matter. After living for so many years, how could Yan Yu be able to hide it from him? But Dishan did not dislike this either. After all, he is indeed a monster. If something happens to the monster and needs his help in the future, as long as it doesn't damage the Tibetan Gate, Dishan is still happy to help. He just inadvertently nodded to Yan Ryu, and Ditan changed the subject and said to Yan Ryu again, "It's okay at this time, but there is another thing. I want to hear your opinion." Hearing that, Yan Ryu did not pretend to be reserved, but directly said, "If you have anything, seniors, you can just ask. The juniors will not hide it." Hearing Yan Yui's words, Dishan raised his brows slightly, and did not say anything else, but directly said, "Your temperament and talent are the best choices, so I want to put you in the hidden door." So what are your thoughts on this? Chapter 608 Great Joy, Great Compassion. Hearing Ditan's words, Yan Yu, who had just made a vow, was stunned for an instant. He didn't expect that her opinion that Dishan wanted to consult would be like this. In fact, not only Yan Ryu, but also the other powerful monsters, were also stunned on the spot. They couldn't think of it. It was obviously that their own party was begging for a disciple from others just now. How could it turn out that Nitan came to dig their corner in a blink of an eye? However, everyone did not say much for a while. After all, for Yan Yu Ayu, their Yoza has always adopted a free-range policy. Yan Yu Ayu is a demon saint, and there is no question of betrayal or betrayal. The only thing they cared about before was whether Yan Yu Ayu's choice would delay his own practice. Facts have proved that Yan Yu Ayu's choice is still very correct. Otherwise, in the face of the general battle in the future, even if the opposite is Nitan, they will have two mouths. But for now, let's take a look at Yan Yu Ayu's own choices for the time being. Of course, even if Yan Yu Ayu made his own choice, he would still not forget the protection of the monster clan. However, what everyone didn't know was that because of Nitan's problem, the forces headed by the Ji family who had a bad relationship with the monster race had more murderous intent in their hearts. It's just that, because they haven't found the time to shoot, they are still dormant for the time being. And as the protagonist of this incident, Yan Yu Ayu, she is now very entangled, because whether she agrees or refuses, she has some advantages of her own. Needless to say, if you agree, the monster race will completely catch the thread of Emperor Ten and even Zangman from now on, and can even be called an ally. This is of great benefit to the Yozu. But after agreeing, Yan Yu Ayu's own next path became an unknown. Although Dishan's identity has been proven, Zangman has the ability to train demon clan disciples. But, compared to the monster race with profound background, would Zangman really help Yan Yu Ayu even more? Although Yan Yu Ayu was not sure about this, her reason told her that after choosing Zangman, her own development was far more in the Yozu than a lot. After all, in a big power, the leader of the leader level is always just the head of the face. Those true powers, hidden worlds, self-seals, will rarely come up next year. Therefore, the identity of the Dishan sect master level great demon is not that attractive to Yan Yu Ayu, who is astonishing. If there was no half-infantry level ninja rod, Yan Yu Ayu would definitely refuse it without hesitation. But it was precisely because of seeing the inside story of Zangman that Yan Yu Ayu hesitated. Although I don't want to refuse, but if I really refuse, there is still a connection between the Yozu and Zangman. Although there may not be another option for intimacy, it is acceptable. So now, what Yan Yu Ayu can do is just bet on his own choice. Raising his head, Yan Yu Ayu pursed his lips, watching D10 slowly ask, "Senior, you are a demon elder, how do you think I should choose?" Looking at Yan Yu Ayu's appearance, D10 couldn't help but put a smile on his face. He could see that Yan Yu Ayu was indeed betting, but she was not betting on whether I chose to be right, but on her own character. Her attitude towards Yan Yu Ayu, talented, good-natured, and smart at the same time. In short, this is a very interesting little girl. Dishan silently commented on Yan Yu Ayu in his heart. If there is such a disciple to pass on the mantle, it seems to be good. After evaluating Yan Yu Ayu, D10 thought of it silently in his heart. That's right. At first Dishan just wanted to bring Yan Yu Ayu into the Tibetan Gate, but now, he has already moved his mind to accept disciples. As for Yan Yu Ayu's locality is not a dragon, does it matter? Litan didn't decide everything by race, and he had been with Wang Ran for so long, and he was even more so now. It doesn't really matter what the race is. After all, his Litan's cultivation and insights and unique learning do not have to be passed down to the dragon clan. His emperor accepts disciples. The important thing is to look at the nature of the person, and the eye. Obviously, Yan Yu Ayu has fully met the requirements for these 2 points. Litan didn't explain much, but took a deep look at Yan Yu Ayu, and then slowly said, "I can't say much, but as an elder, I still want to tell you that if you choose Zangman, you will not regret it in the future." Although they were very undecided, Yan Yu Ayu and others could still understand the hidden meaning in Dishan's words. It's just that they don't understand, where did Dishan's confidence come from, and would think that the Tibetan Gate's background can be comparable or even surpassed by the demon race that has passed down countless years. But they don't understand that there is no concern, and the protagonist of the incident is not them anyway. As the protagonist of the incident, Yan Yu Ayu suddenly showed a smile after hearing Dishan's answer, and a firm light flashed in his eyes. Looking at Dishan's eyes, Yan Yu Ayu said directly and firmly, "Thank you for the guidance of the seniors. The juniors are willing to visit the Tibetan Gate in order to pursue the avenue." Hearing Yan Yu Ayu's answer, although the faces of the monster clan powerhouses were a bit tangled, they still resisted to say much when considering Yan Yu Ayu's situation. But D10 nodded in satisfaction, with a hearty smile on his face. But before he could say anything, the accident happened in vain. Do it. There was a soft drink, and the speaker was the strong man in the Ji family. After a long wait, They think this is the best time. When D10 and the others were overjoyed, the alertness was definitely the most relaxed, and it could even be said to be almost nothing. Therefore, choosing to take action at this time, giving D10 and others a great compassion after the joy, the success rate is definitely the highest. Therefore, after the voice sounded, a ray of light directly struck Yan Yu Ayu and Dishun. The attack led by the Ji family was urging the handed-down said soldier to send it out. As one of the protagonists of the target of this attack, D10 had already reacted as soon as the sound rang. But there is no way. The time for Ji family and others to prepare is too long. Their timing is good, and the distance between the two sides is still close. This causes even if Dishun reacts, but he has no way to do anything effective. Protected. The leader-level Emperor Tan is still like this. How can Yan Yu Ayu and the other monster race people make any effective protection? Even, most of them did not react to what is going on right now.